Chapter 176 Shadow Dragon and Mechanical Tyrannosaurus X. After sorting out all the A-level props, Kyle swept his eyes to the rest of the rewards again. It's a pity that this 100 game draw was really not good. Apart from the 4th 10th blade, no character card was released. Even the B-level prop reward is only 5 Pokemon balls, 5 bags of seeds of plant life. Fortunately, with this B Pokemon ball here, it can be considered as adding 5 C-level character cards. After silently comforting himself, Kyle shook his head gently and turned off the system interface. The next moment, he stood up, walked out of the captain's room, and walked towards the cabin. While walking, he also said to the ubiquitous Little Tiga. "Little Tiga, help me bring Luo to the lounge. Tell Moria, Drake, Chopper again and let them wait for me at the door of the training room." "Okay, Captain Kyle." A ethereal and playful voice instantly appeared in Kyle's ears out of thin air. After more than 10 minutes. Inside the practice room of Tiga. Luo looked at his hands in shock, showing an incredible look. The next moment, he immediately raised his head, looked at Kyle with a flash of eyes, and asked in confusion. "Captain Kyle, what's going on? Why is something strange suddenly in my mind?" Haha tilde. Kyle, Molia and others stood opposite RO, showing a friendly smile to this partner who had just officially joined the Twilight Pirates. "How about it, do you like this power?" Kyle asked Luo directly, then said. "This is a gift I give to every partner. For the next period of time, you can go to Drake and the others to train in the training room. I believe that it won't be long before you will have the ability to avenge Doflamingo in person." Quote. Hearing Kyle's words, Luo suddenly pursed his lips. Only he himself knew how great potential the sudden extra power in his body had. Thinking of this, he bowed heavily to Kyle. "Please rest assured, Captain Kyle. I will definitely not let you down," Luo assured Kyle in an extremely firm voice. But Kyle just smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and said nothing more. I don't know that Doflamingo, after learning that Luo has become his subordinate and has the power to defeat him. What interesting expression will appear. With a chuckle in his heart, Kyle immediately turned his gaze to the 3 people behind him. "Chamba!" Kyle suddenly shouted. In, Captain Kyle." Joba suddenly stood attentively and replied. Even though he had been on the boat for a long time, Chopper still looked like he could not relax when facing Kyle. No way. It was really that Kyle's image in his mind was too grand at this time. So every time Chopper saw him, he was like a saint and couldn't relax. "Don't be so nervous, relax." Although he knew it would not work, Kyle still reminded Chopper. Yes. Chopper responded stutteringly. Kyle smiled helplessly, and immediately put his consciousness directly into the backpack interface of the system and took out the X antibody. In an instant, an energy ball emitting a magical light appeared in his hands instantly. Kyle handed the X antibody to Chopper. "Chuba, like Drake, you have digital power full of infinite possibilities. This X antibody will greatly enhance your potential in your body, and you must make good use of this power." "Yesies," Chopper shouted with a serious face. But at this moment, in his round and dark eyes, in addition to his respect and admiration for Kyle, he also had some additional expectations for his future. Under Kyle's operation, the X antibody instantly merged into Chopper's body. In an instant, 2 mysterious digital halos suddenly appeared around his body, forming an X shape beside him, and quickly circulating. The next moment, Chopper's body changed instantly. Originally, he was like a human child's body, his round belly suddenly became thinner. The digital halo slowly shrank, and eventually turned into 2 traces that looked like overalls, left on the surface of Chopper's body. This is. Looking at Chopper's changes, Kyle didn't find it strange. After all, after Drake obtained the X antibody, there was an inexplicable mark of X on his chest. I guess this should be a withdrawal of X antibodies. In addition to the improvement of the A-level weapons themselves to their partner qualifications. In the next battle, once Chopper enters a more compatible form with the Elk Beast, the X antibody will burst out with stronger power, greatly increasing his combat ability. It seems that weapons such as X antibodies, Zanpakura and dual plates that require exclusive characters to use all have special abilities that are unmatched by conventional weapons. After getting familiar with the new form, Xiao Chopper immediately showed a look of joy. Even the tension that was originally facing Kyle seemed to have been diluted a lot. After ending the strengthening of Chopper, Kyle also turned his attention to the last two. At this time, the two of them had already had a lot of joy on their faces. You know without guessing. Since Captain Kyle called them to this occasion alone, there must be benefits for them. Ah hehehehe. Before Kyle could speak, Molia laughed out loud and let out that strange and gloomy laugh. Captain Kyle, we are all so familiar with each other, so there is no need to lay the groundwork, right? If you have any good things, just take them out. At this moment, Molia's eyes shone with golden light. Although he has joined the Twilight Pirates, his unique personality has not changed much. After all, it was a big pirate who once rebuked one side, and there was something wrong with it. Nowadays, there is nothing wrong with it. Who can go out to sea to be a pirate? On the contrary, Drake, who was standing aside, saw Moria's frivolous performance and immediately shouted. Molia, don't be rude. As a navy, he was not used to pure-blood pirates like Molia. The two of them were not very harmonious yet. Hearing Drake's scolding, a look of displeasure flashed in Moria's eyes. Little devil, when will I land on this ship until I am taught a lesson by you? Snort. Drake snorted coldly and said disdainfully. What gives you such an illusion? It makes you mistakenly think that you are very qualified on this boat. Just rely on your onion head. What? How dare you say I'm onion head? Boy, you've completely angered me. After being secretly damaged by Drake, Moria immediately got furious. Several ferocious black shadows began to emerge from his body one after another. Because there are a large number of shadows of dinosaur beasts stored in my body all the time. Inevitably, Moria's character was slightly affected by these shadows and became more prone to irritability. In just a few words, you have to act like a ferocious battle with Drake. And Drake will naturally not be suppressed by Molia's aura. Although Moria has the super powerful means of swallowing shadows, Drake, who has X antibodies, is not much worse than him. In a moment, two powerful auras suddenly collided. The friction between each other even erupted with thunder. Boom! A loud bang came out. Luo, who had just joined the internal circle of the Twilight Pirates, was completely stunned. But as a war broke out between the two, Kyle and Chopper looked completely unconscious. After all, the same drama appears almost every day on the Tiga. Sometimes it even appears several times a day. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. When the birds are big, there are all kinds of women. With more people on the ship, there are naturally more militants. These guys come from all directions, and their dreams and goals are also different. Some small frictions between each other are inevitable. Especially guys like Enelo, Zoro, Clockdale, etc., are all arrogant and arrogant. Naturally, I won't like to surrender to guys other than Kyle. In addition, Kyle controlled the pirates in Dusk and followed the peaceful development route, and the entire pirates did not see a few battles all year round. Over time, they can also find fun with each other. It is both a discussion and a practice. Just right. Kyle also wanted to test what these two guys would become after awakening. He laughed. You two guys. Since you want to fight so much, just open your arms and have a good fight. By the way, let me see who is stronger than the Dragon Destroyer and Digimon after a sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyle immediately injected consciousness into the system and completed the two of them on the partner page of Moria and Drake. In an instant, the awakening stone that had just been obtained was swept away again. And Molia and Drake, beside Kyle, suddenly burst out with two strange brilliances, one black and one white. Under the black light and shadow, Molia, who has the ability of Shadow Fruit and the magic of shadow-destroying dragons. After completing his sleep, the shadow in his body seemed to be rioting, and he rushed into his body frantically. Even his own shadow turned into a large black, cloth-like shape, covering Moria's body. All of Molia, covered in dark shadows, changed in an instant and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, Molia turned into a giant dragon full of dark energy fluctuations. What's going on here? Luo, who was completely confused, looked at Molia, who said she had transformed and showed that she had never seen the world before. Speaking of transformation, who knows how to transform better than Drake, who has animal-type fruit capabilities and Digimon character templates? The noise in Moria's side had just ended, and Drake was immediately unwilling to be outdone and burst out with a brilliant light of evolution. Moria's awakened the power of the dragon and directly transformed into a shadow dragon that controlled the magic power of the shadow. But Drake's sleep made his Tyrannosaurus template go straight forward. Tyrannosaurus X evolution right pointing arrow mechanical Tyrannosaurus X. The dazzling light of evolution dissipates. A huge dinosaur with half of his body covered by powerful machinery instantly appeared in front of everyone. Dre entered the dinosaur form. He roared to the sky, and his terrifying aura rushed towards all directions like a storm. The 6 wings formed by energy suddenly emerged from behind Drake. The slender appearance really makes people wonder whether it can drive Drake's burly body. It seems that you have gained good power too. Hey 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 hey. Molia, who transformed into a shadow dragon, let out his unique laughter again, instantly breaking the domineering posture of the huge black dragon. Drake also directly raised his mechanical arm, and several dangerous energy beams fired muzzles were immediately aimed at Molia. Stop talking nonsense. Let me tell you. You are not qualified to show off your power in this boat. The two of them looked at Kyle at the same time. Under his affirmative gaze, the 2 giant dragons instantly took off. A wild battle with a few different parts kicked off instantly. Molia, who turned into a shadow dragon, not only has a more comprehensive control over shadows, but also has learned a lot of large shadow magic that she has never seen before. As soon as he acted, half of the sky seemed to be shrouded in darkness. But Drake obviously won't be a vegetarian. After evolving into a Tyrannosaurus beast, he not only gained a powerful mechanical body without fear of pain. The body can also use physical strength to condense powerful laser beams and tracking missiles to carry out accurate strikes on the enemy. More importantly, under the power of X antibody, Drake has gained strong melee ability. With Yijo's fixed combat power increase of 1.5 times, his current strength is 2 or even 3 times that of a few minutes ago. The war is about to break out. The shadow dragon and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus collided fiercely above the training room. This is not just a battle between the two of them. This is also a battle between them and the rest of the Twilight Pirates. Moria and Drake are using this method to prove their strength to the rest of the Twilight Pirates. Time passes by in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it was several days later. The Tiga, which had been resting in the kingdom of Magnetic Drum, slowly took off again and headed towards a new journey. Just last night, Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, finally sent a message to Kyle, telling him that he had collected the 10 billion Baileys needed for the transaction. With the style of the Revolutionary Army, he was able to collect such a large sum of money in such a short time. It can be seen how much they care about the ancient weapon Pluto. Kyle, who was eager to see money, also made a quick decision and made an agreement with him to trade in the Seven Waters capital. At this moment, the two sides set sail at the same time and headed towards the Seven Water capital. Whether it is Dragon or Kyle, they are looking forward to the smooth progress of this transaction. If someone fabricated historical books, the meeting between the two of them would definitely occupy a huge area in history. Chapter 177 Awakening Sabo. Mr. Long, are you sure the other party really has the design drawings of ancient weapons? The other party is a pirate, and it is also the 7 warriors Sea under the world government. The credibility is simply dispensable for them. We just agreed to trade with him. If they were framed by them, the loss would be too great. In a hidden room in the Seven Water capital, Sabo looked at the dragon with a strange pattern on his face in front of him with a worried look. It's not that he was too careful. In fact, for the Revolutionary Army, 10 billion Bailey is not a small amount. In the hands of a normal country, 100 billion Baileys may be enough for them to pay a year of heavenly gold. But in the hands of the Revolutionary Army, 100 billion Baileys is enough to save them more than a dozen countries trapped in water and fire. However, in the face of Sabo's concerns, Long looked calm. "Don't worry, Sabo. Since Kyle can create an organization like the Stormwitch Church that can solve the people's problems. Even if he has a special purpose, he must be someone on our side now." Compared to Sabo, who has not yet fully grown up, the dragon's temperament is far beyond ordinary people. His eyes were firm and he had no doubts about Kyle's possibility of harming him. "There is a kind of aura of suspicion that people do not use or use people, and all the resources I use are the best." Certainly. It is more likely that he has absolute confidence in his strength and believes that his strength is enough to resist any conspiracy. After all, this kind of self-confidence is almost a necessary attribute for the strong in the pirate world. After getting Dragon's answer, Sabo did not say much. But his eyes kept flashing, looking at the dragon and Bailey, thinking about something. Time passes by minute. The two of them stayed quietly in the secret room. At this moment, a telephone worm located on the desktop of the room, surrounded by various large and small guard monitor telephone worms, suddenly rang. "Here you come." Long and Sabo's eyes lit up. Long immediately answered the phone. A free and easy smile immediately appeared on the phone worm's face. "Hey, I've arrived in the Seven Water capital, where are you?" At the port of the Seven Water capital, Kyle smiled at the phone bug. But before the phone bug could answer, he continued. "Never mind. You just bring the money to the mayor's office and wait for me. We're just trading there." The phone worm was silent for a few seconds, and then the deep and short voice of the dragon came. "Good." Just as if it cost money to say a word, Long hung up the phone directly. The years of hiding have made him accustomed to being vigilant at all times. Half an hour later, Long and Sabo completely hid themselves in a cloak, revealing half of the shadows, half of the lines or scars. It has to be said that this hidden way that can perfectly reveal one's own characteristics is really impossible for ordinary people to do it easily. Because they could not use banks from all over the world that were endorsed by the world government, the two of them each carried 2 huge packages and flew towards the mayor's office with the ability of the dragon's fruit. At the same time, in the office of the mayor Iceberg, Carlifa respectfully brought a cup of high-quality tea and came to Kyle. She gently twitched the blonde hair in her ears and smiled gently. "Captain Kyle, this is your tea." "Well, thank you for your hard work, Carlifa." Kyle smiled and took the tea in front of him, then said to Robin and Ajan behind him. "Don't stand, you two, find a place to sit. Oh, by the way, Mr. Iceberg." Kyle suddenly focused his eyes on the awkward iceberg in front of him, and smiled slightly. "Do you remember what I told you before? It's about the handling of ancient weapons Pluto." "You mean?" Hearing Kyle talk about Pluto, the iceberg suddenly became serious and a strange emotion appeared in his eyes. They don't know how much blood and tears they have paid for this ancient weapon design drawing. If Kyle can really give it a perfect destination, then the mission of their generations can come to an end. "Kyle, I'm here." Just as the iceberg was feeling in his heart, a voice suddenly came from outside the office window. The iceberg turned around and saw 2 mysterious people wearing large packages standing outside the window. The man in the leader waved his lightly, and the originally closed window was opened instantly. The next moment, the two of them walked straight into the room. The dull eyes of Iceberg, "Don't you guys know how to walk around normally?" But Kyle's words directly made the iceberg's spirit tremble. "Hello, Mr. Long. I really didn't expect you to handle this transaction in person." "Dragon? Which dragon?" Bingshan looked at the mysterious visitor in shock. In his consciousness, the guy who can make Kyle respect the 7 warriors so much, and is also called Dragon. There seems to be only one in this world. "Hello, Kyle, it's better to meet than to be famous. You are younger than I thought." "Sure enough, the world belongs to you young people in the future." Long and Sob took off their hoods one after another, revealing the face that was listed as the most evil criminal by the world government. Fruit, it's indeed that dragon. Seeing the dragon's face, Iceberg took a breath of cold air in an instant. At the same time, one of his small mayor's offices actually gathered at the same time as 7 warriors C representing the world government and pirates, and a dragon representing the Revolutionary Army. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. Moreover, when the dragon appears here, it means. Iceberg turned his gaze to Kyle and happened to see him smiling confidently at him. How about it, Mr. Iceberg? The gentleman I found for you is worth entrusting Pluto's design drawings to him, right? Tilda. Binkshan gasped hard, and when he raised his head again, there was an inexplicable throbbing in his eyes. Mr. Kyle, your energy is really powerful beyond imagination. As he said that, his face slowly rose. As the mayor of the Seven Waters capital, his intelligence system is still far beyond ordinary people. I think. If I knew that Pluto's design drawings would appear in the hands of someone like Mr. Long, Teacher Tom's spirit in heaven would definitely be relieved. Bingberg took off his glasses and gently wiped them with the thin cloth in his hand. So, do you agree? Kyle's mouth was raised and he felt secretly happy. It seems that this 10 billion Bailey is going to be won by me. Sure enough, after having enough power, making money is so relaxed and enjoyable. Under Long and Sabo's expectant gaze, Bingberg nodded slowly, then walked towards his office without saying anything. I saw him pick up the microphone on the phone worm and dial a number that he had long known to him. Not long after, the phone worm was picked up and then he showed a look of surprise. Iceberg, why did you call me? The questioned Iceberg did not have too many explanations, but said with emotion. Frankie, come to my side and find you if you have something to do. On the other side. Seeing that Bingberg had already dealt with the design drawings, Kyle and Long continued to talk. I'll introduce you to the dragon. This is Robin, the historian on our ship. I have to rely on her for a while of translation. Looking for a long time. Originally, he seemed to have not seen a dragon like Robin, but after Kyle introduced it, he immediately focused his attention. In fact, how could he not notice Robin's existence or recognize her identity? However, Long, who had rich experience, had long seen Robin's look at Kyle with extraordinary eyes, so he never took the initiative to approach. Since Kyle has already started this, he naturally has no worries. Long is very concerned about this silver bullet that is likely to become a breakthrough in the world government. Next, Long also symbolically introduced Sabo and learned Ajin's name. He also never engulfed who and handed over the 10 billion Bailey to Kyle. After seeing Ajin spewing out a large amount of mud from his hands, swallowing 10 billion Bailey little by little, he finally understood why Kyle brought Ajin to participate in this transaction. This pirate group at dusk is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. If I guess correctly, it should be the ability of the natural swamp fruit. Besides Shasha fruit and Shasha fruit, another natural ability person. The power of the Twilight Pirates is probably not much weaker than that of the Revolutionary Army, right? Long guessed in his heart. As for the Twilight Pirates will be stronger than the Revolutionary Army. In his opinion, this is absolutely impossible. After all, in Long's mind, the power of the Revolutionary Army is now second only to the world government. Otherwise, he would not have ordered the cadres to launch an attack on Mary Joao 2 years later. During the period of waiting for the design drawings to arrive, the few people started a happy conversation. By the way, Mr. Long, I met an interesting pirate on the side of Gemini Point a few days ago. According to this, that guy has the same surname as you. Kyle said with a smile while sipping hot tea. Long pondered and admitted directly. If nothing unexpected happens, you should meet my son Monkey D. Luffy. Sure. Kyle nodded pretendingly, recalling the stereotypes about himself on the market. He also smiled and said, "It is precisely because I guessed this that I, a new killer, did not attack him. But then again, Luffy told me that when he was a child, he became sworn brothers with a guy named Ace and Sabo as a brother of a different surname. Isn't it this person he is talking about, Sabo? Ah. Unexpectedly, Kyle would suddenly turn the topic to him. Sabo was stunned for a moment. But soon, he smiled and said, "Sorry, Mr. Kyle. I am the victim who was picked up by Mr. Long in the sea. I was seriously injured on the head at that time, and I lost my previous memory. I only knew that I was called Sabo. As for the others, they have been forgotten all the time. I have no impression of my hometown. But when Mr. Long picked me up, he should be in the East China Sea." Oh tilde. Kyle's eyes lit up, and continued to show his acting skills, and said with interest, "So, you may be the sworn brother of Long's son. Luffy told me that Sob was also attacked by shells when he was a child and disappeared into the sea. Same name, same experience in distress. This is a bit too coincidental." "It's indeed quite a coincidence." Sabo frowned and echoed Kyle and smiled. Because he had no memories of childhood at all, he did not have those feelings for Luffy and Ace. So much so that Sob didn't feel much about the memories he had lost. But since Kyle has already mentioned this, he is naturally not just talking about it. When watching the anime, the three brothers had no chance of getting together again, but a big regret in his heart. No matter what your position, identity, and motivation, letting the three brothers reunite again can also fulfill Kyle's regret when he was on Earth. After that being said, I have a way to awaken Sabo's memory. How is it? Do you want to give it a try? If you are really a sworn brother of Long's son, then you can be considered a kiss. Sabo suddenly became silent. To be honest, he couldn't figure out why the topic suddenly moved to himself. Just now, he was still thinking in his heart, what should he do if Kyle didn't speak of martial ethics and asked Robin to translate the wrong translation to them? How come Kyle treats himself in a blink of an eye? But although the topic was very sudden, Sabo still nodded in a strange way. It was as if his subconscious mind was controlling him. Inexplicably, a strange feeling suddenly emerged in Sabo's heart, as if nervous and expectant. After receiving Sob's answer, Kyle immediately smiled. "Since you agree, I'm not polite." In front of the dragon, Kyle's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. The iron also turned into a strange appearance. Next moment, Sabo, who was originally looking at Kyle, suddenly changed his expression. The eyes were instantly wet, and then tears gushed out like a spring. "Ace!" Sabo suddenly stood up and shouted. But it was not until he saw Kyle in front of him that the gushing tears were about to stop and he looked confused. Under everyone's curious eyes, Kyle smiled softly. "Welcome back to the real world, Mr. Sabo. It seems that the treatment is going very smoothly, and you have successfully recalled your identity." Bang! Sabo sat back on the chair, his eyes blank. What the hell is going on?" he murmured in confusion. In Sabo's consciousness, he had obviously experienced Kyle's treatment, but everything was gone. Fortunately, although the memory has not been restored, the transaction of ancient weapons has continued smoothly. In order to create ancient weapons, Sabo was arranged by the dragon to go to the Drum Kingdom, specifically responsible for the docking of special materials. In this flash, it took several months. Something big happened in the world. The Navy will publicly execute Ace, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates, under the attention of the whole world. A huge war begins here. But in the end, the war ended with Whitebeard and Ace both dying. Originally, the Revolutionary Army didn't care much about the Navy and pirates. But when Sabo saw the dead Ace in the newspaper, his brain suddenly felt like he was stabbed in countless needles, and it hurt extremely severely. Next second, his dusty memories were awakened. Chapter 178 Recruiting Frankie. Mr. Long. Sabo, who came out of the illusion, paused and looked at Luffy's father in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The two personalities of Sob and Luffy brother Sob began to intertwine, and finally formed a new and entangled personality. Fortunately, there is no conflict between these two personalities. After just a moment, when the memory of the illusion became increasingly unreal, Sabo's expression gradually returned to normal. He suddenly exhaled a long breath and then raised his head. At this moment, he looked at Kyle and no longer had a trace of vigilance. Only after truly experiencing this can he know how precious the memory he lost is. Sabo suddenly stood up and bowed directly to Kyle at a 90 degrees right angle. Mr. Kyle, thank you very much. If you have any use to get me in the future, please give me your instructions. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Although I knew that Sabo was just making a promise to himself in his personal capacity, not a member of the Revolutionary Army. But at least with his future development, it is easy to get Kyle a few devil fruit abilities. But these are all later stories. Restoring Sob's memory is, on the one hand, Kyle finds it interesting, and on the other hand, it is also an investment. Of course, with Sob's intelligence, he quickly realized the problem. By the way, Mr. Kyle. Sabo, who looked up, his eyes suddenly became serious. May I ask, will such a thing really happen in the future you let me see? Ah. Kyle pondered and nodded. Although it's not 100%, that's indeed one of the futures I see. That's it. Sabo did not ask why Kyle could see the future. A prophetic ability is not rare in the pirate world. Even some special races and special physiques have the ability to predict. But relative. If that is really the direction of the future. Ace, I can't let you die. Sabo swears secretly in his heart, and his fists clenched involuntarily. At this moment, a wide palm suddenly slapped Sabo. Sabor, no matter what happens, we are your solid backing. Mr. Long. Sabo's eyes flashed, recalling the deeds of Luffy's war on the top. He instantly realized that this matter might really be able to rely on Mr. Long's power. As members of the Revolutionary Army, they will not use the power of their organization in places that have nothing to do with the revolution. But in the name of an individual, they are also someone's brothers and fathers, and they cannot remain indifferent when their relatives are in danger of their lives. Sabo spoke, trying to explain something to Long. But at this moment, a perverted figure wearing only briefs suddenly appeared outside the window of the mayor's office. Iceberg, what's the matter with you guy? Frankie, who walked through the window because he was afraid of exposing his relationship with the iceberg, was stunned for a moment when he saw the people in the room. At the warning of the iceberg, he finally walked into the house. What's going on? Frankie asked with a frown. You're here, Frankie. Faced with Frankie's questioning, Bingshan did not give an answer, but pointed at the people in the room and introduced them one by one. This is Mr. Kyle, the captain of the Twilight Pirates, and one of the King's 7 warlords seas. This is Ms. Nicole Robin, Mr. Kyle's partner, and a historian from O'Hara. This is Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Iceberg, as if he had known it, introduced his identities as someone other than Carlifa. The expression on Frankie's face also became more and more exaggerated with his introduction. No, wait a moment. Frank suddenly stopped the iceberg. Why did these big names in the world appear here? Why did you call me over? He asked in confusion. But Bingshan seemed to have not heard his words, and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He continued to point his finger to Carlifa and introduced. This is Carlifa, and he is my secretary on the surface, but in fact, she is one of the agents sent by CP9 to me to investigate the design drawings of ancient weapons Pluto. What did you say? Step on. The words of the iceberg seemed to touch a certain switch of Frank. He suddenly took a step back and then raised his hand in an instant. The modified wrist artifact opened, revealing a pitch-black muzzle, and facing Carlifa. A set of movements is like flowing water, and it is impossible to tell that this is a transformed person whose body is filled with metal instruments. However, just as a scent of smoke came from Frankie's arm, ready to fire the shells, a figure suddenly teleported to Frankie's side and blocked Frankie's muzzle with his palm. Don't be excited, Frankie, there are no enemies here. Kyle smiled in a low voice. No matter what, Carlifa is his crew. He couldn't watch his crew being attacked without being indifferent. Because he had not practiced on the Tiga, Khalifa is still not a match for Frankie. Under Frankie's horrified gaze, Kyle slowly broke the arm up with his power that he could not resist. Super 8. Don't hinder me. Iceberg, take care of your guests quickly, otherwise I will not guarantee their safety. Frankie shouted nervously. However, although he couldn't figure out the current situation, a CP9 appeared beside the iceberg in a blatant manner. No matter how he thought about it, it was a conspiracy. What's more, the hatred of killing the master is irreconcilable. No matter why Iceberg hooked up with the 7 Warriors C and the Revolutionary Army. But in his eyes, Khalifa must die. However, just when Frankie wanted to overcome Kyle's blocking an attack with the machine gun on his foot, the sound of the iceberg came again. Don't mess around, French. Although Khalifa has some CP9 identities, she is now also a member of the Twilight Pirates. As Iceberg finished speaking, the whole room suddenly became quiet. Frankie, who was stopped by Kyle, had wide eyes and blinked vigorously. That look seemed to be saying, "You're teasing me." Half an hour later, Frankie, who had calmed down, finally accepted all this setting. He looked up at Kyle, who showed a kind smile, but his eyes seemed to be looking at a beast, full of fear. It is not difficult to hear from the description of the iceberg that the cause of all this was done by Kyle. Strong, profit, wide connections, and many means. For a moment, Kyle's sense of mystery in Frankie's mind was infinitely elevated. But, did you really decide to give up Pluto's design to someone else? Frankie looked directly at the iceberg and made the final confirmation. This is the best ending. Bingchen did not answer directly, but his eyes said everything. Maybe you were right. Anyway, this is something that Teacher Tom will give you. The open-minded Frank didn't say anything more, but directly opened the mechanism in his body and took out an old design drawing. Then his expression changed and he solemnly handed it to Long's hands. I hope it will help you. Although Frankie was not very fond of the Revolutionary Army, after all, he was a hooligan and was completely in 2 camps with the kind and orderly Revolutionary Army. But he had to admit that handing this design to the Revolutionary Army is indeed more valuable than keeping it in his own hands. Please rest assured, I will not let Mr. Tom's efforts be wasted. After knowing the blood and tears on the design drawing from the mouth of the iceberg, Long responded solemnly. Immediately afterwards, he immediately turned his gaze to Robin beside Kyle and handed over the design drawings again. Next, Miss Robin is asked to bother. Don't worry, Mr. Long. Robin smiled and took the design drawings of Pluto. Even with Robin's knowledge, it is not an easy task to translate this Pluto design. She needs to bring this design drawing back to Tiga and study it carefully. Go around. The design drawing of this ancient weapon Pluto eventually fell into Kyle's hands. If he suddenly regrets now, he can be the biggest winner present. Not only did I get Pluto's design drawings, but I also got a lottery of 10 billion Bailey's gold as a win-win situation. Win twice. However, Kyle, who owns the Tiga, really looks down on these mere ancient weapons. In his mind, the potential of the Tiga is not comparable to that of an ancient weapon, Pluto. This deal came to an end with the design of Pluto under Robin. Next, Kyle and the others will stay in the Seven Waters capital for a while until Robin completely translated the design drawings and handed them over to the Revolutionary Army. This is also what Kyle had discussed with Long. After confirming that the transaction was over, the dragon, who was extremely arrogant, handed over the remaining work to Sabo. And he himself was preparing to return to the base camp of the New World and continue to organize the work of the Revolutionary Army. After everything was settled, Kyle and others stood up and bid farewell to the iceberg. But when passing by Frankie, Kyle's steps suddenly stopped. Under Frankie's fearful gaze, he suddenly grinned. Although his strength is a little weak, he can turn his body into such a monster. You guy, maybe inexplicably fit my pirate group. Frankie, are you interested in coming to my boat and becoming my subordinate? Do you feel the pleasure of taking action more intense than waiting for others to avenge yourself? What are you talking about? Frankie showed a puzzled look. But Kyle approached directly, staring at him, showing a devilish smile. I mean, do you want to personally hit the Judicial Island? The kind that directly sinks the Judicial Island. Come to my side. Your talent should not be buried in the shadow. Believe me. I have the confidence to train you to become a shipbuilder who makes Mr. Tom proud. Kyle invited Frankie with confidence. He still likes this genius who can turn himself into a metal biochemical human with just some scrap copper and iron. From a certain perspective, Frankie, who has this special talent, is even more rare than many supernovas on the ship. Nowadays, Kyle's ways to make money have become more and more abundant, and there are more and more industries. In order to avoid the phenomenon of emptying the character card in the future but not having a suitable fit, his attention in talent reserves is even greater than that of making money. And Frank is an absolute mechanical genius. This. Under Kyle's tempting whisper, Frank suddenly became silent hesitantly. As the patriarch of the Frank family, he did not want to give up his family members. But I realized that even when Kyle was still at ease, even when facing the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was inexplicably absolutely, that this might be an opportunity for him to continue to move towards his dream. After thinking for a while, Frankie finally did not give the answer directly. Instead, after leaving Kyle with a, consider, answer, he left the office alone. Mr. Kyle, don't get me wrong, Frankie just. After seeing Frankie rejecting Kyle's invitation, Bingshan immediately looked disappointed. He has fully seen Kyle's methods and is now a potential fan of the Twilight Pirates. It's okay. Kyle smiled and shook his head. I believe Frankie will make the right choice. Just like he handed over the design drawings. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose gently, and he teleported directly to the deck of the Tiga with Robin and Agent. Anyway, the Tiga has to stay in the Seven Waters capital for a while, so there is no hurry to recruit Frankie. Compared to Naxon of the Pirates, Kyle now has a more important task. Agent, send the 10 billion Bailey to my room. Okay, Captain Kyle. Another half an hour. After burning incense and bathing, Kyle sat on the captain's chair. After summarizing the lesson that the lottery was too hasty last time and the result was not very satisfactory, Kyle worshipped all kinds of gods again. The Supreme Lord, the Jade Emperor Athena, the Tang monk Wukong Zhu Baji, Tathagata Guanyin Maitreya Buddha. Amitabha, good, amen. Please bless all the big guys in my hometown, you must ship this time. Legendary gambling 100 draws. Go away. As Kyle's thought moved, the 10 billion Bailey he had just obtained was sacrificed by the system before he could even kick the ball. Then, a series of system prompt sounds flashed through Kyle one by one. And Kyle's expression also became brighter as time went by. Because in the prompt message that just flashed, there are 4 purple character card prompts representing a level. Sure enough, although feudal superstition is not recommended. But it's really useful. Chapter 179 Estrella. Looking at the 4 A-level character cards in front of him, Kyle showed an excited expression on his face. Each A-level character card represents a crew member with potential at the level of a Navy general. Of course, the more he gets better and he will never refuse such things. Arrange the 4 character cards one by one, Kyle looked at their names and portraits in person. The first thing to bear is a handsome boy with a dark blonde hair and a body made of machinery. The legendary funding warrior and transformed man from the One Punch Man world, Genos. Even the character card is ready. It seems that Frankie can't even get on the boat Tilda. Looking at Genos's technology, Kyle almost instantly thought of Frankie whom he had just met. In an instant, an undeniable smile appeared on his face. If there is no character card, Kyle may not have recruited Frank into the team so urgently. But now that the character cards are ready, even if he tied up, he would tie Frankie to Tiga. At worst, just send all the guys from the Frank house to the Drum Kingdom and give them some distribution. With a turn of eyes, Kyle looked at the second character card. This is also a male character card. In the portrait, there is a serious man holding a red X pistol and looking murderous. And the name of this character card is called XANXUS. This is. Thanks to the early birth of this anime, Kyle instantly recognized the identity of the character. The leader of the assassination force of the Pengel family Valia, Wrath Flame XANXUS. Looking at this character card from the same world as his first skill, Super Intuition, Kyle inexplicably felt nostalgia in his heart. But soon, he started to draw for the ownership of this character card. In the anime of tutoring, XANXUS is a cold-blooded, ruthless, powerful and violent powerful combat power. And his fighting style is to use the two guns in his hand to emit a fiery and grand flame of anger at the enemy, burning all the enemies. This is also the style of Valia's assassination troops always act. Because they can kill all enemies head-on every time. So they are also the strongest assassination unit of the Pengili family. Can you say that this character card is to be handed over to Capone, who is also the leader of the Mafia? But the fighting styles of these two people are too different, right? Forget it, anyway, only a contract is valuable. Give it to Capone. Kyle, who couldn't think of any better solution for the time being, still made a decision. 10 birds are worse than 1 bird in the hand. Instead of letting this character card be vacant, it is better to use it quickly and play its role. And when there are more characters in the future, it will be impossible to find a suitable fit for each character card. As long as you can fit, don't care so much. Kyle muttered and looked at the third A-level character card. But when the portrait of this character card appeared in his sight, he was suddenly stunned. Good guy, you're so lucky today. These 3 character cards can be used directly. Kyle looked at the character card called FANFIC in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Maybe just talking about the name, no one can think of this character that is well known among players. But when it comes to its nickname, its image will instantly come to my mind. FANFIC, also known as Ancient Fear, was once named the Envoy of Doomsday. This character card is the old hero in the game, Lu, Scarecrow. Needless to say, there are probably not many people in the entire pirate world that can match this character card. But just on the boat of the pirates at dusk, there was one person who could perfectly match this character card. This person is Hawkins, who has the ability to have the fruit of a scarecrow. Although I know that under the huge base, I can draw a suitable character card for everyone sooner or later, the progress is too fast. The 6 Supernova crew members all had character templates at once and officially joined the company. This speed is really beyond my expectations. Kyle showed a smug smile, tapping his fingers on the table, happy for his luck today. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the last character card again. This time, a female character finally appeared in his sight. The mutated style of the vertical painting directly refreshes Kyle. In his eyes, a blonde girl with fair skin, beautiful appearance, rich and generous appearance appeared. At this time, the girl crawled on a watermelon-sized balloon with her forehand, showing the beautiful scenery on her chest to Kyle, the only audience. And this situation also made Kyle subconsciously pronounce the girl's name. An artificial angel is used for close combat, Estrella. Kyle instantly recognized the source of the girl. Because that anime work was his homework. Things from heaven. I didn't expect that there was even such a character card in the system. Damn it, I wish I could summon an artificial angel directly. Looking at the elastic and roundness of the indescribable part in the painting, Kyle immediately complained about the system with a grudge. However, no matter how much you complain, you have to continue what you should do. A-level Estrella shouldn't be fooled by just finding a blonde girl, right? Speaking of this, it seems that there are not people in the pirate world that carry angel attributes tilde. Noting the white angel wings behind Astria, Kyle immediately thought of the Shandia who was taken down from the empty island by himself. In a sense, the group of Shandia people with wings or the Sky Island people have a certain concept of angels. It's time for the Sandia to come in handy. Langchi will come over and test the fit of this character card. As an angel, and with her fair skin, there should be no big problem. Kyle immediately made a decision. So far, all 4 A-level character cards have their own belongings. In this round of 100 consecutive draws, in addition to these 4 A-level character cards, the same A-level props also have 6 awakening stones as guaranteed, which can also make Kyle's partners awaken to a stronger power. In addition, among the B-level prizes, there are also 3 Pokémon balls, 10 bags of various plant life seeds, and 2 weapons from Kyle who doesn't know which anime came from. Each Pokémon is equivalent to a C-level character card, which is quite helpful to Kyle. Now, with the support of the capabilities of various facilities, the Kung Fu Manatee tribe on Tiga has expanded to more than 40. Among them, more than half of the Johnny Turtle templates have been loaded. I believe that it won't be long before these Kung Fu Manatees will become powerful animals that all employees squirt water. As for those seeds of plant life, there is nothing to say. First hatch in the planting room. At that time, those who can fight will be sent to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to consolidate the city wall defense. If it can promote plant growth, it will be sent to Alabaston for the construction of Desert Oasis. Anyway, the ripe sunflowers will not be afraid of the heat and sunshine. It is better to say that strong sun exposure will in turn aggravate their amplification effect. For Alabaston, which is preparing to de-desertify in the kingdom, it is just right. Certainly. There are also several character cards in the C-level reward. But Kyle just glanced at it quickly and didn't care. For the current Twilight Pirates, the C-level character card is indeed a bit unable to keep up with the times and rhythm. Especially the combat-type C-level character card. For Kyle, it is not as good as a D-level chef character card. Nowadays, their mouths have been completely lifted by the chefs on the boat. When the food cooked by ordinary chefs comes to Kyle's mouth, it's like chewing wax and hard to swallow. However, if you leave these C-level character cards in your backpack, you can use them instead of D-level character cards if you encounter any special situations in the future. No matter how bad it is, the abilities given by C-level character cards are much stronger than D-level characters. Just like the group of hooligans in Frankie House. In order to get Frankie to join the Twilight Pirates, giving his younger brothers some perceived power is also a good investment. In the evening of that day, Kyle called Capone and Hawkins into his captain's room. The two of them, who thought they had done something that Kyle was dissatisfied with recently, were stunned when they accepted the baptism of the character template tremblingly. Kyle also felt a little funny when he looked at these two majestic guys on the sea, but now he showed this expression. After explaining some things, he directly asked little Tiga to take these two guys to the cultivation room. There are no idle people on Tiga. These supernova have been eating and drinking on the ship for so long. It is time to evolve into leeks and let Kyle harvest. As for Ranchi's side, he also called the direction of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Order Hei Yan, the strongest, to serve as a bodyguard and escort Lanchi to the Seven Waters capital. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed quietly. On this day, Robin finally completed the translation of Pluto's design drawings and successfully produced a modern text version of Pluto's drawings. This was only so smooth that Robin could use the ability of the flower fruit clone. This knowledgeable historian has spent so much energy and time. It is enough to show the complexity and precision of Pluto's design drawings. Translating the drawings is just the beginning. The remaining projects are the top priority. Mr. Kyle, you have troubled you during this period. Sabo, who took the drawing, felt the heavy weight in his hand, and sincerely bowed to Kyle and said thanking him. Since Kyle successfully restored his memory, Sabo's respect for Kyle is increasing day by day. The suspicion at the beginning also disappeared completely. It can be seen how important this memory is to Sabo. Faced with Sabo's thanks, Kyle just smiled lightly. Haha tilde, the person you want to thank is not me, but my little Robin. In order to unlock this hidden power in history as soon as possible, she hasn't closed her eyes much in the past 7 days. Yes, yes. The Revolutionary Army and I will never forget Miss Robin's efforts. Sabo immediately responded with a smile. Then he put the Pluto drawings into a tight backpack and continued. Then Mr. Kyle, I will return to the Revolutionary Army headquarters with the drawings first. Mr. Long has prepared everything there, but he is just waiting for the drawing to start construction. It's just that after a while, I might have to go to the Drum Kingdom to nag. Please ask Mr. Kyle to explain it to the other side in advance. Don't worry. Kyle smiled. These are all part of the deal. I have already agreed that if you need any special materials, just explain them to Vapor or Monka. In this way, I'll feel at ease. Sabo smiled politely, and after communicating with Kyle for a moment, he also took a boat and left the seven-water capital. Then next, only Frank's side is left. After the Revolutionary Army's ship disappeared from the horizontal line, Kyle stretched his waist and then looked towards the direction inside the Seven Waters capital, where the Frank house is. In the past few days, he has not been waiting and has done nothing. 3 days ago, he had already told the matter of being able to take care of the Frank house in front of all the members of the Frank house. And today is the day when we agreed to give a final reply. Kyle believes that even if Frankie cannot give up the members of Frankie's house, but those guys will definitely join the Twilight Pirates in order to give Frank a better future. After all, they are also a group of cute guys. Sure enough, Kyle's laziness had just been put down, and a large group of people suddenly ran out of the direction of the Seven-Water capital. The leader is a fat man with a hedgehog head. This person is the captain of the Frank family, who has the most say, except Frank. At this moment, he was waving a pair of dark blue briefs and running towards Kyle's position with everyone. And behind them was Frankie, who was rarely ashamed and ran desperately with his lower body. Boss Kyle. When he came to Kyle, Zanbai and others fell to the ground and raised their pants high like tributes. Frankie's family, come and meet. I beg Boss Kyle to take in us, the homeless people. Please. Ha ha ha, it's easy to say. It's easy to say. Looking at the scene in front of him that was extremely similar to that in the anime, Kyle immediately showed a satisfied look. With a thought, he directly gave a C-level character card called Akadao Saidong to the praise in front of him. Even several other characters who had been impressed in the anime have given him a character card. After doing all this, Kyle raised his head and looked at Frankie, who had just come from a distance, and laughed secretly in his heart. Ha ha hey 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 hey. Frankie, how can you escape from my palm this time? Chapter 180, Free Sex with Rayleigh. Oh my goodness. You bastards. You must take good care of yourself. Frank, who was driven to the shelves and forced to board the Tiga, looked at the little brothers on the distant coastline and cried in tears. Until the figure of the Seven-Water capital completely disappeared from sight, Francis touched the tears on his face, turned around, disguised himself as a tough look. Okay, since you have settled down on Zanbai and the others, then from today on, I will be hanging with you. Frankie stretched out his arm and patted his metal body with a clanging sound. Welcome to join, Frankie. Kyle also didn't care about Frank's forced calmness, and directly reached out to hold it with him. At the same time, there was a flash of inspiration in his eyes. A character template named Gurnos instantly appeared on Frank's body. Unlike other character templates loading, after loading the character template, a sound of metal mechanisms colliding came from his body. In just a few seconds, there have been huge changes inside Frank's body. This is. Frank suddenly widened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body in disbelief, and the sudden memories of fighting in his mind. This is a gift from every new member. You can ask Little Tiga for specific information. Bang! With a snap of his fingers, a half-substantiated figure suddenly appeared in front of Frank. Hello, Frankie, I am the ship elf of this ship. If you have any questions on this ship in the future, you can come to me directly. Seeing the arrival of a new partner, Little Tiga immediately greeted her with a smile. However, his appearance shocked Frankie, who was still savoring his physical changes. What? Ship elf? This kind of creature actually exists? Frankie screamed in surprise. Even though he has learned to build ships with Tom since he was a child, this is only the first time he has seen a real ship elf in the past few decades. Certainly. Little Tiga smiled and nodded naturally. It was not the first time he saw Frank's surprise appearance, and he was already familiar with it. He waved his hand and his whole body floated up and said to Frankie. Let me go, let me take you to meet Tiga. Oh. Frankie suddenly realized look at Kyle. At Kyle's smile, he followed Little Tiga into the cabin in a daze. In this way, the boatman finally appeared on the ship. Looking at Frankie's disappearing figure, Kyle's eyes flashed with a flash of inspiration and a happy smile appeared on his face. And his consciousness also turned to the dock facility interface in the system. Don't think that the Tiga, which is built by the system, does not require the existence of a ship repairman. In fact, in the system's facilities mall, there is a facility specially prepared for boat repairers, ship worker room. After owning this facility, Kyle can designate a partner to bind this facility. Its effect is that after the Tiga is attacked or destroyed, it can recover on its own. The speed of recovery is affected by the facility level and the shipbuilding level of the binding partners. Of course, this alone wouldn't have made Kyle so concerned about this facility. After all, with the powerful ship Elf of Tiga, coupled with the Tiga's hull that continues to improve with the level of Tiga, usually people who have no ability can really not harm Tiga. But it is opposite. Nowadays, Tiga's attack methods are still too single. Although the explosion of little Tiga with all his strength is enough to easily destroy a town, it is somewhat less interesting if it is compared with the legendary ancient weapon Pluto. Another effect of shipworking room allows bound ship workers to transform the Tiga. Whether it is to install more powerful cannons, install sails for navigation, or install auxiliary devices for easy flight. As long as the boatman's level is sufficient, all of these can be done. Of course, this transformation is not without restrictions. Although the shipman room grants the shipman the ability to transform the hull, for every additional part of the modified hull, a part of the overall energy of the Tiga is taken out to make the ship reach a balanced level as a whole. Simply put, if Frankie pressed a huge cannon barrel on Tiga, the defense of Tiga would be reduced by 1-. How to make the Tiga hull maintain a certain degree of defense and have corresponding strong combat power is the question that ship workers should think about. The higher the level of shipbuilder room, the more ship workers can be bound, and the faster the recovery speed of the hull will be. What a pity. Before trading with Doflamingo, I probably didn't have the chance to upgrade the Tiga Tilda. Kyle sighed softly. There are so many places he needs to use money now. There are several supernova with good potential on the ship that do not have suitable character cards yet, and Tiga needs to continue to upgrade. This Bailey is really inexplicable. The huge Tiga slowly left the port of the Seven-Water capital. As early as the Drum Kingdom, Kyle made corresponding life cards for every crew member. As long as you follow the Black Flame's life card, you don't have to worry about going any wrong way. Next, Tiga will connect Ranchi, who sailed from the Drum Kingdom, and then let her load the A-level Combat Angel character template to add another combat power with the potential of a general to the pirates. Everything went very smoothly. As Kyle arranged, they quickly received Ranchi and took the still confused Imperial sister to the ship. After saying goodbye to the Black Flames, who looked sad because they were treated as tools, the Tiga rushed towards the Shambodian Islands again. And it was during this period. A major event that was about to affect the whole world happened quietly on a small island in the paradise. Thief, ha 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 ha. Captain Ace, I really didn't expect to meet you here. On the street of an unknown island in paradise, a thick-haired and black beard suddenly stopped. In an instant, his eyes instantly changed from surprise to joy, and he shouted to a man who didn't like to wear a shirt on the roof next to him. The man on the roof did not disappoint him. He pressed the brim of his hat and made a dull voice from his throat. Tick, you really make it easy for me to find Tilda. Thief, ha 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 ha. Tilda. I wonder if Captain Ace traveled thousands of miles to this place. Was he asking me for something? Blackbeard laughed happily as if he was reunited with an old friend. But Ace, who looked at him, looked gloomy at this moment. You can really laugh, Teachy. You who killed your partner on the same boat and committed a heinous crime. Why, I don't feel any regret in you. Bake. The blazing flame suddenly rose above Ace's body. The air around suddenly became hot. However, in the face of Ace's questioning, Blackbeard's smile did not change at all. Thief, ha 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 ha. Tilda, what are you talking about? Captain Ace. The years of expectations have finally come true, how could I regret it? But you, Captain Ace. Do you want to consider coming to my place? The era of Whitebeard is over. The future of the future belongs to me. Boom. Black gas, like a black hole, also emerged from the black beard, empty and empty, making people subconsciously feel fear. Come and see my strength, Captain Ace. This is the ability to stand at the top of the world. Dark fruit. Dark water. Blackbeard took the lead in attacking, directly using his fruit ability, and used the trick of the one with the most restrained ability. Under Ace's resentful and surprised gaze, the flames on his body instantly seemed to be attracted by something, and kept rushing towards the empty darkness in Blackbeard's hand. Even his body began to tilt forward involuntarily. This is. Ace's eyes were determined, and suddenly realized. The guy in front of me is no longer the tick he is familiar with. But in a blink of an eye, Ace stabilized his body again. Is this the power you want to gain even if you betray your companions? He whispered softly. At the same time, the flames soaring into the sky also rose, illuminating the sky of the entire island red. Since that's the case, then let me tell you how ridiculous your power is. Fire ring pillar of fire. Ace roared out loud. A contest between fire and darkness kicked off. All of this has nothing to do with the pirates at the twilight at this time. Because at this time, Kyle was gathering the momentum of his whole body and competing with another strong man. The Shampoo Islands. Because I found out that there were no Tianlong people operating on the island recently, Kyle and his group also lost the target of the robbery, so they had to do the serious business directly. What? Let me take the coating. If you don't go tilde I still have so much wine to drink here. Why do you have to be tired and make that money? Shachi's quarrel at the bar. An old man with long white hair sitting opposite Kyle heard Kyle's request and immediately showed a resistant expression. He waved his hand and persuaded Kyle to retreat like a fly. At this moment, Shachi, who was convex and erect, had no idea that she was already quite old, came to Kyle with a glass of ice drink in her hand. She smiled apologetically and looked beautifully curled up. It seems that your negotiations are not going well. I'm so sorry. Brother Kyle, my old guy has become willful, but no one can do it tilde. It doesn't matter. Kyle smiled gently. But when he turned his head again, there was a strange look in his eyes. Riley, who noticed Kyle's aura, was suddenly stunned. And just then, Kyle spoke. I think you misunderstood, Uncle Rayleigh. I have never said I want to give you money. Rail, opposite Kyle, suddenly fell silent. Even Shachi, who had just turned around, suddenly stopped. Kyle suddenly leaned forward, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Uncle Rayleigh, you don't want to be known by the Navy. The deputy captain of the Roger Pirates is hiding under the noses of the Navy and the world government, right? It is good for everyone to help us coat the boat and let us enter the new world smoothly. Tilde. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly gushed out from Rayleigh's body. You little kid, you know my identity and you dare to talk to me like this. You are very brave tilde. Ha ha ha, thank you for your praise, I have always been like this. Kyle's momentum remained unabated and instantly collided with Rayleigh's domineering aura. The dark lightning burst into the narrow bar. The entire tavern was crumbling and in danger. Hey tilde you too. Shachi on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and suddenly a plate of the table was inserted into the confrontation between Kyle and Rayleigh, preventing the two from breaking up the house. Under Shachi's scarlet pupils after turning black, the momentum of the two suddenly stumbled. But how could Kyle, who was preparing to have sex for free, miss this opportunity? He provoked Rayleigh directly. Uncle, do you want to make a bet with me? We fight, you win, I will pack your annual wine money, and I will win, and you will obediently coat my boat. By the way, write down your 3-color domineering cultivation insights. How about it? Good boy, so I'm waiting for me here. Rayleigh's eyes were glittering. Although he was very moved by Kyle's bet, he did not agree in the end. With Shachi, a powerful intelligence businessman, he actually knows Kyle, a miracle pirate who emerged from nowhere. But because of some understanding, Rayleigh knew very well. Kyle is not the person he wants to wait for, nor is he the guy he gets along with. So he was not interested in Kyle's affairs at all. But at this moment, Kyle suddenly stretched out 3 fingers to him. If you win, you will be able to earn 3 years of money for your alcohol. Little devil, you. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and looked at Kyle dangerously. But before he could speak, Kyle's finger stretched out again and put a palm in front of him. 5 years. And, I can use the power of the pirates to help you collect famous wines from all over the world. Enough. Rayleigh roared suddenly. He stretched out his trembling hand, slowly took off his glasses, and wiped them with his clothes. Enough. Rayleigh spoke and looked at Kyle. I'll take your bet. Roger, don't blame me for being moved by this kid. It was really what he gave, so many. Kyle smiled slightly. Very good, I happen to know a place that is very suitable for the 2 of us to fight. Come with me, One Piece's right wrist. Kyle suddenly stretched out his palm and buckled it directly on Rayleigh's shoulder. The next moment, when he had no reaction, he launched the instant movement and took him back to the deck of the Tiga. At this time, all members of the Twilight Pirates who had been prepared, from top to bottom, including all the Kung Fu manatees, stood on both sides of the deck. After seeing Kyle's figure, an expectant smile immediately appeared on his face. When Kyle left, he said he wanted to give them a powerful domineering teacher back. I didn't expect that I had already found it so soon. Now, their cultivation speed in domineering can increase by a lot. Chapter 181 Kyle's Power. Welcome to our practice room, Mr. Rayleigh. In an empty and huge space, Kyle opened his arms and grinned at Rayleigh, who was shocked in front of him. Even the knowledgeable Rayleigh still had a vast world when he saw the Tiga hull, and he showed a shocked expression. Of course, what surprised him even more was members of the Dusk Pirates who had surrounded the entire sky at this time. Feeling those strong and majestic auras, and even a few auras that are almost not weaker than him. This time, Rayleigh finally fully understood the overall strength of the Twilight Pirates. It's really incredible, Tilda. Is this really just the cohesion that a pirate group that has just debuted for more than a year? Rayleigh raised his head and glanced at the people who could even feel the threat. A Tailed Man, Clockdal, Thor, Enelu, Shadow Magician, Moonlight Moria, Golden Swordsman, Roranoa Zoro. No matter which of these people is taken alone, they are enough to become a maritime overlord and compete with the heroes of the New World. In addition, Dasky, Nami, Robin, Perona. The beautiful young girls also exuded aura that was beyond the reach of strangers. Although Rayleigh could not specifically feel the power of the other world in them, his powerful domineering attitude was constantly reminding him. If he dares to underestimate these ladies, his fate will not be very good. The rest, such as Cavendish, Drake, Brooke, Lucy, Kaku, Bartolomeo and several supernovas led by R.O. No matter how Rayleigh looked at it, he didn't think they would be inferior ministers. But in this pirate group, they are only in the second and third echelons with extraordinary potential. This can be seen from the specific positions of the members. What a terrifying pirate group! Rayleigh whispered in a low voice. He was sure that if such a group of people attacked him, he might not even be able to make any waves. This is definitely not because he is old and his strength has declined sharply. But the pirates in front of you are too powerful. Such a formation made him recall the battle that laid the foundation for the overlord of their Roger Pirates. At that time, their opponent was the Rocks Pirates, who also had a large number of talented and powerful people. Will history repeat itself again? Rayleigh didn't know. He only knew that if he was not serious in the next battle, then his, One Piece's right wrist, would be embarrassing. It is so obedient to be able to gather such a group of strong men together. How powerful is Kyle's strength? Will he be the next Rocks? At this moment, Rayleigh suddenly realized that he had agreed to the gambling because of the money he had spent several years on drinking, and he was still a little bit over the top. Fine. Even if he loses, he won't lose anything. A bright silver scimitar instantly poked out from Rayleigh's side. The dark-armed color immediately attached to it. Countless black lightning burst out from the air, as if to tear the void apart. Seeing Rayleigh suddenly approaching like a black lightning bolt, Kyle's face instantly showed an excited expression. "That's it," he shouted excitedly with a loud laugh. "You use your big move as soon as you come up. It's really my choice." Seeing that Rayleigh used the technique of tangling the Overlord color without saying a word, Kyle's eyes flashed golden. Nowadays, the two-color domineering cultivation guide provided by Zeta to him is useless to everyone in the Twilight Pirates. The reason why he invited Rayleigh to fight in the training room was to secretly learn the essential skills of the world's top combat power. The domineering color is entangled. He is domineering and is known as the kingly qualification that only one out of millions of people will appear. But after all, this is just a special force formed by following the laws of the pirate world and combining powerful mental power with chi and blood. It is just because there is no way to exercise mental power in the pirate world, so it seems so precious that the domineering. But as the level of the partners in the Twilight Pirates continues to increase, their spiritual attributes become stronger and stronger. At this time, many people on the Tiga had already awakened their domineering spirit. Even Nami can now easily release powerful mental shocks and shake the enemy. Although Longma, a former top zombie, was guided by him, he was limited by his own corpse and many things could not be displayed. So much so that in the entire pirate group, only Zoro found a little bit of domineering door to dominatedness. Even Kyle has the 7 orifices that have the 6 orifices, but it has no idea. Now that there is such a good opportunity, if you don't get something for free from Rayleigh, Kyle feels like he's losing money, and he's like a little bug crawling all over. And, in addition to being entangled with domineering aura, this former strong man can just test the level of me now. The breathing method of the sun. Start up. Tilda. Faced with Rayleigh's strong attack, Kyle suddenly pressed down the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a hot breath suddenly flew out from his mouth like a boiling fire dragon. In this moment, Kyle's body also turned into a sun shape with golden light and flame intertwined. In the first collision, Kyle did not rush to become a big deal, but did not use the complete form. He instantly condensed all his strength and domineering aura, armed his fist, and then slammed the sharp blade that Rayleigh swung. Pong! A huge thunderous sound rang out instantly. Immediately afterwards, the shock waves that were like tsunami rushed out in all directions. In the Pirates at Dusk, several people who were prepared in advance instantly created various barriers to protect the members who were not qualified to peek at the battle with their own eyes. Through the wind barrier in front of him, Luo and others, who had just joined the Pirates in the dusk, were stunned. Everyone was stunned and looked at the middle of the training room in disbelief. The black and red figures collided with each other. Is that really something humans can do? The cigar in Capone's mouth fell directly to the ground and muttered to himself. Although I know that the boss he newly recognized is not immortal. But is this power a little too much? At the center of the battlefield, the first collision is like just a signal. Kyle and Rayleigh instantly began to fight with you and me. However, what surprised Rayleigh was. He had clearly put out all his strength, but the young man opposite was always able to seize the gap in his attack. Either defend his moves firmly or directly attack his flaws. Especially when seeing the calm expression on Kyle's face, Rayleigh was secretly amazed in his heart. Could this kid have cultivated his domineering spirit to the extreme and awakened his ability to predict the future? Also, looking at his calm and gentle appearance, shouldn't it be? Isn't this his full strength? Rayleigh smiled bitterly in his heart. After being shocked, he suddenly felt abandoned by the times. Although he has lived in seclusion for many years, he has always thought that he has not been away from that circle. But Kyle's appearance forced him to think. Is he really old? Hey, Uncle Rayleigh, he dares to distract himself when fighting with me. You're not serious, right? Boom. Taking advantage of the fluctuation of Rayleigh's mind, Kyle suddenly punched and smashed the fist wrapped around the sun fire hard on Rayleigh's abdomen. What? Rayleigh's face changed. The next moment, a large charred hole was burned by the flames. The terrifying power and the hot yang flame directly bombarded Rayleigh's body, turning him directly into a flying fire meteor and smashed towards the border of the cultivation room. Fortunately, the boundaries of the cultivation room have the characteristics of indestructible and absorbing all impacts. Otherwise, Rayleigh, who was hit by Kyle, would have to live at least 3 years less. Ahem tilde what an incongruous little guy. He was so cruel to me as soon as he got up. Rayleigh, who was most of his body rushing to be absorbed by the boarder, stood up and complained while covering his injured chest. But the next moment, Kyle's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. "It's obviously because you're not serious enough, right, Uncle Rayleigh?" Rayleigh was excited. Without having time to think about it, he bulged the muscles in his body, then suddenly kicked hard, bursting out with lightning speed, and instantly left the place. Next second, a beam of light that was so incandescent that it seemed to dispel the colors of the whole world suddenly came to where he was just now. Boom! The ground of the training room made a wail, and the land began to sink continuously. Fortunately, the scenes in the training room will be restored every morning, so Kyle doesn't have to worry about destroying the training room with all his strength. Rayleigh, who escaped from the disaster, turned around and looked at the ground bombarded by the white light, and his face became gloomy. "This little devil, shouldn't it want to kill me here?" Quote. "Didn't you just refuse to code him?" As for this, although he complained so much in his heart, Rayleigh's movements in his hands were not slow at all. Taking advantage of the gap when Kyle had just launched a magic move and entered a short hard straight state, he directly swung a huge black slash and slashed towards Kyle in the sky. However, Kyle, who has a super intuitive feeling, had long expected that Rayleigh would do this. He used his instant move directly, easily avoiding Riley's attack, and even his body appeared behind Riley. There will be people who are aggressive and upright, of course there will be more than Kyle. While Rayleigh had not successfully put away the knife, Kyle directly ignored martial arts and another flame fist added to the breath of the sun, hitting Rayleigh's back. Let him turn into a meteor again and fly to the other end of the training room. The breathing method of the sun is a skill move that is equivalent to a percentage increase and is strong when encountering strong. Nowadays, Kyle's basic combat power has long reached the world's top stage with the increase in the system. After blessing the sun's breathing method, it is naturally even more terrifying and unmatched. Looking at Rayleigh, who was knocked out by himself again, Kyle clenched his fists and thought to himself. It seems that 80% of the power is still too powerful. Since that's the case, then seal the instant movement and the white dragon destroying magic, and only use the sun's breathing technique to fight against it. After a few simple rounds of fights, Kyle already had a similar understanding of his strength. Although Rayleigh is old, there must be a big gap from his peak state. But even so, his strength is above the Emperor's deputy, even far beyond that. It must be stronger than the future generals, Fugit and Green Bull. As for whether it can be compared with the current 3 generals of the Navy, Kyle has no idea. However, even a strong man of this level, if Kyle wants to, he can defeat him in a very short time. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat a 4 emperor or a powerful man at the level of a Navy general. I just don't know what kind of performance it would be if I fought against multiple powerful men at the emperor and general level at the same time. Even though he already has such peerless power, Kyle still dares not call himself invincible. After all, the world government has ruled the world for 800 years. Their power is still a mystery in Kyle's heart. During these 800 years, most of the world's resources and fruit abilities have been controlled by the Tianlong people. The devil fruit has a variety of abilities. Who knows whether there are any inherited fruit abilities in the pirate world, which can allow the world government to bless one person with 800 years of accumulation. Just like the twist fruit of vapor, it can bring together the combat power of multiple general-level generals at the same time. Although the power of 1 + 1 is not necessarily greater than 2. But it can definitely make people break through the limit and become an existence greater than 1. And there is no more than this fruit ability to do this in the world. Song fruit, combination fruit, Momo fruit and various magical beast species fruits with their own magical abilities. These are the powers that Kyle dares not underestimate, and they are also the powers he is constantly looking for. Be careful to sail the ship for thousands of years. The battle in the training room continued to go on. After Kyle sealed several of his skills and some of his strength one after another, the battle once again reached a fever pitch. The two of them fought back and forth, and the fight was very lively. At the same time, it also allowed everyone in the Twilight Pirates to truly see what the world's top power looks like. This battle lasted for a whole day and a night. In the end, Rayleigh was unable to continue to maintain a high-level battle because he was exhausted and could not continue to fight. And it was a bit embarrassed to pull Kyle, who had been fighting for so long after being 76 years old. Let others take him to the crew dormitory to recover their strength first. As for the subsequent cultivation methods of the three-color domineering aura, we can only talk about it after Mr. Rayleigh recovers. However, Kyle believes that after watching such a high-level battle, his partners will definitely improve. At least, he found that Zoro, wearing the golden holy clothes, seemed to have entered an epiphany, and found a quiet corner to communicate and integrate with the domineering aura with his own small universe. Make it his own. Stronger power. The potential of peerless talent is completely blooming at this moment. Chapter 182 Capture the Neptune. A moment later, in the crew dormitory of the Tiga. Boy, what's going on with you? Riley lay in a mess on a big bed, his abdomen fluctuating violently, and he raised his head in disbelief and looked at Kyle, who was not at all tired on his face. Faced with his doubts, Kyle, who had just walked into the house, immediately grinned. You are old, Uncle Rayleigh. The world now is the world of young people. Nonsense. Despite his extremely tired body, Riley, whose mouth was still extremely firm, immediately retorted. Your strength is so embarrassing to say that you are a young man. Ha 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 tilde. Kyle laughed happily and showed off his own feelings a few times, strong arms. Maybe. But. He suddenly walked to Rayleigh with an extremely confident smile on his face. According to the previous agreement, Uncle Riley, you must coat the Tiga for free. And write down all your insights about the domineering nature of the three colors. Although Kyle also wanted to ask the old man in front of him if he was interested in joining his pirate group and go crazy again. But considering that the result was an inevitable rejection, he did not send an invitation in the end. And Rayleigh, who lost the bet, suddenly sighed. Well. I don't know whether he was feeling sorry for his defeat or regretting the free wine he had not received. I see. Rayleigh sat up slowly, supported his head with one hand, blocking half of his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. In the next few days, Rayleigh lived directly on the Tiga. With the cooking skills of several famous chef templates, he completely fell in love with this magical battleship. Even when he was having a meal, Kyle half-jokingly told him that he had to board the boat and travel together for a while. He obviously hesitated for a moment. But after all, he was old, and Rayleigh still did not agree to Kyle's invitation. But fortunately, he did not deliberately extend the construction period because he was greedy for the wine and food of the Tiga. 5 days later. A smooth and bright thick film-like soap bubbles completely wrapped the entire Tiga. Next, as soon as Shout Tiga moves the mechanism below the hull, the bubble film will instantly bulge and send the hull underwater. Although Kyle thought about it for a long time, he still couldn't understand what the principle is. But what if he doesn't matter? As long as it is easy to use. More importantly, Frankie, who has been following Rayleigh in the past few days, has successfully learned the coding method with his construction talent. Frank even told Kyle that he wanted to build a special machine room on the Tiga to store a large number of bubbles used to coat the ship. At that time, as long as the Tiga is turned on, it can instantly enter the diving form, and achieve true omnipotence. And Kyle naturally agreed with Frank's idea and strongly supported it. The only problem now is that you need to wait for the Tiga to be upgraded again and install the shipworking room before you can start construction. Otherwise, even if Frank creates this government city, the effect will not be too ideal. Hey, Kid Kyle. The Shampoo Islands are on the edge of the empty port due to the arrival of the pirates at dusk. Rayleigh threw a martial arts secret book, written by staying up late, into Kyle's hand. He smiled and said, I have fulfilled the bet, and we will have nothing to do with you next. It's really ruthless, Uncle Rayleigh. Kyle glanced at him in disgust. I don't know who drank too much last night, and held the kung fu manatee and complained about the bitter water, saying something like, I'm old, and a new era has arrived. However, with more important things right now, Kyle no longer has the idea of exposing Rayleigh's stubbornness. He opened the key points of the three-color domineering training that Rayleigh gave him, his eyes shaking quickly, and read the general content. After a while. Very good. Bang. Kyle suddenly took notes and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Above this note, it introduces in detail how the three-color domineering aura should break through the shackles and play new tricks after it has been developed to the extreme after awakening. With the skills in the notes and the concentration of the practice room, the effect of practicing. It won't take long before the pirates will be added to the Dusk Pirates, which can expose the domineering armed spirit and use the domineering spirit to entangle the domineering spirit. It's a pity that Rayleigh's own domineering attitude has not yet been cultivated to the extreme, so there are very few introductions to this part in the notes. Otherwise, in the near future, predicting the future on Tiga will never be a rare ability. But it's enough. Kyle shook the notes in his hand and smiled at Rayleigh. Thank you, Uncle Riley Tilda. This time, I owe you a favor. From the content of this note, we can see that Rayleigh is really writing down what he knows. It was obviously not that much trouble, and Kyle wouldn't say anything. But he just did that. This made Kyle have a better impression of Rayleigh. In the face of Kyle's thanks, Rayleigh also grinned lightly and waved his hand. Go away quickly, little dear. The paradise is too small, it can't tolerate you weirdos. Take your people quickly and go to the new world to continue to be a disaster. In the past few days, as long as you have free time, Clockdell, Zoro and others will find opportunities to compete with Rayleigh. Although they were all defeated by the elderly Riley in the end, at the same time, this also allowed Riley to see the potential of the gang of members of the Dusk Pirates. Simply put, it is just two words: monster. Apart from this word, Rayleigh doesn't know how to describe these guys. Especially for Zoro, Rayleigh actually saw a trace of Douglas Barrett in him. You know, that guy is much younger than him, but his strength is not weaker than him. Heyday. It can be said to be a peerless monster that is rare in Rayleigh's life. At this time, although Zoro was still slightly inferior in strength, his potential was even more dazzling than that of the young Barrett. Ha 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 ha. Kyle laughed after hearing Rayleigh's words. No need to say, I will do that too. But Uncle Riley, I have a premonition that it won't take long before you will come to me to get this favor. Rayleigh frowned. Based on his understanding of Kyle, he felt that Kyle was not aimless. However, Kyle seemed to be deliberately provoking him. Just as he was about to look up and ask, Kyle waved directly to him. Okay, Uncle Rayleigh. It's getting late, so we'll leave first. As he said that, Kyle turned around and shouted to the sky. Little Tiga, spread the coating. We're leaving. Plop. As a colorful bubble wrapped the Tiga, the entire warship instantly dived into the bottom of the water, talking about the fluctuations of the current, heading towards the Fishman Island at the bottom of the sea. This kid. Riley on the shore looked at the disappearing Tiga, with a hint of laughter and crying expression on his face. I don't know if it's right or wrong to hand over the domineering skills to them. He suddenly looked up, looked at the sky in the distance, and murmured alone. Roger, your prophecy seems to be going to fail. This is really rare, ha 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 ha. Rayleigh's face suddenly rose mysteriously. Underwater world. The golden sunlight passes through the water layer, refracting the halo of waves, illuminating the entire underwater world. When they learned that the Tiga was deep into the sea, many people walked out of the cabin and enjoyed the rare scenery. So beautiful, Tilda. Is this the deep sea? Dasky, who had long hair, looked even more gentle and elegant. He pushed the frame hanging on the bridge of his nose with one hand, showing an expectant look at the beauty of the outside world. Nami and the others on the side also showed similar expressions. Even Clockdell and Moria, who have been in New World and even entered several times, have their eyes flowing. After many years, I didn't expect that they would enter the New World in this way. As the Tiga continues to dive, the sea is showing its vast side to the people of the pirates in the dusk. Everyone stood on the deck of the Tiga, laughing. Even when entering the deep sea area where the sun cannot shine, under Kyle's white dragon destroy magic, the surroundings of Tiga were as bright as daytime, without any impact. But in the depths of the seabed that has been in a quiet and dark state since ancient times, the appearance of a light source like an incandescent lamp will inevitably disturb some of the indigenous people who originally lived here. Not long after, around the Tiga, several large sea kings, even larger than Rab, appeared, hovering around the Tiga. However, Kyle was not surprised at all when facing these giants. It would be better to say that this is exactly the picture he wants to see. Looking at the large sea kings around the Tiga, Kyle's mouth suddenly rose. Finally some decent guys filled a gap in the aquarium. As he spoke, a red and white elf ball suddenly appeared in his hand. It's decided it's you, Rab. Shock these old guys a little Pokemon. Go. Swish. Kyle threw it hard, and the elf ball instantly turned into a stream of light, breaking through the bubble film straight into the deep sea. The next moment, the island whale Rabu, which had been restored to its normal size, appeared directly in front of the Tiga, blocking all the Neptune species from the boundaries. The released Rab looked extra excited. After all, this is its first battle after joining the Twilight Pirates. Looking at the Aquaman in front of him, which was several times larger than his size or even dozens of times larger than his own, it took the lead in launching an attack without any hesitation. Ow! A low chirping suddenly sounded in the deep sea. Sound waves with strange energy are transmitted quickly to the ears of Neptune through the conduction of seawater. Pokémon moves, roar. In the game, this skill can force the opponent to change Pokémon. But in reality, this is an absolute spiritual impact. Under the influence of the sudden attack, all the Aquamans were stunned in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a silent tsunami suddenly appeared in this deep-sea world. Traveled tide spin. All the Aquamans didn't even understand the situation, and were instantly swept into it by an inexplicable vortex and began to rotate. There were only a few guys who were too large, who were not bound by the undersea vortex. After breaking through Rabu's moves, they cast an angry look at Rabu. That look was like looking at a traitor. Even though the IQ of advanced sea kings is no less than that of humans, they are still a kind of wild beasts, and some of them belong to beasts. Seeing Rab attacking them for no reason, these guys instantly became angry and swam towards Rab with a roar. Only they are destined to pay the price for their impulses. Rab, who loaded the roaring whale king, was completely equivalent to eating a strange Superman-type devil fruit. I saw that he had no fear in his eyes when facing the huge sea king that was hit. A bright gray light flashed obscurely on the surface of its skin. Rab instantly set off and ran into the Aquaman who was much larger than him. I vowed a fight to the death. Boom. It was clearly at the bottom of the deep sea, and the collision between Kolabu and Aquaman still made a dull loud noise. Next moment, the expression on the face of the Sea King that collided with Rab instantly became colorful. From the beginning of the strong fighting spirit, to doubt and shock, to the end of the fear and horror. Under Rabu's body, the Aquaman, which is several times larger than Rabu, suddenly compressed his body, his skin wrinkled, and a large amount of blood poured over the whole piece. Steel attribute moves, heavy impact. Rabu, who was already thick and familiar with him, used the steel-attributed Pokemon energy, his body became harder than metal. The Aquaman who only knows how to rush around is like an ordinary pirate encountering a CP0 that uses iron blocks. Not only is the attack invalid, it will also be impacted by the interaction force. Ow! A happy smile suddenly flashed in Rab's eyes, killing a huge sea king. Seeing that an enemy who should be stronger than him was hit by him with one blow. That kind of pleasure is simply indescribable. Instantly, Rab suddenly swept his fighting gaze to every Aquaman present. It felt like it was thinking about who to choose to be the sandbag. Soon, a bloody storm appeared at the bottom of the sea. And at the same time, Kyle Antigua was not idle either. He was holding an ordinary flashlight, And now inside the bubble film of the Tiga, he was commanding a group of kung fu manatees who could move freely in the deep sea, pulling the Neptune defeated by Rab to his front. Under the illumination of the narrowing lamp, all of these aquarium turned into the size of goldfish, and were sent to the aquarium with excitement by Moria. As for why he was so happy, that's because these Aquamans are all the best objects for him to absorb shadows in the future. The Aquaman is huge in size, and its shadow is still extremely huge. The shadow of a sea king is enough to be comparable to dozens of ancient dinosaurs. How could this not make Moria excited? With the size of the aquarium today, even if these aquariums have returned to their normal physique, there will be no problems. Moria seemed to have expected. It won't take long before he can defeat Clockdale with these shadows of Aquaman and completely gain a foothold in the Pirates in the Dusk. Chapter 183 New Fishman Pirates. Hey 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 hey. A great harvest. A great harvest. In the claustrophobic deep-sea world, Molia's strange laughter echoed inexplicably, adding another evil aura to this mysterious and dangerous place. As the large sea kings were defeated by Rab, they became the new residents in the Tiga Aquarium. The entire sea area soon became quiet. After more than 10 minutes. Although Rab kept making sarcastic roars around the Tiga, he still received no response. It's okay, Rab. At this moment, Kyle suddenly called out and stopped Rab, who was acting recklessly in the sea. He chuckled and took out the narrow light in his hand and shone it at Rabu. Moment. The whale, which originally looked like a ridge, turned into a small pet dozens of centimeters. The shrinking rag, shaking its tail, passed through the bubble film and fell into the Tiga. A wisp of breeze suddenly dragged its body. Thank you for your hard work, Rab. Kyle spoke with a smile. After receiving a response from Little Rab's excited tweet, he immediately asked Brooke to take Little Rab to return to the aquarium. Now that these sea kings have just been arrested, they will inevitably make a big fuss. Letting Rabu be there also serves as a deterrent effect. Although Little Rab has not been involved in the Twilight Pirates for a long time, the panel level is not too high. But because of his outstanding strength and excellent physical strength, he can fully develop the strength of the Ocean Overlord level with the various skills brought by the Roaring Whale King panel. After solving these large sea kings, the Tiga continued to dive downward with the current. 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Soon, a golden light as bright as the scorching sun appeared in front of Kyle and others. It's finally here, Tilda. Kyle took back the light magic surrounding the Tiga, with a longing smile on his face. If he can, he plans to take away a group of fishmen and mermaids this time and place them in the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums as the reserve force of the pirates. I just don't know if Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, will give him the 7 warriors CA face. Little Tiga, speed up and enter Fishman Island as soon as possible. Looking at the Fishman Island, which was protected in huge bubbles in front of him and was no different from the land, Kyle immediately issued an order. Okay, Captain Kyle. Little Tiga responded instantly. Under his control, the bubbles are thinner part of the air in the membrane suddenly hit the bubble film, coming to the deep sea, forming one air bubble after another, like elves pulling the reins, bringing forward propulsion to the Tiga. In this deep sea without any airflow, Little Tiga's ability was epically weakened. Now he can only use this method to make the Tiga move forward quickly. Around the Tiga, several groups of fish of different sizes danced back and forth, as if curious about what kind of creature this alien species was. These scenes that were absolutely invisible on land instantly made the women on the deck smile relaxed and happy. However, at this moment, something seemed to appear in the deep sea. All the fish fled in an instant. What's wrong? Ranchi, whose strength has not improved much, showed a puzzled expression. Nami, who was by his side, seemed to recall some bad past and pouted in discomfort. These annoying fishmen are really lingering. A sharp storm suddenly formed in her hands, ready to attack at any time. Several sea beasts suddenly appeared in front of the hull of Tiga, blocking the way forward of Tiga. A teasing voice came from behind the sea beast. Yo 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 Tilda. Look at who is here. I really didn't expect that I could meet such a big man in the depths of this seabed. The king is under the 7 warriors. See, Kyle. Several fishmen sitting on the sea beast showed their heads, looking at the Tiga surrounded by the sea beast. All of them showed a teasing and disdainful look. Are you? Kyle's eyes froze, and a dangerous aura suddenly flashed in his eyes. He instantly recognized the identities of the fishmen on the opposite side. New Fishmen Pirates. This is a racist pirate group formed by Haughty Jones and inherited the will of Aaron, who must let the fish rule humanity. Due to the advantages of the Fishman race, this pirate group will wander around the Fishman Island if they are fine. After encountering a human ship, they will threaten the other party with the powerful advantage of the Fishman in the deep sea and join the Fishman pirate group. In just a few years, the new Fishman pirate group has gathered an army of 70,000 fishmen and 30,000 humans. Of course, there are only a few who are truly capable. 100,000 army, to put it bluntly, it is just 100,000 miscellaneous fish. Anyone who has been in the pirates for more than half a year in the evening can directly deal with these miscellaneous fish. But mixed fish also have the benefits of mixed fish. I don't know if I can let Neptune give up these 70,000 fish in exchange for the safety of Fishman Island. By the way, let Princess White Star come out too. So since there are all princesses, it is also very necessary to come a few mermaids. Kyle suddenly started to think about it secretly. However, his silence came to the eyes of those Fishman pirates, but it became human helplessness and cowardice in the deep sea. The leader of the Fishman instantly grinned and showed an arrogant and domineering expression. Humph tilde. So what if it is the 7 warriors? See. In this deep sea, you should kneel down to our Fishman obediently. Sure enough. Boss Haughty Jones is right. Fish and genius is the most powerful race in the world. The one who ruled this world should be our fish talent. Hey, Kyle. How are you thinking about it? A person who knows the times is a hero. If you don't want to bring your subordinates to the sea together, I advise you to kneel down and join our new Fishman pirates. Kyle, who was thinking about how to try not to use force, was suddenly stunned. He raised his head inexplicably. What? So you are still here? Molia, solve them. Little Tiga, keep moving forward. Enter Fishman Island as soon as possible, and there are still a lot of things to do later. Yes, Captain Kyle. Hey, Kyle. After a moment of froze, the fish people suddenly realized that they were ignored and their faces changed drastically. The leading fishman suddenly raised the spear in his hand and pointed the sharp spear tip at the Tiga. I saw his face gloomy. Okay, you guys. I dare to ignore the existence of our fishman. Since that's the case, you all go to hell for me. Even if you are the 7 warriors. See, you are just a worm in this deep sea. Go to die. Damn human. Whoosh. In the deep sea, a cold light suddenly pierced into the darkness like lightning, piercing towards the bubble film of the Tiga. As a race in the deep sea, this fishman is indeed very strong. Even if it is placed in a great root, you can still get a reward of tens of millions of Baileys. And deep in the seabed of the main venue, its danger will increase by a factor of magnitude. But, pong! A crisp sound of gold and iron collision suddenly resounded at the bottom of the sea. The spear that had originally stabbed at Tiga instantly turned around and stabbed towards a sea beast as if it was hitting some hard object. Ow! The inexplicable attack instantly made the sea beast scream in panic. The next moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the sea and continued to expand. Hey 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 hey! Accompanied by a strange laugh, the shadow warrior controlled by Moria appeared instantly. And under the power of shadow dragon destroying magic, a shadow monster was finally formed. Its huge size is not smaller than those sea beasts, even more than that. What is this? The Fishman pirates became panicked in an instant. But Molia, who received Kyle's order, would not give them any reaction time. The shadow monster's hands suddenly turned into 2 shadow blades, and then they slashed at all the sea beasts and fish people without hesitation. Of course, based on the principle that mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are, Molia did not kill them. After a shadow blade slashed the sea beast, he directly controlled the shadow to turn into a large net, fishing the sea beasts back to the Tiga one by one. With Kyle's operation of shrinking the lights, several sea beasts instantly turned into a group of tropical fish and were thrown into the aquarium one by one. Next, whether it is used as an ingredient or the nutrients that Moria absorbs shadows depends on their own luck. After losing the sea beast, the fishman pirates naturally couldn't make any storms and were all captured by Moria's shadow. For these fishmen, Kyle also did not kill them directly, but asked Luo to take out their hearts and then hypnotize them with Yudu. Maybe these fishmen can just become the decisive evidence for his negotiations with Neptune. For the rest of the Twilight Pirates, the emergence of the new Fishman Pirates is just a very inconspicuous episode. The Tiga continues to move forward. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of Fishman Island. At this time, the big Prince Shark Star in Neptune was guarding the entrance. After seeing a ship approaching Fishman Island, his expression became serious instantly. He waved his hand to the Fishman guards beside him and said, "Stop the ships in front and check their identities. Because the Fishman and the Mermaid are treasures in the Shambodian Island slave exchange." So even though Whitebeard has announced to the world that Fishman Island belongs to his territory, but every time, there will still be brave guys who are blinded by interests and come to Uran Island for trafficking. That's why Neptune specially sent his son to take turns to guard the entrance, strictly investigate and guard it, and not let a group of human traffickers enter the Mermaid Island. However, the fish soldiers who have always obeyed orders were rarely stunned when they received the order from Prince Shark Star. A fishman in charge of looking at the fish choked up, put down the telescope in his hand, and then said to Shark Star, "Big Your Highness, Your Highness. It seems something is wrong. The flag opposite seems to be from the King's 7 Warriors Sea, the Twilight Pirates." "What did you say?" Shark Star suddenly stood up, and the strong shark's tail supported it with force, moving quickly on the ground without seawater. Soon, he came to the vicinity of the lookout hand, took the telescope in his hand, and began to investigate. After a while, he put down his telescope with a nervous expression. "There will be no mistake, that is the flag of the Twilight Pirates. It's strange. Can't the 7 Warriors Sea take a safer world government Red Clay Continental Channel? Why did they come to Fishman Island?" Shark Star murmured in confusion. "If something goes wrong, there will be a demon." He instantly realized the abnormality. After his thoughts moved, he said directly to the fish soldiers next to him, "You stay here and check that ship according to normal procedures. But after the inspection is completed, let them wait outside the Fishman Island. Before I come back, I must not let them enter Fishman Island." "Yes, Your Highness Shark Star." Several fish soldiers stood attentively and responded. "Although I felt extremely frightened when I thought that the other party was a strong man who could be on par with Lord Jinping. But as soldiers, defending their country is their mission." Shark Xing nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly turned around and rushed towards the direction of the palace city. While walking, he took out the phone bug and reported the current situation to the royal palace city. He must report this matter to his father immediately, and he will decide how to deal with the pirates in the evening. On the other side, it seems that Fishman Island doesn't welcome us very much. Through the domineering nature of seeing and hearing, Kyle, who had completely heard the conversation between Shark Star and the soldiers, couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. Although this was as expected, he was turned away from him as soon as he started. This still made Kyle and the others feel a little unhappy. Even Enelu buckled his ears, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. HMPH. A mere mermaid island really takes yourself seriously. Captain Kyle, if you want me to tell me, let's just be quicker and conquer this mermaid island. I can definitely beat the island of this size in half. At that time, half of them will stay where they are, and the benevolence and righteousness will be done. Half directly pull back to the magnetic drum kingdom and build an undersea amusement park. Those merchants and nobles who have never seen fishmen or mermaids will definitely come to meet the mermaids with a bunch of pele's. The business must be very hot. I have to say that after following Kyle for a long time, even Eniro, the Elm Head, is more or less enlightened. Just facing Eniro's proposal, Kyle chuckled and shook his head. Don't be so violent, Eniro. Peace is hard won. If you can solve problems through negotiation, don't use force. Certainly. If someone just doesn't want our plan to go smoothly. That's a good way to shut up if you properly show some power. The Tiga continued to move forward and drifted along the current. Several fish soldiers walked forward tremblingly. Although I was very scared, I still raised the weapon in my hand and ordered it according to the rules and regulations. Stop the boat. You have entered the territory of the Mermaid Kingdom. Next, please cooperate with our inspection. Chapter 184 The Deal with Neptune. Check. I don't think so. Faced with the interception of a group of fish soldiers, Kyle smiled softly. After all, there are still several fishmen tied up on my boat. Bang! With a crisp snap of his fingers, several fishman pirates tied up by 5 flowers were instantly sent out by Little Tiga and placed directly in front of several fishman soldiers. Kyle knew that they would definitely not be able to pass border inspections normally with such suspected kidnapping and trafficking of fishmen. What's more, he could not let others enter the cabin of the Tiga at will. As Kyle expected, after seeing the unconscious fishman pirates, the soldiers' faces instantly became extremely ugly. They suddenly looked up, and the anger gushed in their eyes made them forget the identity of the person in front of them. Human, what do you mean? The leader of the fish soldier shouted loudly. For hundreds of years, Mermaid Island has been living in the evil thoughts of human beings, so it is particularly sensitive to human traffickers' affairs. Now seeing Kyle tied up his compatriots so openly, how can this make them calm? However, facing the hatred gazes of several soldiers, Kyle waved his hand with a smile. Don't be so nervous, we are not slave traders. His eyes swept over the fishman pirates on the ground. These are fishman pirates who want to take advantage of the pressure of the deep sea to rob us. Considering that this behavior will seriously damage the relationship between the Mermaid Island and humans, I tied up a few of them. So that's how it is. Hearing Kyle's explanation, the expressions on the faces of several fish soldiers suddenly felt embarrassed. Realizing that they and others had misunderstood Kyle, they immediately relaxed their guard. I'm so sorry. I've heard that something like this happened recently, but they've been active outside the Mermaid Island, so we don't have any clues. Sorry, don't say it in advance. Kyle waved his hand and interrupted the conversation between the fish soldier. Then, a playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. This fishman, I have obtained some secret information from these fishmen. They seem to be carrying out some kind of action to overthrow the rule of Dragon Palace Castle in secret. What did you say? The faces of the fish soldiers changed drastically again. But Kyle continued. I can ensure the accuracy of the source of intelligence, so I want to. It's better to report this matter to your king. Iway get it. The Yurenbing looked skeptical on his face, but considering the orders given by His Highness the Great Prince, he did not immediately release Kyle and others. Just nodded seriously and said. Thank you for your information, let's contact Ryaguchi now. At the same time. The Palace of Yuren Island, in the Dragon Palace City. After learning about Kyle's arrival, the entire palace's top leaders became panicked in an instant. In the hall of Dragon Palace City, a group of ministers were already arguing. Your Majesty Neptune, the other party is a famous pirate in the world. Now he suddenly appears on Fishman Island bizarrely, it must be with some purpose. We'd better gather the army immediately and expel them. Wait a minute, if you do that, won't you offend Kyle and his gang to death? What if they really just pass by here? Don't forget, Fishman Island is the territory of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Even if he is in the 7 Warriors Sea, he will definitely not dare to make rash things here. But Lord Jinping is not here now, once they want to make trouble here, no one can stop him. There are 2 original 7 Warrior Seas, Clocdal and Molia, on their ship. The strength of the Twilight Pirates is not much worse than that of the 4 Emperors. Damn it, why did they come at this time? If Lord Jinping was still on Yuren Island, there would be no need to worry so much. The members of the Dragon Palace Castle ministers expressed their opinions. If you want to directly reject the pirates at dusk, some people who entered the human island also wanted to have peaceful contact with Kyle. For a moment, neither of the two sides could convince each other. In the end, everyone's eyes turned to the tall figure who was the most above the throne. The eldest Prince Shark Star couldn't help asking Nipton. "My father, it won't take too long for the soldiers at the entrance. We must make a decision as soon as possible whether to drive away or accept them." Two pale breaths erupted from Neptun's nasal cavity. I saw him frowning, showing a tangled look. Although Fishman Island is relatively backward in his heart, he also knows something about Kyle's Twilight Pirates. As a superior, he would not naively think that he could take the world government channel, but he would risk coming to the deep sea and the seabed. He just wanted to see the charm of the deep sea. Since they came to Fishman Island, they must have some purpose. So, should we let this group of dangerous guys enter Fishman Island? In the deep sea, their army may still have the power to fight. But once they enter the inner realm of Fishman Island, no one can stop them. Just when Neptun was struggling, a soldier hurried into the hall again and came to Neptun. "Your Majesty." The latest news came from the garrison at the entrance. The Twilight Pirates encountered attacks from members of the new Twilight Pirates outside the Fishman Islands. Now all the Fishmans have been controlled by the Twilight Pirates. But according to the oral narrative of the captain of the pirates in Dusk, he seems to have grasped some clues. The new Fishman pirates seem to be accumulating strength and preparing to overthrow Dragon Palace City and establish a new regime. "What did you say?" As soon as the soldiers finished speaking, Neptun had not reacted much, but a group of ministers from Dragon Palace City became angry first. "New Fishman pirates, they dare to do such a thing. I just said that the Fishman streak should have been rectified for a long time, and now that there has been completely the territory of the Fishman gangsters. Superating the regime. This is a bit outrageous, right? Isn't this an excuse made up by Kyle to enter Fishman Island?" The ministers began to suspicion again. Only Nipton on the throne suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and a trace of the majesty of the king and a little shock flashed in his pupils. He pondered for a moment and then made a decision. "Shake Star, the garrison at the entrance will send the pirates and their group at the dusk, please come to Dragon Palace City." Others may not know, but as the king of Fishman Island, Nipton also felt a little strange about the actions of the new Fishman pirates. Before leaving Fishman Island, Hexia Jinping also specifically reminded him to be careful of the new Fishman pirates. Now it seems that Jinping's reminder is not aimless tilde. As for the danger of Kyle, no matter what, Human Island is a white-bearded territory, and there is also a 7 warfare sea like the sea hero Jinping, so there is no need to be too afraid of being too arrogant. With the order from Neptun, the soldiers at the entrance immediately gave up the inspection of the Tiga and directly released Kyle and others. In order to show the sincerity of Dragon Palace City, the great Prince Shark Star even specially rode the Dragon Palace, which can operate in the air, made of giant sea beasts and bubble crafts, to welcome Kyle and others. Not long after, Kyle brought a few friends who wanted to see each other for a long time and came to the palace. "Good afternoon, Mr. Kyle." As soon as he entered the palace, a thick voice suddenly came from the heads of everyone. Kyle immediately looked up and saw Nipton, who was trying hard to show a smile. It can be seen that he really doesn't want to mess with Kyle and other people. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty Neptun." Under the guidance of the beautiful mermaid, Kyle and others sat down one by one. The little chopper, who saw a mermaid for the first time, stared at the mermaid's maid with golden eyes and excitedly. Little do you know. When he observed the mermaid's maid, his cute appearance also deserved the hearts of many mermaids. Girls, what they like most is chopper, which can become bigger and smaller tilde. On the other hand, after seeing Kyle sit down, Neptun also instantly got to the point. "His Excellency Kyle, you said before that the new Fishman pirates are plotting to rebel. Don't you know if you have decisive evidence for this?" Neptun straight to the point and asked directly. However, facing this problem, Kyle nodded first and then shook his head again. Just as Neptun was confused, Kyle spoke. "I do have the decisive evidence. But it may not apply to you." As he said that, Kyle raised his head and showed his dark and deep eyes to Neptune. He grinned and continued. I have a special ability to see what happened in the past or in the future. It's just that this ability has a certain randomness, and I must be exposed to some conditions before it can be triggered. It just so happened that after catching the fishmen from those new fishmen pirates, my ability was activated. Kyle leaned back slightly, leaning against the back of the chair, showing a confident look. Sure enough. After Kyle finished speaking, a bit of solemn flashed in Neptune's eyes. Obviously he had believed what Kyle said. After all, there is a powerful prophet on the Fishman Island. So Neptune did not have too much doubt about the power of prophecy. He was very thoughtful and immediately asked. My Excellency Kyle, what kind of future have you seen? War. Kyle's voice suddenly became cold and a hint of ruthlessness. I saw it. In the future of unknown how long, the new Fishman pirates led an army of 100,000 to launch a bloody battle on the Fishman Island. All life on Fishman Island, without exception, has been involved in this war. In order to completely destroy the regime of Ryugu Castle, a large number of Fishman pirates took photos of Princess Oki and let other fishmen and mermaids trample on them. If you don't do it, you will be shot on the spot. At the same time, above the Fishman Island, a huge ship was also constantly smashing into the film of Fishman Island. The entire Fishman Island is facing the crisis of destruction at all times. What? Neptune's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously imagined such a picture in his mind, and his heart was instantly occupied by anger. They actually dare to do such a thing with Oki's image. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Neptune was furious and his huge wavy hair began to float in the air. It was enough to see his anger at this moment. His Excellency Kyle, thank you very much for your advice. I have realized the seriousness of the incident, so please forgive me for losing my composure. But I must check this matter myself. Neptune stood up and exuded a sense of majesty that belonged to the king. He continued to say to Kyle. Please live in Dragon Palace City for a few days first. We will order people to prepare a banquet waiting for on Uran Island to entertain you. After the matter is investigated, I will give you another big gift to your Excellency Kyle. After saying that, Neptune was about to take his leave and walked out. But at this moment, Kyle stopped him again. Don't worry, Your Majesty Neptune. I haven't finished what I said yet. Huh. Neptune turned around and looked at Kyle in confusion. Kyle smiled and said. Don't you want to know what their confidence in launching this riot? Is it what? Neptune was curious. Kyle smiled and sat in his seat, without looking at Neptune, and replied directly. Evil medicine. I guess His Majesty Neptune is not unfamiliar with this name, right? What? You mean? Neptune was shocked again. But Kyle nodded and added what he hadn't said. That's right. The secret recipe for evil medicine lost by Dragon Palace City was stolen by the new Fishman pirates. Now, they have mastered the technology of mass-producing evil medicine. And this is also the power they dare to challenge the authority of Dragon Palace City. But, Neptune asked again, the evil medicine has powerful side effects. If it is used at will, it will have an irreversible impact. But they don't know. Kyle smiled indifferently and responded. Anyway, I don't recommend you to go and find trouble with the new Fishman pirates now. Because that will only make their plan ahead, apply the evil medicine, and engage in a battle to the death with your soldiers. Life is a very precious wealth. It's better to make a deal with me than letting the soldiers die in an unequal war. At this moment, Keltu saw it, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Trade. What transaction? Hearing Kyle's advice, Neptune subconsciously asked questions in confusion. Kyle smiled, looked directly at Neptune and said. It's very simple. I'll settle all the current problems for you and won't let Fishman Island suffer any damage. No bloodshed will be caused by any innocent person. And the opposite. After everything is over, I will take all the fishmen from the new Fishman pirates away. And, some fishmen and mermaids are encouraged to live on land. Chapter 185. Do you want to hang my flag? This. Hearing Kyle's words, Neptune suddenly widened his eyes. I don't understand, Mr. Kyle. You mean, you want to take nearly 100,000 fishmen and other mermaids? Faced with Kyle's lion's big talk deal, a little anger suddenly appeared on one of his old faces. Who doesn't know in the world that the people of Uran Island are the most popular slaves in the world? Kyle's approach was like asking for his child in person in front of an old father. Sorry, Your Excellency Kyle, I can't agree to your deal. Neptune refused decisively. However, Kyle, who knew he had misunderstood, smiled gently and stopped him again. You're wrong, yes, His Majesty Neptune. Quote, I'm not a slave trader. I wonder, have you ever heard of Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors, the dream of all nations? One kingdom. Neptune's expression improved slightly when he heard this. You mean, that country that collects all races in the world? That's right. Kyle nodded with a smile. Coincidentally, Auntie and I have some similar goals. So I want to introduce some fishmen and mermaids to live in my territory. Isn't it always the dream of Princess Oki to allow the fishman and the mermaid to live freely on land? I think you should have no reason to refuse this deal. Neptune's tone suddenly hesitated. If things really are as Kyle said, then of course he has no reason to refuse. It can even be said that it's hard to get it. But Kyle is a pirate after all, and even though there is not much negative information about him at the moment. But can he really believe a pirate? However, just as he was hesitating, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. Boom! The desktop used to meet guests suddenly exploded. I saw Enelu showing an impatient look on his face, and the domineering aura and dazzling electric arc were released at the same time, emitting a terrifying power. You smelly salted fish. Are you a bit too shameless? Captain Kyle, I think I'd better not be silly with them. Anyway, isn't that garbage pirate group going to rebel and overthrow their regime? We might as well follow the flow and destroy Fishman Island directly. At that time, I see where can these homeless fish go. What did you say? Are you provoking Fishman Island? Anelu's arrogant attitude instantly angered all the fishmen present. Even the big Prince Sha Xing, who has always been easy-going, stood up at this moment and looked at Kyle and others angrily and vigilantly. However, Enelu, who was staring at them, only showed a contemptuous smile, his eyes as if he was looking at a group of ants. Seeing that these fishmen dared to shout to him, a shiny lightning suddenly burst into his eyes. Next second, the terrifying thunder was released directly from Anelu's body, and turned into a huge palm and lifted to the top of Dragon Palace City. His domineering spirit and domineeringness have quietly intensified, no longer just making people feel his strength. Instead, we truly crushed all the senior officials of Dragon Palace City present in spiritual terms. In an instant, the entire Dragon Palace City began to shake violently, and bricks and rubble fell to the ground. But under the suppression of Aniro's domineering aura, all the fishmen even opened their eyes and found it difficult, let alone any big moves. In the blink of an eye, Enelu became a god of lightning. It seems that the life and death of Dragon Palace City is all in his thoughts. And this is the horror of the natural powerful. In terms of suppressing the weak, the natural system has far surpassed the other 2 systems. What kind of power is this? The confused Neptune was shocked and showed an incredible look. Fortunately, just as Neptune and others felt desperate, a humble and gentle voice suddenly rang. Stop, Enelu. We are here to discuss cooperation, not to sabotage. Brush. As the moment the words fell, Neptune only felt that the world changed in an instant, returning to normal from the terrifying hell mode. Everyone raised their heads at the same time, looking at Aniro with fear, who looked unhappy but still obediently withdrew his momentum and thunder. Then, they couldn't help but look at Kyle sitting in the position and gently buckled the table with their fingers. Seeing the other party's eyes gathered, Kyle immediately smiled apologetically. Sorry, my subordinates are too irritable and scared everyone. But please believe that our Twilight Pirates will definitely come to negotiate with sincerity and determination. With sincerity and determination. We have seen sincerity. Determination means, is this thing necessary? Neptune gritted his teeth. He was sure that apart from that smile, he did not see any apology in Kyle's eyes. And he glanced at Enelu again with fear. In the eyes of the outside world, Enelu of the Twilight Pirates did not have much sound except for having a powerful devil fruit. After all, with the suppression of the two old-fashioned seven warlords Seas, Sand Crocodile and Molia, it is difficult for the world to focus on Enelu. As the king of Fishman Island, Neptune was naturally considered a strong man when he was young. He was very sure that Enelu's strength was definitely above Jin Ping. Who would have thought that there was such a peerless strong man hidden on the ship of the pirates at dusk? This also means that there are at least 3 or more combat powers of the 7 warriors sea level on the ship of the Twilight Pirates. Could it be? Neptune looked at Kyle again, but his eyes kept flashing. Is this sea about to usher in its 5th emperor? After a moment of silence, Neptune suddenly accepted his fate. The ground sighed. Immediately raised my head, he nodded and admitted. Maybe we do have some misunderstandings. If your excellency Kyle can really help Fishman Island survive this crisis. Dragon Palace City will definitely not forget the great kindness of your excellency Kyle and everyone. Haha tilde His Majesty Neptune is so serious. Kyle raised his lips and his eyes floated inadvertently to Enero, showing a look of satisfaction. Really grown up tilde. The frog in the well that was once arrogant on the empty island actually learned to scare people. Although Kyle could convince Neptune even without the trouble of Enero, since he could save time, why bother with him? Enelu, Zoro, Nami. I'll leave this action to you to deal with. Kyle turned around and suddenly activated his moon reading skill, passing on the information that had been questioned from the Fishman Pirates to the 3 of Enero. He also blocked the high-level officials of Dragon Palace City and issued an order to the 3 of them. No problem. The 3 Enelu who received the information nodded instantly. After saying that, he started to act quickly. At this moment, Kyle suddenly remembered something, suddenly stopped the 3 of them and added. By the way, it seems that there is another flying pirate group that cooperates with the new Fishman pirate group. Their team leader's fruit ability is still interesting. Remember not to attack too quickly, just kill it tilde. I know, Captain Kyle. Nami waved her hand, leaving a smile of, don't worry, then her arms swung gently, and 3 whirlwinds instantly appeared under the 3 of them. Contrasting them, they flew directly into the air. At this time, Enelu also released his powerful domineering aura of seeing and hearing, and immediately enveloped the entire Fishman Island. With the information provided by Kyle, in just a few seconds, he instantly found the hiding place of the new Fishman Pirates. That direction. Enelu reached out and locked the position of the new Fishman Pirates. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. The next moment, a strong wind blew, blowing the 3 of them directly into the sky in the distance. A series of operations were streamlined and quick, and they directly showed the fish people present. What's the situation? According to the information, isn't the other party likely to have a large army of tens of thousands of people? Why did Kyle send only 3 people over? Although they have already seen the strength of Enelu, even so, is there really no problem facing tens of thousands of troops? The minister of Ryugu Castle was immediately worried and asked Kyle carefully. His Excellency Kyle, I'm not doubting your decision. But, would it be a bit too risky to send 3 people to come? However, in the face of the fish people's concerns, Kyle just smiled gently and calmly drank the coffee from Fishman Island's specialty. Don't worry, just a few tens of thousands of fish are just a piece of cake. According to information, the new Fishman Pirate's nest is stationed inside Fishman Street. With Enelu's domineering attitude, the paralysis and conductivity of lightning, he alone is actually enough to solve all the Fishman Pirates. The reason why Zoro and Nami followed was mainly because if they encountered the sea station, Zoro, who had the golden holy cloves, would not have to pay attention to the pressure of the deep sea at all and could still fight normally. After all, he is a golden Saint Seiya who can even enter and exit freely in space. The deep sea of only 10,000 meters is nothing to Zoro, who has mastered the 7th sense. Nami's words were mainly because Kyle was worried that Enero and Zoro, 2 big and strong guys who were determined to fight, would miss something valuable. That's why Nami followed. With her personality, she will definitely dig the entire Fishman Street 3 feet away without letting go. After all, the new Fishman pirates have been robbing their families for so many years, and they must have accumulated a lot of wealth. Looking at Kyle chuckling and answering, he stopped talking. Several fishmen in Dragon Palace City blinked in a daze. Miscellaneous fish. Although I knew Kyle was talking about the rebellious guys. But why do you feel deeply despised in your heart? This must be an illusion, right? Neptune picked up his own special cup and imitated Kyle to take a sip of hot tea. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed through his brain. Wait, what did the other party say before? Flying pirates. Isn't that Van der Dyken IX's pirates? Can you say? Neptune's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Kyle again instantly, and said in a little hesitant tone. His Excellency Kyle, you just mentioned the flying pirates to your subordinates. Did they also participate in the rebellion? Neptune did not immediately tell what Van der Decken X did to his daughter Bai Xing, but chose to ask indirectly. After all, Kyle and others' behavior was too powerful and mysterious. He was worried that if he accidentally exposed that White Star was the next generation of ancient weapon, Sea King. However, when Kyle put down his cup and replied, "That's right, it's the fishman who ate the target fruit," after saying that, he also gave Neptune a mysterious and inexplicable smile. Broken. Neptune's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although Kyle hadn't said anything yet, Neptune, who saw this smile, immediately understood. Kyle, he knew more than he thought. At least, he must be clear about what Van der Decken X did to White Star. Gudong tilde. After a slight sob, Neptune began to organize language. Well, Your Excellency Kyle, you don't know anything. Actually, there is a little girl below. But because he was framed by Van der Decken X when he was young, he was protected in a hard shell tower for many years and could not see the light of day. Oh, I know, it's just Bai Xing. Before Neptune could finish his words, Kyle spoke first and interrupted him. Kyle's omniscient and omnipotent behavior instantly made Neptune feel even worse. Before he could stop him, Kyle smiled directly. Speaking of this, Poseidon, one of the ancient weapons, actually awakened from the young mermaid princess. I don't know if this is the advantage of race or the fate brought by some kind of fruit ability. Kyle finished speaking, and the entire Dragon Palace hall became quiet in an instant. The fishman ministers who were originally eating and drinking with other people in the evening and wanted to get some information instantly stopped the movements in their hands and their expressions became stiff in an instant. Even Neptune's eldest son Shark Xing suddenly turned his head and looked at Kyle in shock. You even know this? Neptune was shocked, his eyes trembled, and his hands raising their glasses began to tremble. Certainly. Kyle smiled calmly. Don't forget, I can see the future. He picked up a special dim sum from Fishman Island and put it into his mouth. A delicious taste that I had never enjoyed before suddenly surged into my heart. Even Kyle, who was used to eating the skills of several advanced chefs at dusk, couldn't help but open his eyes and showed a look of admiration. It is indeed an island that can be remembered by the ant. This skill in making snacks is indeed outstanding. A flash of inspiration in Kyle's eyes. After 3 or 5 mouthfuls, he swallowed the snacks directly into his stomach, then turned his gaze to Neptune and raised the corner of his mouth. I have to say that although Fishman Island is located deep in the seabed, there are really a lot of delicious food. Hey, Your Majesty Neptune, or... You throw away the white-bearded flag and turn to my command. Forehead. Neptune, who was still immersed in the shock of Bai Xing's identity being exposed, was suddenly stunned by Kyle's question. He subconsciously refused. Don't joke, Mr. Kyle. I don't want to cause a estrangement between you and the Whitebeard pirates because of Fishman Island. If you like these snacks, I will have someone prepare some for you when you leave Fishman Island. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to Urin Island to play at any time. That's it tilde. Listening to Neptune's unforgettable answer, Kyle didn't say much. He just continued to hold the snacks on the table and smiled at Neptune. The gate of the pirates at dusk is open to Fishman Island at any time. Believe me, it won't take long before you will need this flag to shelter you from the wind and rain. After the words came, Kyle, like his friends, enjoyed the banquet food while waiting for the return of Aniro and the other two. Chapter 186 Today's weather. It's sunny and turns into a fishman. Fishman Street. This was originally an area specially set up by Dragon Palace City to take care of orphans in Urin Island. It's a pity. Due to the incompetence of the managers in the later stage, most of the fishmen orphans who grew up here eventually became gangsters, bullies the market, or became pirates, burning, killing and plundering. With the accumulation of time, this place quickly became the birthplace of chaos and sin, and at the same time, it also gave birth to many powerful fishmen. Fisher Tiger, the hero of the slave liberation movement, and Jinbei of the Seven Warriors Sea, both came out of this area. But compared to these two world-famous and well-known figures, the name of Aaron, the fishman, is more well-known here. Even after Aaron was arrested, his successor to his will, Hottie Jones, soon appeared here. Even the name of the pirate group he formed inherited Aaron's fishman pirate group. Compared with Aaron, Hottie Jones is obviously more courageous and resourceful. Not only did he design and kill Princess Oki, who was the pro-human faction, he also secretly accumulated huge power. From the moment of fighting for power, every step he took was in his calculations. In the original work, if it weren't for Luffy's appearance, the plot would have hindered his plan like a murderous attack. Maybe the next king of Fishman Island will be really taken over by this white shark man. Although because of the evil medicine, his throne is destined to not be long. But being able to overthrow a country's regime as an orphan is already a feat. The only regret is that this guy's vision is really bad. It has hardly been opened by Urin Island, just a clown who is watching the sky from a well. He has no idea how dark the outside world is. Wide. Boss, the last medicinal material of evil medicine has been found to grow it on a large scale. It won't be long before we can achieve the real freedom of evil medicine. In the darkness of Fishman Street, the new Fishman Pirates base. A short frog fish man was full of excitement and reported happily to Hottie Jones sitting on the throne. And Hottie Jones, who was originally a human pirate who was practicing boxing to relieve boredom, heard the news. A hot and fierce light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he directly swung a quick punch and completely killed the human pirate in front of him who refused to surrender. Okay. Very good. Hottie Jones suddenly grinned, and his sharp fangs made the bleak grimace even more grim. He suddenly clenched his fists and placed them in his sight. In this way, my plan can be promoted again. Tell me the order. I will immediately dispatch some humans to plant the last medicinal herb. In a year, I will see a large number of evil spirits appear in front of me. No problem, Captain. The frogman stretched out his long tongue and smiled crazy with Hottie Jones. Over the years, their new fishman pirates have relied on the advantages of the deep sea and have controlled more than 20,000 human pirates. Although they are nominally a member of the new fishman pirates. But all the fish know. Humans will only be their slaves. It's their cannon fodder. After sharing the joyful things with the boss, the frog pirate is about to retreat. However, at this moment, an unexpected sound suddenly appeared in this hidden base. Sure enough, I still can't accept things like Fishman. Captain Kyle won't really take such a guy on the Tiga in the future, right? In the calm underwater world, a breeze suddenly surged, slowly condensed the figure of an orange-haired girl. Nami looked at the dozens of fishmen in the base in front of her with disgust. Her hatred was unconcealed. The harm that Aaron and other fishmen brought to Nami in Kokoaxi village is the pain that she needs to heal for the rest of her life. Seeing Nami's appearance, Hottie Jones and a group of fishmen immediately became alert. A group of fishmen ran over quickly. Human woman. Hottie Jones's eyes froze, and the fierceness in his pupils became even worse. He murmured to himself in confusion, why does a human woman suddenly appear here? But before he could find out the answer to this question, two figures appeared ghostly around Nami. Zoro, holding the words, he, in his hand, smiled and comforted Nami. Don't worry, even if there are fishmen who really join us, they will never be like this. Didn't Captain Kyle speak up? Anyway, there are tens of thousands of fishmen here. It doesn't matter if you kill the troublemakers and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Hey, why are you too silly? Are you finished speaking? I'm going to do it after I finished speaking. Amy Road, who is obviously the person in charge of this operation, has a black line. If it weren't for the fact that these two guys had supreme potential and extraordinary combat power, with Eniro's personality, how could they give Zoro and Nami so much face? He didn't care about his sad past at all. Nowadays, there is no sad thing, who is so embarrassed to come out and have sex. Just like when he was a child, he was discriminated against and humiliated by his hometown for many years because he had no wings. Has he ever said anything? What a ignorant guy. Nami gave Eniro a resentful look, then turned sideways. Since that's the case, please ask the god Lord Enelu to start showing his power. Tisk tilde. Knowing that Nami is teasing herself, Eniro didn't say much, but just focused her attention on Hottie Jones. Next moment. The perverted sense of hearing and hearing suddenly released, accurately grasping the direction of all the fishmen present. He glanced at Nami at first, and then a smirk suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since you are all here, I can't let you go for nothing. How much? Let you do your best. Boom. No signs. A domineering aura suddenly released from Eniro's body, like a circle, spreading towards the entire Fishman Street with him as the center. At the same time, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, countless tiny lightning lights flew out from under his feet, and with the help of the humid air, they rushed towards all the fishmen. Under the double baptism of Eniro's domineering aura and the power of lightning, all the fishmen in the entire Fishman Street except Hottie Jones instantly lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. It's indeed a fish like an ant tilde. Looking at the fisherman who could not even catch him, Ainilu immediately showed a disdainful expression. But soon, he turned his gaze to Nami and Zoro on the side and said, "Don't say I'll take your credit. I have left these guys leaders specifically for you. Bastard, are you sure that was reserved for us specifically? Don't think I didn't see your domineering aura. I clearly passed by his body just now." Nami immediately retorted angrily. "If you should say it or not. Hottie Jones is able to lead an army of 100,000, and he is somewhat capable. At least his average domineering aura could not make him fall into a coma immediately." But even so, Hottie Jones felt a headache in his brain, and the electric current had just passed through his body. Now he is as if he has just woken up with anesthetic force, and he feels extremely uncomfortable. Damn human. From Hottie Jones' throat, a beast-like roar suddenly came out. Next moment. He suddenly raised his head, took out the rare evil medicine from his pocket, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. In an instant, his body suddenly changed. The muscles of the body suddenly bulged and swelled, and the whole person became bigger twice. The original white shark's characteristics were revealed more clearly on his skin at this moment. The hair also became pale because of the overdrawn life by the evil medicine. Gee. Is this the feeling of power? Hottie Jones, who had transformed, looked up at Enelu and the other two arrogantly. Although I don't know what methods they used, my subordinates suddenly fell into a coma. But from now on, it will be the world of him, Hottie Jones. Die, human. Swish. Hottie Jones, who was posing as an attack, suddenly stood still. His pupils began to tremble violently, his pupils contracted, revealing an incredible look of confusion. However, a bloodline that quietly appeared on his neck made him unable to make any sound. Noisy. Trash must have the awareness of garbage. Nami, who threw out a wind blade and completely ended Hottie Jones's life, clapped her hands indifferently. Then, under the trembling gaze of Hottie Jones before his death, he turned around and hummed. In this way, all the fishmen have been dealt with. But. Nami suddenly started to speak in a deep voice, and the light of her eyes flashed. She suddenly changed her style and said. Didn't Captain Kyle say before that there are a group of Hottie Jones partners nearby? That guy has the fruit ability that Captain Kyle needs. If I just go back like this, it would be a bit too bad. Any road tilde. Nami suddenly asked Eniro. Can your domineering nature be used in water? Eniro, who knew what Nami was going to do, nodded and said, "Although it will have some impact, it's not a big problem." As the owner of the almost omnipotent Thor template, Enelo has developed comprehensively with strength, body, essence and essence. Just sea water can no longer be an obstacle to the spread of his mental power. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and burst out with his own domineering spirit. Time passes by bit. He suddenly opened his eyes, and lightning burst into his eyes, and he pointed to the deep-sea area outside the Fishman Street. Finished. In that direction, there is a huge warship, and the existence of humanoid life can be vaguely sensed on the warship. It should be the pirate group that Captain Kyle mentioned. Very good. Nami smiled. She suddenly reached into the white four-dimensional pocket on her chest, took out 3 bubble corals from the guards of Dragon Palace City, and then distributed them to Zoro and Aniro. "Anilu, you will be responsible for guiding the way later, and by the way, look forward to Zoro. Zoro, underwater battles are not what Aniro and I are good at. The next flying pirates will be left to you. But remember it, don't be addicted to chopping and kill the abilities Captain Kyle wants. Don't worry, I'm that kind of person." Zoro curled his lips and ignored Nami's warning. Sure enough, when Nami heard Zoro say this, she nodded and said, 2. You are also relatively reliable on the entire Tiga. Just. Nami suddenly looked stern. You must follow Aniro tightly after a while. I'm watching you from behind. If you are still lost, then you can die in this deep sea. Gugudong. Under Nami's serious gaze, Zoro immediately choked and stumbled in panic. I know. 2 hours later. Fishman Island, Jilong Cloud Plaza. As the largest square in Uran Island and the place where all major events are announced, a large number of residents of Uran Island are gathered all the time. Today, of course, is no exception. Illuminated by the glory of the divine tree atom, the sky here is blue and the sky is high and cool, which is a good day for going out for a walk and shopping. However, in this peaceful and beautiful weather, a majestic voice suddenly came from the sky and entered everyone's ears in the entire Garancloud Plaza. Twilight pirates do their business. All the idle people will leave Jilong Cloud Plaza immediately. Twilight pirates do their business. All the idle people. The same warning remarks rang 3 times in a row. Just as the residents of Fishman Island were puzzled, a group of Dragon Palace soldiers suddenly appeared and began to disperse the people in Jilong Cloud Plaza. Hey, do you know what happened? Why did you suddenly want to close the Garancloud Plaza? I don't know. I was about to meet my blind date when I was suddenly driven out by the soldiers. The fucking thing is, I just saw the blind date chatting with another male fishman. I obviously came first. Everyone, all your eyes open to me, I'll announce something. On the edge of the Jilong Cloud Plaza, a group of driven people and those who rushed over to watch the fun immediately communicated with each other and asked about the situation. The entire square was even more lively than before. And at this moment, a large area of black clouds that shouldn't have appeared on Fishman Island suddenly floated over from the distant sky. High in the sky, Nami, who used Union Fruit to hold nearly 100,000 fishmen and human pirates, checked the open space below, and nodded in thought. Well, this area should be enough. So, today's weather is sunny and fishman tilde. Please be careful not to hit the kids tilde. Nami smiled naughtily. The next moment, she immediately pulled away half of the clouds. Even the only remaining clouds are evenly distributed among every fishman and pirate. Under Nami's micro-fucking, nearly 100,000 fishmen and pirates were evenly spread out instantly. Then they began to fall down like raindrops at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. For a moment, the people on the ground looked up and seemed to see a fishman under the sky. Very spectacular and weird. Chapter 187 Talent Introduction Plan. What's going on here? Why are there so many fishmen falling out of the air? Don't panic. With the guards of Dragon Palace City there, they must know something, and it shouldn't be a big deal. It's not a big deal. How many fishmen have been put in this? How can this be a big deal? From the fishmen and mermaids around the square, a noisy talk suddenly came. In the sky, a large number of fishmen were still scattered underground. But what's amazing is that even though they fell from an extremely high altitude, their falling speed was surprisingly slow. And one by one, there is no stacking, squeezing, etc. Among the crowd, many tourists and reporters took out various photography tools and began to record this unforgettable day. Looking at the large number of people who don't know whether they are life or death, one by one, they all fall in the middle of the square, it feels really unfriendly to the fish people nearby. If it weren't for the official and security guards of the Dragon Palace City who represented the official and safe here, the scene might have been in chaos. Even so, after seeing such a terrifying scene, many fishmen had pale faces and their pupils were tightened. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After more than 10 minutes, the number of fishmen falling in the sky became significantly sparse. As the last fishman fell from the sky, the huge Dragon Palace, led by a large sea beast, also slowly flew in the direction of Dragon Palace City. "It's His Majesty Neptune!" The sharp-eyed fishman immediately shouted in surprise in the crowd. At his reminder, the others also raised their heads and looked at the huge figure standing above the Dragon Palace in the air. When he came to Neptune in the center of the square, facing the group of fishmen and fishmen below, he suddenly comforted him loudly. "People of Fishman Island, please don't panic. The fishmen you see falling from the sky are all pirates in the new Fishmen pirate group." The majestic voice of Neptune immediately calmed down the crowds below. Even the original noise gradually weakened and eventually disappeared. Everyone was quietly waiting for Neptune to give them an explanation. Neptune cleared his throat slightly and then said again. "Not long ago, the guards of Dragon Palace City grasped that there was a group of internal forces with bad motives within Fishman Island. According to the investigation of Dragon Palace Castle, it was finally discovered. This force actually attempts to rebel and overthrow the regime of Dragon Palace City." "What? Rebellion?" Before Neptune could finish his words, the residents of Fishman Island below suddenly became restless again. Everyone's face showed varying degrees of fear. After all, for Uran Island, which has a single lineage of the throne, rebellion is not just a matter of change of power. "Please rest assured." Neptune's voice came again. "As everyone can see, all the fishmen involved in the rebellion plan are now lying here. They are all members of the new Fishman Pirates. And the captain of the new Fishman Pirates, Hadi Jones, was also killed just now. The risk of rebellion has been eliminated now. And all this, I have to thank everyone for the Dusk Pirates who happened to pass by Fishman Island. Twilight Pirates." Neptune's speech once again surprised everyone present. Because the information source of Fishman Island is very slow, the fact that Kyle becomes the new Seven Warriors Sea has not been widely circulated in Fishman Island. However, there are still some people who know what the name, Dun, means. It's the Seven Warrior Sea Pirates like Lord Jinping. It was still the sharp-eyed fishman, and suddenly pointed his hand. At his signal, people found that at some point, a group of humans suddenly appeared beside Neptune. It was Kyle and others who followed Neptune from Dragon Palace City. At the same time, 3 figures quickly fell from the already calm sky. Nami controls the hurricane, holding Ainiro and Zoro, and lands directly in front of Kyle. "Captain Kyle, fortunately, I'm not disgraced. The entire member of the new Fishman Pirates group is 87,463. Except for Captain Hadi Jones, who was killed on the spot, the rest are all here." "Well, it's done well." In front of the thousands of people on Fishman Island, Kyle and Nami perfectly pretended to be a small bee. Immediately, Kyle turned his gaze directly to Neptune and smiled. "His Majesty Neptune, since the criminal forces in Fishman Island have been punished, it is time to announce our next cooperation plan." "Certainly." Neptune nodded. According to the discussion with Kyle before, he took the opportunity to say to the residents of Fishman Island, "Thank you to everyone from the Twilight Pirates for helping Fishman Island clear some uneasy factors. Take this opportunity, I will announce good news to you again. His Majesty the King, Neptune, who had always been majestic, seemed to have transformed into a salesman at this moment, and said excitedly, "The Fishman Island has reached an agreement with the Drum Kingdom of the Great Root, the kingdom controlled by His Excellency Kyle. From now on, the Magnetic Drum Kingdom will open a talent introduction plan with a total of 3,000 to Fishman Island. If there are fishmen or mermaids who want to live on land, you can use your skills to go to Dragon Palace City to apply for a quota." Instantly, a security team composed of Dragon Palace Castle and the Magnetic Drum Kingdom will escort talents to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The plan was jointly launched by the world government's King of Seven Warriors and the Dragon Palace of the Fishman Islands, safe and effective. The quota is limited, first come first served. Nipton, who has a huge body, also has a loud voice. It was enough to ensure that his words were spread throughout the square. However, just after Neptun's voice fell, the entire Garankoud square was silent for a moment. All the people on Fishman Island widened their eyes. What? They heard it right. His Majesty Neptun actually asked them to live on land. Just like the Sky Islanders yearn for bath. For the fishmen and mermaids who have lived in the deep sea and the sea for generations, land is also synonymous with sacred and hope. A few seconds later, the roar of thunder and thunder broke out in Jilong Kout Plaza, which had reacted. "Oh my God! Is this true? Really, can I live on land?" At this moment, both the fishman and the mermaid were all in a state of complete madness. Someone danced in the street. Someone shouted, "Long live His Majesty Neptun." Someone has walked towards Dragon Palace City and is preparing to apply for a quota first. Although many people are worried about their life after going to land, they are just worried about encountering danger rather than not wanting to go there. Every residents of Uran Island are expressing their inner expectations for the land in their own way. Neptun, standing above the sea beast's head, felt emotional when he saw this scene. He turned around and said to Kyle in a low voice, "His Excellency Kyle, in this way, our transaction has been completed smoothly, right?" Of course. Kyle nodded with a smile. Now the biggest sin within Fishman Island has been known. His Majesty Neptun can also take this opportunity to manage the internal affairs of Fishman Island well. But don't see any places like Fishman Street anymore. Quote. Nipton suddenly fell silent, with an awkward smile on his face. In fact, the reason why there are such a big turmoil in Fishman Island is that there are indeed too many pirates entering Fishman Island. More is the inaction of the royal government. The combat power that can be ranked in the entire Fishman Island is all from Fishman Street. From this point, we can see how incompetent the Dragon Palace City led by Neptun is. Although he clearly has huge terrain advantages and racial advantages, he still allows human pirates to act recklessly on Fishman Island, and then compromise on the human government. In Kyle's view, this kind of behavior of giving up the interests of individuals and fighting for the interests of the group is very shameless. However, it was precisely because of Nipton's inaction that he could take away a large number of fishmen from Fishman Island so smoothly. Now these tens of thousands of Fishman pirates were sent to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Even if they were not used as slaves, they could not escape the basic labor reform. It seems that it's time to build an underwater paradise for Magdu Island. Kyle's heart smile. Accompanied by a grand opening performance, the name of the Twilight Pirates was completely engraved in the hearts of the residents of Fishman Island. In the next few days, Kyle gave everyone in the Twilight Pirates a short holiday, so that they could appreciate the charm and characteristics of the underwater city. While contacting the Drum Kingdom, he followed Neptun to select the first mermaids to go to the Drum Kingdom. This silly king, seeing that Kyle really wanted the fishmen and mermaids to live on land, did not consider the problem of the loss of the kingdom at all, but instead helped Kyle choose the best candidate very seriously. If you should say it or not. People in the pirate world can't describe their heads as common sense. With the support of the Wayne family, the Magnetic Drum Kingdom soon sent several large ships, led by Monka, Bellamy and Sashes to Fishman Island to pick up the crew. In a flash, several days passed. After finishing the work on Fishman Island, the Tiga set sail again, opened the bubble film, and followed the corridor of Fishman Island and entered the deep sea again. But Compared to when I came, there was an extra cool and beautiful young woman with a graceful figure on Tiga at this time. It is Mrs. Charlie, who has strong predictive talents and divination skills in Fishman Island. Come on, Sister Sha Li, come and try the land walking machine I customized for you. On the deck of the Tiga, Frankie pushed a machine that looked like a large wheelchair and came to Charlie. Oh, is it done so soon? Relying on the bar, Sherry, who was admiring the beautiful scenery of the deep sea with Nami and others, raised her eyebrows and showed a slightly surprised look. In order to allow Charlie, the fishman, to move freely on land instead of walking lamely with the fins, Cell deliberately asked France to give Charlie a machine that could support her movement on land. Kyle is also strange. Originally, because the mermaid was difficult to operate on land, Kyle didn't even intend to invite Bai Xing, the mermaid princess who owned the Aquaman. After all, his cooperation with Fishman Island has just begun, and it is somewhat unreasonable to directly target Neptune's daughter. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Charlie took the initiative to find Kyle before they were about to leave Fishman Island and wanted to join the Dust Gang. As for the reason she gave, it was just because she saw the fishman and the mermaid gained real freedom on land because of Kyle. Kyle naturally has no reason to refuse someone who is willing to join the pirates or a special talent like Charlie. So, on the boat of the pirates at dusk, the first mermaid companion was welcomed. As for the Neptune White Star, Kyle is not in a hurry. Anyway, after the Whitebeard pirates lose the qualification to protect the Fishman Island after the defeat in the Dingshan War, the Fishman Island will once again become a homeless place and a place to be patronized by human pirates and slave traders. At that time, the pirates at dusk used thunder to help the Fishman Island restore peace and achieve complete rule over Fishman Island. Kyle believed that with that guy Ace's personality, he would definitely not give up on the pursuit of Blackbeard. Then, he will inevitably be defeated by the powerful Blackbeard with dark fruits. In fact, Kyle's guess was not wrong. While they were staying on Fishman Island, something big happened again on the sea outside. The last 7 War World seat that was vacant due to Kyle finally welcomed its new owner. The King of 7 Warriors, Blackbeard Marshal D. Tichy. This also indicates that the pirate world will soon usher in a new round of purge. The world must completely enter a white-hot state. At the same time, Marin Fando in the first half of the Great Route. In the Marshal's office of the Warring States period, which represents the highest power of the Navy, the atmosphere at this time was solemn. Warring States period sat at the desk, looking at the old friend in front of him. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Cap, I know this may be difficult for you. But you have to remember your identity. You are a Navy. I don't want to see you block this matter. Warring States period. The crane holding a cup of hot tea opened his mouth worriedly. But at this moment, Cap, who had a complicated look in his eyes, suddenly spoke. No need to say more, Crane. While speaking, Cap looked at the Warring States period and said in a trembling tone. I obey the Navy's decision, I won't interfere in Ace's affairs. This may be his fate. But I want to see him. Yes, the Warring States period, who could understand his old friend's mood, nodded. During this period, you can take a few days off for a while. You can do anything you want, but on the day of the war, you have to be there. I see. Cap stood up, aged a little inexplicably, and left the office lonely. The Warring States period. This is too cruel for Carp. After Carp left, he couldn't help but shake his head gently. There is no way, am I a Navy or a Marshal of the Navy? The Warring States tone said firmly. Transmission all navies at the Brigadier General level and above outside the Navy headquarters will immediately return to Marinfando. Quote. 3 days later, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portkas d'Ace, convene a full army meeting. Chapter 188 AAA. The weather in this new world is really strange, it's really changeable . Looking at the sky where the sun was still scorching last second and the lightning was lightning and thundering in the blink of an eye, Kyle, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but sigh. Through the sea level of 10,000 meters, Tiga successfully arrived at the second half of the great route known as the Pirate Cemetery, the New World. However, unlike ordinary pirates, Kyle, who entered the New World, did not have too violent fluctuations in his heart. The reason is that he is so strong now. The danger for other pirates can now not bring him any danger. It doesn't seem to be of any interest. Looking at the sky where the black clouds were pressing against each other, Kyle couldn't help but curl his lips. Sure enough, you should stay in the house and fish quietly on rainy days. It just so happens that Bailey that Nami brought back before has not been used yet. Before arriving at Dreyrosa, I'll get a little bit of a jam. Facts have proved that Kyle's decision to send Nami before was very correct. After conquering Fishman Street and defeating the flying pirates on Noah, Nami and others did not leave there immediately. She took Enelo and Zoro to directly plunder the territory of the two pirate groups, bringing back billions of gold, silver and jewelry, as well as more than 5 billion yuan of cash. Bailey. Most of these wealth were obtained by the Fishman pirates over the years by sniping ships traveling to and from Fishman Island. It's just that Hottie Jones and other fishmen are not greedy for enjoyment. There is almost no extra expense except purchasing materials to make escorts. So much so that all these Bailey's treasures were cheaper. Kyle. After returning to the captain's room, Kyle couldn't wait to open the system interface in his mind, and then aimed his consciousness at the gag function. I haven't been smoking a jackpot for such a long time. I must have accumulated a lot of luck, right? Kyle muttered in his heart very metaphysically. Considering that 5 billion Bailey is not a small number, after praying to various gods, he directly focused his consciousness on the 10-second drop button of the legendary gag machine. I decided it was you. Come on, my luck. Kyle's consciousness hit 5 times in a row. Instantly. Bailey, originally located in the safe, instantly transformed into prompt messages in front of Kyle. Congratulations, you have obtained the C-level prop experience book. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations, you have obtained the C-level prop character card, Konohamaru. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations, you have obtained the B-level prop character card, Asma Sarutobi. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Congratulations, you have obtained the A-level prop Zanpakura. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations, you have obtained the A-level prop Awakening Stone. Close black lens bracket. A series of information flashed quickly in front of Kyle's eyes. Unfortunately, this time, Kyle still did not draw S-level props or character cards. But relatively speaking, the shipment this time is pretty good. First of all, there is a C-level character card, and Kyle gave 5 pictures at once. They are, Jirobo, one of the 5 members of Kyohamaru and Yinin from Naruto. The magic trick of supporting A-level heroes from One Punch Man, the only appearance seen is that they are easily killed by the Hungry Wolf. Leely, one of the protagonists of Full-Time Hunter. Unfortunately, although he came from the protagonist group, he even punched Shaoji's father with a punch. But his own real combat power is also considered the lowest in the C-level character card. The last one is from the protagonist Ritsuyama, the protagonist of 100% Psychic Energy. Like Leely, although he is also a member of the protagonist group and has awakened his superpowers. But his strength, if placed in the system, still cannot escape the fate of being at the bottom of the C-level. This C-level character card hasn't produced any good products. After looking at the C-level character card in the backpack one by one, Kyle couldn't help but smack her tongue in disappointment. Because of the limited strength of C-level character cards, nowadays, except for the perfect attendant attributes like Black Deacon, or Komatsu, who has superb cooking skills, the combat-type character cards are completely unattracted by Kyle. These 5 C-level character cards have not even increased the rate of the Twilight Pirates as much as a Kung Fu Manatee. At least the Kung Fu Manatee and the Johnny Turtle template are no weaker in the ocean than a B-level partner. Coupled with the advantage of quantity, it is considered a special type of troop suitable for special terrain. At least it's better than nothing. These character cards will be used for those ministers after returning to Magnetic Drum Island. It can be considered as firmly controlling power in one's own hands, and making these families stronger, so as to better work hard for the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Kyle's heart was instantly determined. It just so happened that Salangfang character card should be able to fit Dalton. By then, Dalton, who is proficient in Earth Escape, will be considered a powerful reinforcement of the infrastructure brigade of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. If you look at it this way, these character cards will be reversed, not useless. After murmured in his heart, Kyle shifted his gaze and looked at the B-level reward again. This time, the rewards for level B are extremely rare, with only 3. Fortunately, both of them are character cards. One is Sarutobi Asma, the unlucky devil in the Naruto world. He is of average strength, proficient in many ninjutsu, and is good at melee combat. Comparing with the top is insufficient, and comparing with the bottom is more than enough. Another character card is Matsumoto Rankuki, the god of death. It is also a character card with little combat power. The only thing that is considerable is the portrait of this character card. Although his identity is death, the characters in the portrait are not wearing the traditional death domineering outfit of death. Matsumoto Ranju stood with graceful feet. On her upper body, there is a white college uniform. However, this shirt designed for students obviously cannot accommodate Matsumoto Ranku's proud figure. The whole dress was stretched out by the straight breasts, and the only button that could be tied was also located on the navel of Ranju. A normal school uniform shirt was worn by her in a deep V evening dress. In order to match this shirt, Luanju's lower body was just wearing a miniskirt that just applied her fat buttocks. It seems that as long as the characters in the portrait move slightly, the beast hidden in the skirt will be exposed. Is this picture of the system copied from a book? Kyle murmured secretly. Looking at the character portrait that was enough to score above 90 points, he even forgot that this card was just an ordinary B-level character card with no characteristics. After placing this B-level character card alone in a corner of the backpack, Kyle then took back his mind and continued to look at the remaining A-level rewards. Compared with the lack of B-level rewards, the A-level rewards drawn this time are extra rich. There are as many as 12. This is already a big hit for a 50-game draw. First of all, there are A-level weapons, one with 2 Zanpakus, a ring and a golden-orange box. Among them, the box and the ring belong to the same weapon prop Beast Emperor gun. Of course, there is no need for too much introduction to Zanpakura. It just so happens that one of them can be used by Luo, who has loaded the 4th broken face, and the other one can be used by Luanju's partners in the future. This kind of weapon that can only be equipped with special conditions can only be handed over to their partners who are loaded with the God of Death and the broken side. Another strange weapon that combines it just happens to be from the Tudor world, XANXUS's exclusive weapon in the late stage. Valia VR ring and box weapon, Besta. The world of family tutoring is a world of kingly passionate blood with the characteristics of combat. In this world, people can transform their own awareness into the flame of enlightenment through special rings, and then inject it into the box of weapons to summon all kinds of strange things. The flame of enlightenment is divided into 7 attributes according to the weather. Each attribute has its own characteristics. The big hollow attribute representing the leader is just like the domineering spirit of the pirate world. It is abilities that only people with special talents and talents have. The types of box weapons are also very wide. Some people directly summon weapons, some summon energy impact, and some summon various combat creatures. The most powerful batch of box weapons are transformed from the original animal box weapons into weapons or armor. And this Beast Emperor gun, which is considered to be A-level, belongs to one of them. Box weapon, Besta, originally an animal system. After injecting the flame of enlightenment, it can summon a lion and tiger beast that is harmonized through the most powerful empty attributes. The flame of enlightenment condensed through Valia VR rings can transform Besta into a handsome and gorgeous double gun weapon. Damn it! It's actually a box weapon. Why should such a handsome weapon be like Zanpakura? It must be used by someone with the power of enlightenment in his body. Looking at the restriction in the introduction information of the Beast Emperor gun, Kyle was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Although A-level weapons will no longer make his combat power much stronger. But Beast Emperor gun is really super handsome. This is the third system weapon that Kyle wants after Zanpakura and Duel. If I had awakened at that time, it was not super intuitive, but other skills that required the power of enlightenment, I would probably have been able to use this weapon. Kyle shook his head regretfully, and with a thought, he directly put the Zanpakura and the Beast Emperor spear into the equipment room of the Tiga. And asked little Tiga to remind Luo and Capone, who were training, to collect their own exclusive weapons. In addition to these 3 weapons, the remaining 9 A-level rewards, 6 of which are all A-level guaranteed awakening stones. Kyle naturally has the best of this kind of prop that needs to be needed. He has used the awakening stone he drew before to make this Thor successful. But unlike other partners, Enelu did not show any strange new abilities after awakening. The increase in his amplitude was only his control over thunder and lightning, and his physical strength toward the gods. Overall strength is about to catch up with Clockdale, who has taken the lead. Second only to the level of the 4 emperors. And these 6 awakening stones can allow Kyle to add a powerful player to the Twilight Pirates. Ro's strength has improved very quickly recently. You can consider giving him a chance to wake up and see if he can bring me any surprises. Luo, who has the dual power of surgical fruit ability and surface breaking, has considerable potential. In time, he will inevitably become a member of the Pillar of the Pirates in the Dusk. So Kyle is still very willing to train him. In addition to the rewards mentioned above, this time, there are only 3 character cards left for 50 consecutive draws. 3 A-level character cards. People card, Bischi Kulugia People card, Asura Unicorn Immortal, and People card, Luffy's Noah. 3 character cards. The vertical picture is a petite and cute blonde twin ponytailed little loli, a huge single-horned fairy with muscles, and a blonde gentleman wearing a mask and like a magician. Looking at the 3 character cards in front of him, Kyle immediately recognized the identities of the first 2. First of all, the cute little loli Bischi Kulugia. Although she looks at her portrait, she is a little loli who is only 13 years old. But in fact, she is a King Kong Barbie who is already 57 years old. Bischi Kulugia is a character from the world of Full-Time Hunter. The strong people in this world will use a move called recitation. Her ability to recite is to summon a beast called Magic Beautician. This Nyanzun's appearance is a very beautiful pink-haired girl. With her hands, people can stay young and always be bright and beautiful, which is a dreamy ability for women. Bischi also used the ability of a magic beautician to transform his terrifying body because of his martial arts practice into a cute 13-year-old loli. But if the enemy dares to be small for this loli girl, he will transform into King Kong Barbie in minutes, and then easily defeat the enemy with the power of breaking the mountain with one punch. This is also the main reason why Kyle was able to recognize her at first glance. After all, the scene where Bischi transformed at that time shocked him for a whole year. All we can say is that false propaganda kills people. The second character card, Asura Unicorn Immortal. This is also a character that impressed Kyle. It comes from the world of One Punch Man. Like the mosquito girl loaded by the peacock, it is all scientific research results from the evolution home. But unlike Mosquito Girl, Asura Unicorn Immortal is the strongest weirdo in the evolutionary family. Its strength is even Gundam. The World Heroes Association has established a dragon level. Generally, at this level, the heroes from the top S-level heroes in the Hero Association can only be solved by solving the monsters. And the reason why Kyle has such a deep impression on it. It's because this weird guy is so pitiful. Although he clearly possesses the world's top power, he was just born, and was immediately excited because of the time of the supermarket special sale that the bald devil had forgotten. It's really because he died before he succeeds, which makes the strange man cry. However, being able to realize the power of the bald demon king, this Asura's Unicorn Immortal is already a powerful existence among the monsters. By guys, who can freely change the size of his body and bony, who can freely change the size of his body, should be able to fit smoothly. And the pure melee Asura unicorn immortal with muscles should not be low in fit with Yurki. Very good. 2A level character cards can directly find the right fit. It seems that the talent reserve plan is correct. We need to pay more attention to some free-range strong men in the pirate world in the future. Just. Kyle looked at the last character card and began to think. Chapter 189 Flamingo's Invitation, Become the New Emperor. After struggling and thinking about it for a long time, Kyle finally found the information related to Lufa's Noah in his sleeping memory. Lufa's Noah, a magician from the world of fairy tale. Although Kyle could not remember which magic guild he belonged to, he could still recall the magic he used. I remember, this guy seemed to use a power called memory in modeling magic. It seems that you can extract what the other party is afraid of from the other party's memory and then change it. And you can also release some powerful elemental magic through your own memory. A more omnipotent card. Looking at the masked gentleman on the front painting, Kyle immediately came to the conclusion. However, the person who draws power from memory. In the entire pirate world, it seems that only Bryn from the Ant Pirates. Maybe I can find a chance to get her memory fruit. Kyle was planning silently in his heart. At this point, all the gains brought by 5 billion Bailey were sorted out by him. But just as Kyle was about to call Little Tiga and ask him to summon Boney and Yurki, one of the rows of phone bugs located on the desk suddenly opened his eyes. Blubblublu tilde blubblublu tilde. Kyle, who rarely calls him, was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly picked up the phone bug's receiver. Hello. Sir Dover, call me at this time. Could it be that I wanted to tell me what went wrong with the transaction? Quote. Kyle said to the microphone with a giggle. Pfeffer. Of course not, Kyle. For this transaction, I have transferred all the benefits of most of the Don Quixote family this year. Don't worry. On the phone bug, Doflamingo's iconic evil laughter immediately came. After assuring Kyle that the transaction was going on normally, he suddenly changed his mind and lowered his voice and laughed. Pfeffer Kell, I just received a very interesting piece of information. I wonder if you are interested in listening to it. Oh. Kyle raised his eyebrows and replied with great interest. I'm really curious about what can make Lord Dover feel interesting. Pfeffer, Doflamingo continued with a low smile. Speaking of this matter is related to you. I think you must have just entered the new world from Fishman Island. You haven't seen any information about the new 7 Warlords Sea yet. Doflamingo asked back, but before Kyle could answer, he said again. Just a few days ago, the world government suddenly announced a new 7 Warlords Sea. And this person is the Blackbeard who killed the captain of the 4th team of the Whitebeard Pirates in the underground world and rebelled from the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, Blackbeard. Although he had known the direction of the timeline, Kyle still cooperated and showed a little surprised expression. Interestingly, the traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates turned against the world government in a blink of an eye. It seems that the old man with Whitebeard is going to be furious now. Pfeffer. Doflamingo also laughed. At the same time, far away in the palace of Dreyrosa, his mouth was also wide open, his eyes were full of evil light, and he had a kind of aura of fear that the world would not be in chaos. There are more interesting tilde. I don't know what mentality is, Doflamingo continued to Kyle. You must have never imagined how that Blackbeard convinced the world government and the navy to obtain the position of the 7 warlords. Kyle, who had known the answer for a long time, was silent, waiting for Doflamingo's performance. The next moment, the phone worm in front of Kyle suddenly lowered her eyelids, with an unusually evil expression. That guy actually defeated Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division who was chasing him. And I gave this white-bearded son to the Navy as a gift. Based on the information I have, the Navy is about to conduct a public execution of Fire Fist Ace. After Doflamingo's voice fell, the phone bug instantly quieted down. Kyle tried hard to imagine the expression he should show at this time. After a while, he sighed softly. It seems that the war is coming. Nothing wrong. Doflamingo smiled excitedly. As Whitebeard, whether to save his subordinates or maintain his identity as the Emperor of the Sea, he will inevitably choose to fight head-on with the Navy. The Navy will definitely guess the direction of the situation and be prepared in advance. Kyle. A war that changes the world is coming. Fuffer ha 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 ha. Doflamingo became more and more crazy. But his actions made Kyle curious. So, why did Lord Dover tell me this? This war doesn't seem to have much to do with me, right? Although he has long been eyeing the war, Kyle will certainly not reveal it. No, you're wrong, Kyle. Doflamingo suddenly denied. Once the Navy chooses to confront Whitebeard head-on, we, the 7 warlords seas, will be included in the Navy's combat power. You and I will be in person in this war. That's it, Kyle smacked his tongue. I just knew that the identity of this 7 warriors sea was not that easy to be accused of. So, Mr. Dover specifically told me these hard-won information. What do you want to do? If you can find such confidential information, the spy you have placed in the Navy must be of a simple level, right? Is it really good to just expose it to me so easily? Be careful that I will go to the Navy to report you tilde. Fo-fo-fo-foff, Doflamingo smiled. You are really good at joking, Kyle. The phone bug on Kyle's side conveyed his appearance, and stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Instantly. The phone worm's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Doflamingo, who was far away in Dreyrosa, spoke again. But this time, his emotions were more excited than ever. Dover spoke. Normality, whether this war is winning the Navy or Whitebeard, it does have no influence on us. Just, Kyle. A flash of corruption flashed through his eyes under the blood-red lens of Brother Dolflang-Ming. Have you ever thought about it? By relying on this war, we can take our position one step closer. No matter how famous the 7 Warriors Sea is, it cannot get rid of the identity of the world government's lackey. I don't know you, are you interested in taking the Whitebeard's head with me? Become the new emperor of this sea. Exclamation mark. Kyle's hand holding the microphone trembled slightly, and he didn't throw the microphone directly to the ground. Of course this is not because he is afraid. But he never expected that Doflamingo called him and would say such a thing. What's the situation? Brother Dolflang-Ming wants to kill Whitebeard with me. There is no such scene in the original work. Kyle was puzzled. He held the microphone firmly and frowned slightly. Sorry, Lord Dover, I don't understand what you mean. No, you know very well. Doflamingo's eyes were sharp. In just 1 year, I conquered 2 7 warriors seas in succession and cultivated so many powerful subordinates. Kyle, I don't believe you haven't considered that position. Kyle was silent again. Speaking of which, you may not believe it, but I really have no interest in becoming the 4 emperors. He is a 2nd-generation army and is also known as the 7 Warriors Sea. In the world, no one cares what he does. Isn't it good to have a quiet development and then shock the whole world? Why do you want to become the 4 emperors, become the focus of the world, and put yourself on the fire? It was just that Kyle's silence was misunderstood by Doflamingo as being told through his heart. Kyle. With our strength, we can definitely create a new world in the new world. I have to admit that your growth rate and your pirate group are indeed amazing. But because the time to go to sea is too short and the sphere of influence is too small, it is a problem you can't escape now. It is also the fundamental thing that hinders you from taking a step forward. After working with me, we can form a pirate alliance and become the new Sea Emperor together. Don't you like money? At that time, you can use the Don Quixote family's networks around the world at will. Train your business to the whole world. Instead of being like now, I can only rely on me as an intermediary to help you contact business. You know, Kyle. Once the support of the Don Quixote family is gone, the industry of Magnetic Drum Island will be at least 1/3 of the time. Doflamingo used various means to coerce and seduce Kyle. This plan was not his temporary intention. He had always had similar ideas since he learned that Kyle had conquered Clockdale and Molia. After all, although after Kyle became the Seven Warlords Sea, which was on par with him, the world acknowledged that Kyle had left the Don Quixote family. But in fact it is. Kyle has never announced to the public that he and the Twilight Pirates are leaving the Don Quixote family. This is a signal. And Doflamingo did not mention this matter in a tacit understanding. The two were still like before, and he acquiesced to Kyle with the resources of the Don Quixote family to develop his drum kingdom. This also made Doflamingo see hope. As long as Kyle is willing to recognize his identity as a member of the Don Quixote family, then he has at least 80% chance of moving forward and taking another step forward. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Kyle suddenly hesitated. After all, some of what he said is indeed reasonable. Looking at these world's top pirates, no one can do business to the level of the Don Quixote family. And since going to sea, Doflamingo has indeed helped him a lot. Maybe, this is not without a problem. Kyle pondered secretly. Although he didn't want Whitebeard to die in the war. But it is a foregone conclusion that the Whitebeard pirates lost their status as the Four Emperors. Anyway, sooner or later, there will be a new Four Emperors, and I don't want to be that Four Emperor. Since that's the case, why not let the new Four Emperors take control of themselves? Pirate Alliance. No. He directly announced that he was Dover's younger brother. In this way, he can also deal with the Marshall's Warring States period in the name of lurking around the Four Emperors. Let it be aside if you believe it or not in the Warring States period. At least he expressed his attitude towards the organization. Moreover, the Don Quixote family's network that spread all over the world has made Kyle covet for a long time. That is something that cannot be obtained by strength alone. Compared to his identity and status, Bailey is the most important thing for him. After a while, Kyle said to the phone worm. Let me consider it. If there is anything, let's talk about it when we meet. Even if there is an answer in my mind, Kyle still plans to dry it first. After all, there is still an existence on his ship who has a deep hatred for Dover. Let him prepare for some ideological preparation for Luo for a few days. Doflamingo grinned. I believe you will make the right decision. After a phone call, I hung up. According to the guidance of the recording pointer, the Tiga continued to fly at high speed in the direction of Dreyrosa. And Kyle did not break the original plan because of Dover's unexpected call. He first asked Little Tiga to call Boney and Yerky to the captain's room. Then load the character templates for them in turn. Boney, who obtained the power of Guys, awakened the same beast of thought. She immediately asked her monk to give herself a beauty and skin care. If you should say it or not. Boney, who already has outstanding appearance, has increased his appearance by 2 levels directly under the effect of the beast. Kyle feels. If Boney keeps beautifying like this, even if she cannot surpass Hankook in the future, she will definitely be able to fight against her. Suddenly I felt that Boney's ability seemed a bit powerful and terrifying. If she had to open a beauty salon in the Shambodian Islands, how much money would she have to make this year? Kyle thought so in his heart. However, the next second, Boney, who was just looking like a delicate girl, suddenly became taller, even surpassing Kyle. And her body has become prism-like and her muscles are piece by piece. What a guy! King Kong Barbie. Looking at Boney's appearance at this moment, Kyle instantly gave up the idea of letting her open a beauty salon. With her carefree personality, if she suddenly becomes a King Kong Barbie one day, wouldn't it scare all the guests away? And the other side. After loading the character template, Yerky also gained the power of Asura's Unicorn Immortal. But compared with his numerous lyricism, his growth rate is much simpler. Extreme physical strength. Immortal recovery ability. Even. After loading the template of Asura Unicorn Immortal, even Yerky's domineering attitude suddenly increased a lot. After all, Asura's Unicorn Immortal is a few guys who can sense Saitama's power in one punch. On the spiritual level, the power is still very considerable. This character card will not turn Yurki into a simple brainless muscular man, but an insect warrior with very comprehensive indicators. Chapter 190 Busy Business. Finally, the 3 newly obtained weapons were put into the equipment room, and Tiga asked Ro and Capone to notify him after receiving them. The gains brought by these 5 billion Baileys can be considered to be all sorted out. Immediately, Kyle entered the captain's room alone and began to think about the proposal brought by Doflamingo. First of all, there is absolutely no problem in assisting Doflamingo to become the 4 emperors. After all, his ability to make money is obvious to all. In the world, except for the Golden Emperor Guild Tezzolo, who has the advantage of fruits, no one should know the way of doing business better than Doflamingo. Although his business path is full of various killings and wars. But this world is inherently distorted and wrong. Even those who rule the world do not want world peace, so who can stop these things from happening? 4 emperors Doflamingo. Things seem to be getting interesting. Kyle's lips quietly raised, showing a wicked smile with interest. But it's okay to defeat Whitebeard, but it's not possible tilde. After all, this top war is no longer a small game. Once the Navy announces the execution of Ace, then Sabo, who has recovered his memory, will never be able to watch Ace die in Marinfando. He will definitely join this war as fast as possible. And because Sabo was in the Revolutionary Army, Long could not let him go to the battlefield alone. And this is another question about Sob's personal, and the dragon will not get the Revolutionary Army involved in this battle. The biggest possibility is that he will be present in person to protect Sabo. Who is the dragon waiting? The most evil criminal in the world. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. With his identity and combat power, even if he does nothing, it is enough to intimidate a large part of the Navy. In addition, Kyle deliberately left a mystery in Rayleigh. On the timeline of the original work, Rayleigh didn't know that Ace was Roger's son, nor did he know that Luffy would go to Marinfando. So I can only watch everything happen on the news. But if Kyle informed him of this news in advance, how could he be embarrassed to look at his old friend's only child and die in front of him? In Rayleigh's state, although it was not as powerful as when he was young, it would be absolutely no problem to hold up a Navy general. The combat power of the 2 generals and 1 emperor's deputy can still tilt the balance of victory in the Dingshan War. What's left is to consider how to get Whitebeard to exit safely and agree to join the Twilight Pirates. Kyle thought slightly in his heart. And at this moment, the phone bug at his desk rang again. Brublublu tilde brublublublublublublublublu tilde. What's the situation? This phone usually doesn't ring, but it's crowded. Kyle picked up the microphone curiously. The phone worm's face soon turned into a majestic old face. Kyle, the 7 warriors. A strange voice from Kyle came from the microphone. It's me. He replied calmly, then blinked in confusion. At this time, the opposite side began to report to their homes. I am Gaji. Vinsmock Gaji. Liju said, do you want to make a deal with me? Oh tilde it seems that Raju has returned to Germa. Kyle did not answer directly, but said in a rhetorical manner. So, have you considered it clearly? But it is. Try $1 to exchange for combat power at the level of 3 Navy generals. I think this is a deal that you cannot refuse at all. That's right. Gaji also answered directly sincerely. Children have some status in his heart, but not many. As the successor of the Vinsmox family, what he pursued throughout his life was to make Vinsmox great again. For this, he can pay everything. Only. How can I trust you and do what you said? I can't convince myself with just one empty mouth and white teeth. I understand. Kyle smiled indifferently and immediately said to the microphone. So, since you are turbulent and you remain suspicious, can you come and take a look in person? See if I have it, what I said is so magical and powerful. Kyle knew that it was impossible to convince Gaji with his identity as a 7 warlords. This identity at most makes him not treat himself as a liar who speaks nonsense, that's all. So he still needs to find Gaji to talk to him in person. It was precisely because of this that when Raju left Magnetic Drum Island, Cell deliberately handed Zoro's life card to her. Let her find the location of the Tiga at any time. Sure enough. Hearing Kyle's clean and confident answer, Gaji also pondered. If it were a seven-war world, even if Doflamingo said such words to him, Gaji might not have considered it. But this person is Kyle. A magical pirate who brought 2 7 warriors seas that were absolutely impossible to fall into submission as crew members. The outside world's speculation about Kyle's ability and power has never stopped. And being able to make people stronger is one of the speculations that more people support. After all, the pirates at dusk also had 1 or 2 large-scale operations. If someone is interested in investigating the life trajectory of the members of the pirate group at dusk, you will find. After joining the Twilight Pirates, their strength has indeed been improved in a qualitative manner. The first thing that is to bear is naturally Monka, which is now placed on the table to manage the Drum Kingdom. At this time, many people have already dug out his former identity. And just by comparing his changes in the past 2 years, it is not difficult to see Kyle's amazing means. The other side of the phone bug was slightly silent for a moment. Kyle knew that it was because Gaji was thinking. A few seconds later, Gaji spoke again. I understand, I'll take Leiju and the others to find you. I hope you don't let me down. After a brief conversation, the phone was hung up again. At this moment, Kyle also had a satisfied smile on his face. This is what is called when the world comes, the world is in the same force. Why do I suddenly feel that the feng shui of the sea in the new world is so suitable for me? Kyle murmured with a smile in his heart. However, before his smile disappeared, a burst of blublu screams sounded again. Tilde. Kyle's expression suddenly stopped. He blinked in surprise at first, and then cleared his throat and answered the phone call when the phone worm rang the third, blublu, prompt. Hey Tilde, Marshal of the Warring States period. Because the phone bug for naval passage is ringing, Kyle doesn't need to guess and directly shows the status it should have when reporting. Kyle. On the other end of the phone, the low and thick voices of the Warring States period quickly rang out. But for some reason, his tone gave people a sense of worry. After confirming that the person who answered the phone was Kyle, he made a long story in the Warring States period and asked directly. Where are you and your pirate group now? We just walked through Fishman Island and are currently in the New World. Kyle answered honestly. Except for some necessity issues, such as matters related to the system, he would not lie to the Warring States period. Human Island. Have you been there? Warring States period, who received Kyle's answer, was also slightly stunned, but soon he remembered the important matter and continued. Have you just left Fishman Island? Then you should be not too far from the Red Clay continent at the moment. If possible, don't get too far away from there. The Navy may need your strength recently. Is it because of the execution of Ace? Kyle asked directly to the phone bug. How do you know? Warring States period was stunned again. After all, the Navy's full army meeting has not been long since ended. The execution of Ace is still absolutely confidential at present. Faced with the Warring States questions, Kyle answered honestly. It was Doflamingo who told me. We just went on the phone. Doflamingo. The phone worm, which represents the expression of the Warring States period, frowned instantly. But Kyle continued. From the current situation, Don Quixote should have installed a lot of spies in the Navy. And there are also senior naval personnel. The phone bug became quiet in an instant. But from its expression, it is not difficult to see the anger hidden deep in the eyes. What a Franmine. After a while, the Warring States period asked again. What did he say to you? Kyle continued to answer honestly. He guessed that the Navy would launch a war with Whitebeard in the name of the execution of Fire Fist Ace. And it was predicted that the Navy would invite the 7 warriors to participate in this war. Doflamingo plans to join forces with me to kill Whitebeard in the war, and then directly become the new 4 emperors of the New World as a pirate alliance. What? That guy dares to do such a thing. Kyle's frankness directly shocked the Warring States period far away in Marinfando. Fortunately, the Warring States period has always been famous for its wisdom and reason, and with Doflamingo's plan, it did not target the Navy. He quickly recovered from his shock. And the Warring States instantly realized that if the Don Quixote family and the current Dusk pirates really formed a pirate alliance, then they are indeed very likely to become the new emperor of the New World. Doflamingo, Kyle, Clockdell, and Moria, 4 pirates of the 7 warlords level, plus the powerful Thunder Fruit abilities Ainulu. The high-end combat power of this pirate alliance is no longer much weaker than the ordinary 4 Emperor's pirates. In addition to the development of the Don Quixote family over the years, if the Whitebeard pirates lose, they can quickly occupy the Whitebeard territory in a very short period of time. It's worthy of being the guy who makes he even trouble. That guy's ability to judge the situation is indeed extraordinary. The Warring States period said with emotion. But even more emotional, he suddenly realized. The little agent who was originally sent by him had grown into such a terrible towering tree without realizing it. Kyle, now he is actually a pirate of the 4 emperors. There is really no one who is an undercover agent. The Warring States period, who thought Kyle had no reason to refuse this invitation, asked directly. Soyo agreed to his request for alliance. Not yet, Kyle said calmly. But I do plan to agree to his invitation to form an alliance. Because I think that letting Doflamingo be the 4 emperors may be more conducive to the stability of the sea. Huh, what do you say? The Warring States period asked. Kyle took a deep breath and explained. Because of his identity. If he were to take charge of the New World, no matter how he made a fuss, it would not cause too much reaction from the world government. There is no need to worry about the emergence of a large war. What do you know? The Warring States period can no longer remember how many times he was shocked in the past few minutes. But Kyle's performance at this time really scared him. But Kyle continued. I got a subordinate not long ago. And this guy was a member of the Don Quixote family before, and he also told me about Doflamingo's younger brother Corathan. Martyr of the Warring States period, Corathan should be my previous senior, right? This. The Warring States period's eyes suddenly expanded, and their expression became a little dull. After a few seconds, he sighed with relief. That's right. Corathan, I personally sent him to the Don Quixote family as an undercover agent. Just like you at this time. So Kyle, are you sure you will continue to work with Doflamingo? This is not a safe thing for you. Safety. Hearing the Warring States period, Kyle almost smiled disdainfully. It's not that he is arrogant. At this stage, as long as you don't encounter regular fruit abilities like sugar, Kyle is really not afraid. However, in front of the Warring States period, he still has to play his identity well. Of course, the Warring States Marshal. After all, I'm not Colason, but I can conquer 2 Kyle in the 7 warlords. Kyle first tactfully demonstrated his strength. Then he continued. And, becoming the 4 emperors with Doflamingo may also help me take a step forward in my mind's thoughts. Marson of the Warring States period, I have been to the Shambodian Islands and have also seen the slave trade there. While this may make you angry, I no longer plan to return to the Navy under the world government. In the future, I may be on the road of pirates until the dark. Kyle, you. When Kyle actually said such a ruthless thing, the color of the Warring States period changed drastically. But just because Kyle mentioned the keyword, slave trade, he thought of something. So, you met the Tianlong people, have you? There was a hint of anger in the tone of inquiry in the Warring States period. But this is not for Kyle. But facing the dragon. Over the years, he has no idea how many excellent navies have seen. After seeing what the Tianlong people have done, he has doubts about the justice he has carried. That's right, Kyle nodded and replied. Not only did I see the Tianlong people, I also saw their attitude towards slaves, and attitude to the people. So from that moment on, I knew that being a navy cannot uphold my justice. Quote. So I plan to. Shut up. Just as Kyle was about to say something, a violent shout from the Warring States period suddenly came from the phone bug. But the next second, the Warring States period took a deep breath and said calmly. The conversation just now is just pretending that nothing has happened. You are still an exclusive agent under the command of the Marshal of the Navy, the captain of the Sword Special Force. This point will never change as long as I am still a marshal for one day. As for what you want to do, it's up to you," he said gently in a Warring States tone. Just like he covered up Cap, he continued to choose to cover up Kyle. "Thank you, Marshal of the Warring States period." Kyle's mouth slowly rose. "But please don't worry, Marshal of the Warring States period, I don't have any dangerous thoughts. I just want to conquer more pirates through my own strength, and then control them with absolute power. In this way, it will make the people more at ease. It seems that you have really grown up, Kyle. I believe in you, don't worry and go and do it boldly. I believe your uncle Kizaru will support your choice." The Warring States period pursed its lips, its eyes shining with light, revealing indescribable appreciation and satisfaction. The reason for his identity forced him to support the rule of the Tianlong people. But this does not mean that he will restrict young people's choices. What will the world and the future become? After all, it is up to a young man like Kyle to decide for himself. Chapter 191 Encountering the Nine Snake Pirates. The Warring States Marshal is indeed a barrier between the world government and the Navy. After hanging up the phone, Kyle looked at the sleeping phone bug, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. From his unruly appearance from Carp after his retirement in the Warring States period, it is not difficult to see that his heart has always been full of complaints about the world government. Unlike Akainu, who later maintained the rule of the world government. In a sense, the Warring States period was protecting the Navy and the people in its own way. In this way, I have been given a vaccination, so I don't have to have any psychological burden. In any case, the Navy has provided great help to its early development. In addition, with a relationship like Kizaru, Kyle doesn't want to make his relationship with the Navy too stiff. This is just right now. Bang! Kyle suddenly made a crisp snap of his fingers. The next second, little Tiga's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kyle. "What are the instructions, Captain Kyle?" It seemed that as the Tiga was upgraded, the little Tiga, who had a little nodded, stood at attention, showing a soldier waiting for the commander to issue the order. Kyle smiled. "I'll give you a notification to the guys in the cabin and let the top 10 combat power come to the captain's room to gather. Effect your order." That's how it is. Half an hour later, at the meeting table in the captain's room, Kyle informed Clockdale and others who came to participate in the meeting about the previous call. With the rapid expansion of the number of A-class and S-class partners on the ship. In order to facilitate management, Kyle also set up a ranking list within the pirates, sorting all the crew members on the Twilight Pirates at one time. The entire sorting mechanism is also very simple, it adopts the form of a ring match. The guys who rank low can challenge the people ahead at any time. If you win, you can occupy the ranking of losers. Simple and clear, but very easy to use. This also facilitates Kyle's management of the pirates. After all, there will be more people on the ship in the future, and he will not be able to cover everything for everyone. So Kyle plans to follow Kirby's squad and Karo's squad. Then, 10 combat teams were established based on the top 10 rankings, and named in the first and second teams in turn. Certainly. Because this is just a system set by Kyle to reduce trouble, the team captains and players are also very free and not fixed. The captain is the top 10 rankings. As long as you can make it to the top 10 of the Twilight Pirates, you can lead a team. The team members can also choose their favorite team at any time according to the team leader's change. In the future, Kyle plans to send all the mature ranks to the New World to earn Bailey for him. I didn't expect that guy Doflamingo was actually a celestial dragon. At the conference table, Clockdale, who was still in number 1, showed a slightly surprised expression and smacked his tongue secretly. It seems to be recalling the flaws he revealed when he came into contact with Doflamingo in the past. As for Enelu and Zoro, who are ranked in No. 2 and number 3, there was no big reaction at all. One of them is from the Sky Island and the other is a newborn calf. They have no idea about the existence of the dragon and the dragon. so there will be no big fluctuations in your mood. As for the fact that their pirates in the evening will become the four emperors, what are their psychological thoughts? The answers given by Anilu and Zoro must be. Isn't that a normal thing? In their minds, as long as the captain thinks, even the king of the world is just a thing in his pocket. Relatively speaking, Molia and Drake, who are ranked in number 4 and N0.5, are much more reliable. Hey. A war between the Navy and the Whitebeard. That's a lot of people who will die. Captain Kyle, don't know the corpse in the war. Molia smiled evilly and then cast an inquiring look at Kyle. Kyle understood Moria's thoughts, paused for a moment, then nodded. The corpses from the Navy may be sent to their martyrs' garden. But there should be no problem with the Whitebeard pirates. Hey. It seems that the number of zombie legions can be expanded again. Molia smiled with joy. But then, he asked again. And Captain Kyle, since you are going to expand the zombie legion, then the excellent shadow you mentioned before. Don't worry, after we finish processing the deal with Doflamingo, we will take the shadow of your thoughts. Hey, then I'll feel relieved. After getting the answer he wanted, Molia also smiled and remained silent. Although it has devoured many shadows of ferocious beasts and sea beasts recently. But after all, they all come from wild beasts. His shadow fruit can obtain part of the host's inertial memory from the shadow. And the memories of wild beasts are all wise. Although it can make Moria full, it is like eating bark and grass roots. It not only does not have the slightest taste, but it will even have a certain negative impact on itself. And the opposite. If it is a strong person with rich combat experience, after he absorbs it, he will naturally gain some combat experience and even skills from the strong person. It is so delicious than tree bark and grass roots. As early as when Moria had just joined the pirates in the evening, Kyle drew a big cake for him and told him that one day he would definitely let him eat the shadow of the strong. Molia has been thinking about the arrival of that day. Molia's words had just fallen, but Drake, who was sitting next to him, said with some concern. Captain Kyle, is there really no problem with the Navy going to war with Whitebeard this time? After all, he came from the Navy. Before the pirates formed an opposing relationship with the Navy at dusk, he was still very concerned about the future of the Navy. The problem should be small. After all, the Navy is the most powerful military group on the sea. It's just with his white-bearded personality, he is destined not to make the Navy feel better. Kyle, who saw Drake's mind, smiled. Anyway, we will appear in the war as the Navy. If you have any old friends you are worried about, you can pay attention to them. Okay. Drake nodded heavily. War is cruel. Although I am reluctant to face this reality, once the Navy fights with the Whitebeard pirates, I won't talk about how many people the pirates will die. On the Navy alone, I don't know how many righteous men will always fall on the battlefield. Unfortunately, in the entire Twilight Pirates, there are only a few people who can empathize with Drake. But fortunately, it's not without it. Don't worry, Drake. At this moment, Dasky, who was ranked number 6, suddenly spoke. I will take action when necessary. Although her personal potential is not very outstanding, after the awakening of the character template, Dasky's strength is no less than that of the ordinary Emperor's deputy. It is equivalent to the captain level of the Whitebeard pirates after number 3. It can still play a significant role in the battlefield of war. Because the members of the Twilight Pirates are too complicated. In addition to their absolute loyalty to Kyle, everyone has their own ideas and personalities, so when carrying out such a more complex activity, there are still many problems between everyone. For example, because he is not good at fighting, Nami, who has an S-level template and can only rank number 7, raised the question about the property storage of the Whitebeard pirates after defeating the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, if Nami is allowed to cooperate with Pikachu to participate in the qualifying match, her strength can be at least comparable to Drake. Lucy, who ranked no 8, is also upset that he may not be able to participate in this battle. It has been so long since he joined the Twilight Pirates, but he has been hiding because of the world government personnel. This made him feel very unhappy, whose strength had increased greatly. Cavendish, ranked number 9, considers that since the Navy is preparing to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, it will definitely broadcast live to the outside world and become famous. So should they consider the problem of the display being too powerful and being targeted by the world government? Only Brooke, who is number 10, drinks hot tea calmly, as if he is indifferent to the world. There is no way, who told him that this number 10 was obtained by sneak attacking Chopper. Maybe by the time of the war, Chopper had already regained the throne of number 10 from his hands. Chopper, who has the X-Antibody Digimon template, has a strength that ordinary people can really not defeat after taking the Blue Wave Ball. That is Brooke, and Cavendish who relies on his own speed and agility to be excellent. In addition, after being together for so long, I have long known Chopper's fighting style. Otherwise, they may not be Chopper's opponents if they fight head-on. The entire meeting ended up being held for more than 3 hours. During this period, various problems also arose. For example, Zoro wanted to challenge Hawkeye, and Clockville also wanted to personally compete with Whitebeard. Although Kyle knew that among the current Twilight Pirates, he was the captain himself, who could defeat Hawkeye and Whitebeard. But of course he would not refute the rare request from his partners. Generally, it is not too much request, and Kyle agreed to everyone one by one. Robin also participated in the discussion as the captain's secretary and recorded everyone's thoughts. Although everything is impossible, after some discussion, the Twilight Pirates were also ready to cooperate with Doflamingo and become the 4 emperors together. After the meeting, everyone left one after another. Those who need to train should go to train, and those who need to rest should go to rest. Just as Kyle was about to continue to organize the inventory of character cards in his backpack, Little Tiga suddenly appeared in front of him. "Captain Kyle, a ship was found on the sea ahead." Looking at the other party's flag, it should be a pirate ship. Pirate ship. Kyle was stunned. But the next second, a hint of joy suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The pirates that can walk in the New World are not very powerful. Not ordinary, it means that the other party's ship is likely to carry a lot of treasures and pele's, or a pirate with the ability of devil fruits. No matter which one it is, this is a windfall for Kyle. Good come. As soon as you enter the New World, you can see the harvest. Nothing is more happy than this. Kyle laughed. Immediately he launched an instant movement and appeared directly at the bow of the Tiga, looking towards the sea below. Sure enough. A large ship was diagonally below the Tiga, from their left to the right. Perhaps the other party's lookout hand did not have the habit of watching the sky. Even though the Tiga had reached a location not far from the other party's ship, the other party still did not notice it. Kyle, who was looking at the ship below, was stunned for a moment. Because he suddenly discovered that in front of the ship, there were 2 huge python-like creatures pulling the ship forward. It's not such a coincidence. In the pirate world, it seems that the only one who can sail like this is the 9 snake pirates on Daughter Island. Interesting. Kyle licked his lips lightly. He has long wanted to meet this very popular character in the pirate world. Unexpectedly, we would meet on such an occasion now. And, in addition to wanting to see the legendary beauty of the Empress, Kyle also had a lot of ideas about the Amazon Lily Kingdom she ruled. After all, that is a country that almost popularizes the domineering spirit of the 2 colors to the entire army. Add to those domineering strong men on the 9 snake pirates ship. In the pirate world, this is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. The key is, Kyle has a way to conquer Daughter Island. Although it may not be 100% successful, it is not illegal to try it. Little Tiga, start to descend and stop the ship. As for orders, Captain Kyle. The Tiga, flying in the sky, instantly began to tilt downwards, and soon it successfully reached the sea surface. And this surprising scene instantly shocked the 9 snake pirates' lookout hand. She quickly rang the alarm bell on the boat and immediately asked the messenger below to go to the cabin to report the situation. What's the matter? It's so noisy. In the cabin of the 9 snake pirates, the Empress, who was in the captain's room, suddenly opened her eyes. A hint of lovable anger appeared on the unparalleled and beautiful face. Han Cook, who had just robbed several pirate groups in the New World, slept with a rare peaceful sleep. Unexpectedly, she had just fallen asleep and was woken up by the noise. People are angry at getting up. What's more, she is known as the Pirate Empress. However, just as Han Cook planned to ignore the alarm and continue to fall asleep. But her door was suddenly knocked. Immediately afterwards, her sister Sonda Sonia's voice sounded outside the door. Not good, sister. Our ship was stopped. Han Cook frowned slightly, revealing a majestic and beautiful expression. What's going on? If there is a ship who dares to stop us, just destroy them. Can't you and Mary Grud solve the problem? Sonda Sonia outside the door smiled bitterly. Sorry, my sister. You really need to come forward in person this time. Because it's not someone else who stops us. But you have the same title as you, White Dragon Kyle. Chapter 192. This is a woman. White Dragon Kyle. Why did he appear here? Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed, and the tired look on his face instantly swept away, revealing a look of confusion. She lighted her lips, and after a moment, she reached out and picked up the fluffy cloak on the clothes hanger and criticized her domineeringly. Then her expression suddenly became unparalleled. Even if you are the same as the I family, you are in the Seven Warriors Sea. But if you dare to intercept the I family's ship, you must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Let's go and meet this Kyle with the I family. Han Cook stretched out his white palm as white as milk, waved his sternly, and walked out of the cabin with his two extraordinary sisters. At the same time, on the Perfume Snake, which belongs to the Nine Snake Pirates, all the crew members of the Nine Snake Pirates took out various weapons and looked at Kyle, who suddenly appeared on their deck with a nervous expression. Man, this is the ship of Han Cook, the Pirate Empress of the Seven Warriors Sea. Men are not welcome here, please hurry up. A female pirate with a long bow and a pretty good figure stood in front of everyone and warned Kyle. From her arc-shaped bowstring and the domineering armed aura attached to the arrow, it is not difficult to see that if Kyle acts a little rashly, he will immediately enjoy the highest etiquette of the Nine Snake Pirates in treating the enemy. After all, who made him the Seven Warriors Sea like Han Cook? However, facing the threat from a group of people, Kyle just chuckled and showed his two palms without any fear. Don't be excited, don't be excited. I'm not here to fight you. While speaking, Kyle couldn't help but look back at the two huge swimming snakes that were eyeing him. It is said that although these two swimming snakes are just sea beasts, they have extremely terrifying poisons. Even if Aquaman sees them, they will take a detour. This is also the main reason why the Nine Snake Pirates can act freely in the windless belt by relying on two swim snakes. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from behind the members of the Nine Snakes. The next moment, the female pirates who realized something immediately put away their weapons and consciously retreated to both sides, leaving a neat passage. A pair of slender legs wearing beautiful red high heels instantly appeared in Kyle's sight. Step on. Tread. Tread. Hancock twisted his waist and soon came to Kyle and looked at Kyle arrogantly. White Dragon Kyle, why are you here? The Empress came up and directly took a superior attitude, questioning Kyle in a serious tone. This sea is not built by your family. Do you need to report to you where I appear? Kyle grinned, raised his head, and looked back at the Empress with her eyes. Hancock's heart trembled. Although it was expected that a man who could become a seven-war world would not be an ordinary person. But when I first saw myself, my eyes were not shaken at all, and my eyes were like a smile, as if I was looking at something new. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation. This Kyle is not simple. Han Cook sighed in his heart. But on the surface, she still put on the airs that the Pirate Empress should have. Man, you should know that I'm not kidding you. You suddenly put the boat across the front of the Perfume Snake. Is this already provoking our Nine Snake Pirates? Or are you pursuing a war declaration to I's family? Wow. As soon as Hancock's voice fell, the entire Nine Snake Pirates instantly seemed to have touched the mechanism. They immediately picked up their respective weapons and pointed them at Kyle. And this time, the momentum of the entire 9 snake pirates condensed directly and put pressure on Kyle. In an instant, it seemed that even the clouds in the sky had dropped a little. Hey Tilda. Don't be so sensitive. Kyle smiled, but took half a step forward, instantly pushing back the aura that was pressing down on his body. Immediately afterwards, he raised his head again. Relax, Hankook. I'm not here to fight you. Do you have any more convenient places here? If possible, I'm going to have a deal with you. Trade. Looking at Kyle, who easily defeated the domineering aura he exuded, Hankook couldn't help but frown. But even so, she would not shrink because of this. Step on. Hancock learned from Kyle and also took a step forward. If you have anything to say, just say it here. The perfume travels to the snake cabin, men are not welcome. Oh. Kyle's eyes suddenly flashed with playful expressions. He looked at the Empress with a funny look. Are you sure you want me to say it here? After all, this matter is closely related to your childhood experience. Boom. What did you say? A powerful aura suddenly swelled on Kyle. Hankook instantly released his domineering aura. This time, she was not making small fuss like before. Instead, it truly shows the posture that only exists in battle. Even some members of the 9 snake pirates did not withstand the rest of the domineering aura when the domineering spirit of the king came to life. Wei fell into a coma. What do you know? Hancock was tense and was ready to attack Kyle at any time. The 2 sisters behind her also instantly entered the battle form and turned into 2 huge pythons. Well. Woman, it's just capricious, Tilda. It's obviously you want me to say it here. Kyle sighed helplessly. But the next moment, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes were sharp, and there was thunder blooming in his eyes. Boom. A stronger mental impact suddenly appeared from Kyle's body, like a long river running, instantly impacting Hankook's domineering aura. Then it bloomed on the perfume snake-like fireworks. In an instant. The female pirates who were originally hostile to stare at Kyle suddenly turned their eyes, threw away the weapons in their hands, and fell into a coma. Pooh! The sound of my body falling to the ground came one after another. Even Sandersonia and Mary Gorod, who were second only to Hankook on the ship, fell into a coma in an instant. Plop, plop. The sound of 2 heavy objects falling into the water rang out one after another. I saw the 2 huge swim snakes falling into the water under Kyle's domineering aura and unconscious. Ha Tilda Hankook, it seems that your domineering aura is still not yet able to practice. Bastard, what did you do? Seeing Kyle put all his crew and sister directly, Hankook was shocked and angry. Due to her personality, she instantly threw out her slender and fair legs and kicked towards Kyle. Hey Tilda. Kyle was surprised. I just showed a stronger domineering spirit than the one who is. There is no need to reward me like this, right? That's what I said. But facing the seductive beautiful legs, Kyle still stretched out his hands and held the slender jade feet tightly in his hand. Under the angle issue, Hankook opened his eyes directly to Kyle. Tisk tisk tisk. Kyle instantly smacked her tongue. Hankook, it's been rumored that you are the pirate empress, and you are very domineering Tilda. I didn't expect that you are still weird Tilda. Thank you so much. Asshole. One leg was firmly grasped by Kyle, and his sensitive bare feet were even stroked by warm fingers. Hankook's face instantly turned red. 3 points of shyness, 7 points of anger. Fragrant feet. Hankook, who was ruthless in his heart, directly used Kyle's hands as support points and left the ground directly. The other slender thigh was even more armed with the domineering aura and sweet fruit ability, and kicked directly at Kyle's head. This kick, let alone an ordinary pirate. Even if the Lieutenant General of the Navy is coming, it will be enough to be kicked to death. The reputation of the pirate empress is not only exchanged for Hankook's beauty. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Kyle still did not look panicked at all. I saw him frowning slightly. Hey Tilda, have you made enough troubles? After enough trouble, we're going to talk about the serious matter next. Pung. A kick containing powerful power was placed on an ordinary arm. The aftershock of the impact was like a hurricane, sweeping in all directions. There are also layers of waves on the sea surface. Kyle, who blocked Hankook's pursuit, flipped her arms quickly and directly locked up her two ankles. Then under Hankook's incredible gaze, Kyle exerted force directly and threw her down hard. Pung! Under Kyle's intentional control, a cracked pit suddenly appeared on the deck, but it did not penetrate the deck. Now, can you talk to me obediently? Swish! Hankook, who fell to the ground, was about to struggle to get up, but a cold sword suddenly pressed against her smooth swan's neck. What are you going to do? Hankook, whose life is threatened, finally recalled the importance of communication. She looked up at Kyle with her eyes as if she was about to kill someone. At this moment, Hankook was very confused. Why was Kyle, who was also the seven warlords see like her, so powerful? Faced with her questioning, Kelton felt helpless. Hey Tilda, don't say it seems like I'm a villain. At most I'll just break into your ship. You are the ones who are left with the domineering spirit or the attack. After saying that, Kyle, who felt that women were unreasonable for the first time, did not intend to continue wasting time with Hankook. As soon as he finished speaking, he took back the long sword, and then used Hankook's irresistible force to adjust her body, allowing her to rush towards Kyle with her erect little butt. What are you going to do? Hankook instantly became panicked and began to struggle. But Kyle didn't give her this opportunity at all. He held Hankook with one hand and tore the clothes on Hankook with the other hand, directly tore the clothes on Hankook's back. In an instant, the whole world became quiet. Hankook, who was struggling hard, seemed to have been used by someone to impose a fixed technique, and his eyes were stunned. But Kyle stood up and patted his palm gently. He said in his heart, "This trick is really useful." This woman calmed down suddenly. Quote, "Hey Tilda," Kyle suddenly spoke, looked at the pattern on Hankook Beijing's back, and said, "If I read it right, it should be the hoof of the dragon in Tianqiang. You and your sister used to be from Tianlong." Shut up. Boom. A domineering aura that was more powerful than before exploded, blew Kyle like a storm. But in the face of the absolute gap in strength, this domineering impact of the domineering color still cannot play any role in Kyle. But it gave Hankook, who came back to his senses, a short time to breathe. She quickly sat up, grabbed the collar with one hand to prevent the broken clothes from falling off, but her other hand stretched back, trying to block the pattern. Two tears suddenly began to spin in Hankook's eyes. "No, you were obviously unreasonable, but now you can't beat me and you're going to cry again." Before Hankook's tears fell, Kyle spoke first and blocked Hankook's mouth again. Then under Hankook's wet eyes, he took out a cloak from his backpack and threw it directly on her. "Okay, I'm looking for you this time, not to humiliate you." With one hand, Kyle took out a small stool out of thin air and sat directly in front of Hankook. After watching her wrap her cloak like a bath towel, Kyle spoke again. "Now, can you talk about the deal between us?" Quote. Hankook, shocked by Kyle, remained silent. "If you don't speak, I'll just pretend you agreed." Kyle grinned and started talking directly. "I'm very optimistic about your pirates and the Amazon Lily Island behind the pirates. A country that can popularize the domineering spirit of the two colors into the entire army. I have to say that in this regard, Hankook, you are very talented. So I want to conquer you. You are so delusional. It's absolutely impossible for me to let the 9 snake pirates and Amazon Lily fall into your hands." Hearing this, Hankook finally couldn't bear it and cursed at Kyle's face. "Absolutely impossible." Hearing Hankook's firm tone, Kyle grinned. "Don't say so, absolutely, Tilda the Pirate Empress. Why, let's listen to the conditions I can give first," Kyle said directly regardless of Hankook's thoughts. "If you can lead your pirates and country to join the pirates in the dusk, I can help you kill someone." What a joke. "What's your condition?" Hankook, who originally thought Kyle could tell the flowers, changed color drastically, and felt that he was insulted. But before she could speak, Kyle said again, "Don't be busy refusing, Hankook." At this moment, his eyes flashed at Hankook, as if stars were circling within it. Kyle's mouth raised. Think about it carefully, are there anyone in this world that you want to kill anyway? But you have no choice. No matter what kind of guy you are, as long as you agree to the deal, I can send him to the West immediately. Of course, except for me. Kyle was very self-aware and added himself to the list of people Hankook wanted to kill. What are you talking about? Hankook looked at Kyle angrily. But just as she wanted to continue to refuse, he suddenly had an idea from Kyle's eyes. Wait a minute. You just said that anyone can do it. Hankook suddenly felt energetic and asked uncertainly. Kyle nodded with a smile and responded. That's right, anyone can do it. Including the Dragon Man. Chapter 193 Contact with Don Quixote. Kyle sat leisurely on the small stool, showing a relaxed smile on his face, admiring the rare kneeling empress in front of him. At the same time, after hearing Kyle say the 3 words, Dragon Man, Hankook's eyes trembled heavily. As well, even her body began to tremble slightly. Some people will use their childhood to heal their lives. But some people need to spend their whole life to heal their childhood. How is this possible? If you want to play tricks on me or mock me, then you can start laughing. You succeeded. Inexplicably, the Empress suddenly let out a low sneer. Just like those who are as powerful as Kaido, Auntie and others, they are just pursuing the title of One Piece. The higher you stand at the height of the world, the more you can understand the world government's suppression of the world's terror for 800 years. Even though she claims to be the most beautiful in the world, Hankook still doesn't believe that anyone will offend the world government, the behemoth for her. However, what? The Pirate Empress don't even have the courage to face the Tianlong people. Swish. Kyle suddenly squatted down and reached out to hold the Empress's head. His fingers were tightly stuck in the Empress's white jaw. If you are only this level, I will be a little disappointed tilde. Don't let me look down on you, Hancock. Quote. Bastard, let me go. Because one hand wanted to hold the windbreaker, Hankook could only stretch out his opposite arm awkwardly and slap Kyle's arm. But no matter how much strength she used, she still couldn't shake Kyle at all. Until she had given up on resistance, Kyle slowly let go of her arm and sighed. I really didn't expect that even for you, it would be so difficult to get out of the shadow of childhood. It seems that I can't get results from you today. As he said that, he stood up and sent the small stool back to the system backpack. Then, Kyle took out a life card from his arms, and put it in front of Hankook. Since you can't calm down immediately, then wait until you think about it and tell me the answer. But I hope you can understand that I am serious about this. For you, the nightmare, is just a soap bubble floating around you. Just poke. Hey. Kyle stretched out his finger and tapped Hankook's forehead indifferently. And the next second. But his figure disappeared in an instant, as if it was melting into the sunshine. Hankook, who was wearing the cloak given by Kyle, sat on the deck in a daze. Kyle, who returned to Tiga, said nothing more, but asked Tiga to take off again and continue to rush towards Dressrosa. Kyle also saw it. Hankook, who was suddenly touched the pain in his soul, had difficulty making a decision immediately. That's why he left quickly and let her be alone and be quiet. But it doesn't matter. Although it will waste some time, Kyle believes. Hankook, who can awaken his domineering character and be praised by the world as the Pirate Empress, will definitely make the right decision. Time passes slowly. Half an hour later. The female pirates who were pouring on the perfumed snake, woke up from their coma one by one. The head hurts so much. Sandasonia covered her head and slowly supported her from the ground. She subconsciously looked around and suddenly found the female pirates lying on the deck. Instantly. The memories before the coma emerged wildly from her mind. Not good, sister. Even though her spirit had not fully recovered, she was so worried that she still stood up and hurriedly searched. And at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. I'm here. Sir. Following the direction of the sound, Sandasonia soon discovered that her sister, Empress Hankook, was sitting safely on the exclusive throne on the deck. Tilda. Seeing that Hancock was safe and sound, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, she showed an apology on her face. "Sorry, my sister, I just..." Needless to say, Sonda Sonia. Before Sonda Sonia could finish her speech, Hankook interrupted her directly. "That man is so domineering that you can't bear it, and there is nothing you can do about it." At this moment, Hankook was also aware of it. Her two sisters and a boat of pirates, although not very powerful. But for this sea, it was also a strong man who had been wandering in the sea for a long time. Even if you face the four emperors, you won't end up not even close to you, and you will end up in such a miserable situation. But now, they were actually unconscious under Kyle's domineering aura. This is already very telling. "So, is this your foundation?" Hankook murmured in his heart, and at the same time he understood why Kyle dared to make such a deal with him. After briefly explaining to Sonda Sonia, Hankook stood up and left her to settle the others on the boat. She walked towards her room with a phone bug. "Hey Tilda, it's strange." Looking at Hankook's back, Sonda Sonia was stunned for a moment. "I remember, my sister didn't wear this dress before, it seems like she didn't wear this dress." "Can you say?" A thought that was both frightened and angry suddenly appeared in her mind. No. How could that kind of thing happen to my sister? Kyle, he must have been beaten back by his sister. Sonda Sonia kept giving herself psychological hints and forced herself to not think in that direction. A few days later, the port of the kingdom of Dreyrosa. A huge ship slowly emerged from the clouds. The bow of the ship tilted downward and slowly landed towards the vacant berth at the port. Boom! The giant beast fell into the water, and instantly stirred up a splash of water like a small tsunami. Fortunately, the port was cleaned up by the Don Quixote family and completely blocked. Otherwise, the Tiga alone would not know how much damage it would cause. But even so, the high-profile entry of Tiga has caused dissatisfaction among many people in the Don Quixote family. These guys are too arrogant, right? Even if the other party is with Lord Dover, the same 7 warriors see, but do we really need to welcome them so grandly? Quote. At the shore of the port, Doflamingo and a group of cadres from the Don Quixote family were quietly waiting for the members of the pirates to get off the ship at dusk. Among them, Delinji, who was still young, leaned his arms behind his head, chewing gum while complaining unhappily. Shish, shut. At this time, Torapal, who was standing next to him, quickly made a gesture of silence at him, and then knocked a cane on his head. After the pirates get off the boat at dusk, don't say a word to me. Otherwise you just wait for the family rules. Torapal warned Dellinger seriously. At the same time, Doflamingo, who was located in front of the family members, also looked back at him. Despite being separated by bright red sunglasses, Dellinger inexplicably felt Doflamingo's dangerous gaze. Delinji, who had never been treated like this by the cadres, immediately stopped the sound and was so scared that he was afraid to move. But at this moment, Doflamingo, who had just looked serious, suddenly had an exaggerated smile on his face. And Kyle's voice also came from the direction of the Tiga. I didn't expect that Lord Dover prepared such a grand welcome ceremony for me. This really makes me flattered. Pfeffer. Doflamingo let out his strange laugh as if it was coming out of his throat, which was low and majestic, making people unable to guess his thoughts. After all, it is Kyle Jun who can conquer 2 kings in succession. If I don't receive it seriously, who knows what my fate will be like. Doflamingo said half seriously and half jokingly. Kyle walked down the wind staircase created by Little Tiga and led several members slowly down to the Don Quixote family. I really didn't expect that this would be the case when we first met. Sir Dover, Bailey, you should be ready. Certainly. Dover, who knew how much Kyle valued money, did not hesitate at all, and snapped his fingers directly with a snap. Instantly. Diamante, who was behind him, suddenly threw a large piece of black cloth-like thing out of his cloak. Under his control, all the cloth coats floated in front of Kyle, and then hardened instantly, turning into one black suitcase after another, the height of a hill. Is this the ability to fly fruits? It's really useful. Kyle glanced at Diamante with a deep look, and the stream of light flashed in his eyes. And Diamante also grinned. Thank you, Lord Kyle, for your praise. As a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, he already knew about the cooperation plan between Doflamingo and Kyle. Although he made Kyle's unreliable remarks many times at the meeting, at this moment, he still fully demonstrated the style of their Don Quixote family. Compared to Don Quixote's generous side, Kyle seems extremely merciless. He said to Nami behind him without hesitation. Nami, check these Baileys to see if they are enough Baileys. Okay, Captain Kyle. Nami, holding the Archangel's staff, stepped forward. The azure blue staff emits vast fluctuations of magic power, mysterious and beautiful. Now, this staff, which has been systematically rated as S level, is about to evolve into a seraphic angel under Nami's nourishment. For this reason, Nami has been keeping her staff by her side these days, never leaving her. I saw her slightly tapping the tip of her stick. The next moment, the disorderly airflow instantly solidified, and under Nami's control, it turned into a tiny whirlwind, opening all the money black boxes one by one. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind suddenly roared. Under the surprised gaze of the members of the Don Quixote family, all Baileys were blown up by the wind, and then a huge tornado of banknotes was formed. Every bill passed by Nami's eyes one by one. A few minutes later, the direction of the cyclone changed again. Every bill fell neatly into the black box as if it was being controlled by someone. Captain Kyle, the inspection has been completed. Nami turned around and reported in a flash of golden light in her eyes. 50 billion Bailey, no shortage of penny. Very good, thank you for your hard work. Kyle nodded with a smile, and also showed a greedy and joyful look. It's refreshing to deal with Lord Dover. He couldn't help but praise him. Immediately waved to Agent beside him. Agent, who had already been familiar with the attributes of his temporary warehouse and transportation center, instantly understood. After Nami closed all the black boxes, he stepped in front of Black Box Mountain and immediately squatted down. Swamp storage. Crazy la. With a Jin's loud shout, a large amount of mud instantly gushed out from his hands, forming a huge swamp below the black box. Under the action of gravity and Agent's control. In just a few minutes, all 50 billion Baileys were swallowed into his body by him. Then he came to Kyle and, in the eyes of Don Quixote, who was already stunned, directly inserted his hand into his stomach, and then rushed over. A moment later, he took out a transparent box containing a model of a ship. Mr. Kyle. Agent handed the box to Kyle. Kyle nodded, opened the box directly, then took out the Arc Proverbs, and stepped in front of Doflamingo. Lord Dover, in this way, we will have to settle the money in money. Doflamingo. This is not right. Subconsciously stretched out his hand to take the Arc Proverbs, and a blue vein suddenly burst out from Dover's forehead. If it weren't for discussing the pirate alliance with Kyle later, he would really want to throw the model in his hand on Kyle's face now. Pfeffer. Kel, you wouldn't want to say that this is the flying ship you mentioned that was built by Huang Li inside, right? Huh, why isn't it? Kyle tilted his head and responded, pretending to be innocent. Doflamingo, who wanted to hit someone, instantly clenched his fists. Even the cadres behind him showed anger. No. The fraud came to their Don Quixote. Just such a small thing, I'm looking for them 50 billion Baileys. Isn't this bullying an honest person? All Don Quixote cadres instantly stared at the crowd of the pirates in the evening, as if they would attack them at any time. Fortunately, Doflamingo finally calmed down, took a deep breath and said with a smile. Kel, you'd better stop joking. Tell me where the real Arc Proverb is. I'm not kidding you. Kyle raised his lips and did not continue to tease the Don Quixote family. He reached out and took the Arc Proverbs again and said to Anilu. Anilu, give me some electricity. No problem, Captain Kyle. The tall and big Anilu smiled, stretched out his palm, and suddenly released a ray of lightning and fell on the hull of the Arc Proverbs. Next moment. It seemed as if some switch was activated. A sound of gears rotating in the model-sized Arc Proverb instantly. Under the control of Aniro, the Arc Proverb slowly rose into the air. At this time, a flashlight appeared out of thin air in Kyle's hand, which was the reduced light of the magical artifact. Adjust the switch for the zoom-out light. Under the illumination of restored light, the model-like arc proverb expands rapidly. Not long after, a giant golden ship floating in the air appeared in the sky of the port. In order to make the arc proverbs more visually impactful, Kyle had deliberately asked Aniro to apply all the gold of the Sky Island to the surface of the arc proverbs. Although this will increase the weight of the ship, thereby affecting the power consumption in the air. But what if he doesn't matter? Anyway, this ship wouldn't be his. Just be handsome. The more handsome, the buyer will feel that the more valuable it is. Chapter 194 Needing. This what's going on. At this moment, all the Don Quixote family cadres raised their heads and looked up at the huge golden battleship in the air. How, Lord Dover? In this way, our transaction will be settled. Kyle shook the shrinking light in his hand and said to Doflamingo again. You are. At the reminder of Kyle's voice, Doflamingo retracted his gaze looking up at the golden battleship, and a surprised light flashed in his eyes, revealing doubts about the shrinking light in Kyle's hand. This. Kyle took the narrowed light in front of him, grinned and explained to Doflamingo. This is a prop I made with the ability of the devil fruit. After being illuminated by the light of this flashlight, the volume and weight of an object can be quickly reduced. After irradiating again, you can restore it. Fruit ability. When Doflamingo heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted. There have been many different opinions about Kyle's fruit ability. Some people say that his fruit ability is a storm, some people say that he can emit light energy similar to the Navy General Kizaru, and some people say that he has the ability to transform people and become stronger quickly. But no matter what, everyone firmly believes that Kyle must be a fruit-powered person. And also has an extremely powerful ability. However, despite his curiosity, after seeing that Kyle did not continue to talk about this topic, Doflamingo also praised him very tactfully and turned his attention to the golden spaceship in the sky again. I am worthy of being a man who can win the title of 7 Warriors C in 1.5 years of debut. I'm very satisfied with this transaction, and I'll clear the money and goods. Doflamingo grinned and made an invitation to Kyle. It's rare that you can come to Dressrosa, Kyle. It's rare to have an opportunity. Why not let my subordinates take you to visit this toy capital? By the way, a little later, we can continue to have some in-depth discussions on previous cooperation issues. Okay. Kyle agreed immediately and performed very happily. When Doflamingo saw this, he immediately showed a happy but treacherous smile. At this moment, he already knew Kyle is also very interested in the pirate alliance mentioned before. Next, Kyle left Aniro alone and asked him to connect with the Don Quixote family members of the Arc Proverbs. This entire giant ship was organized by him. It can be said that no one in this world understands the Arc Proverbs better than him. In the blink of an eye, time has come to evening. It can be seen that in order to promote this cooperation, Doflamingo was indeed very attentive. During the whole day, he not only sent a large number of Don Quixote family personnel to serve as guides for everyone in the Dusk Pirates. During this period, the people from the Twilight Pirates did not spend a penny. All the consumption of the whole day is borne by the Don Quixote family. You must know. Although the pirates at dusk did not attack and walked out of the training room. But including the Kung Fu manatee, there are dozens of people who have got off the boat today. After a day of fun, no one felt bored. Even the little Rab, who could only stay in the water tank, had a special person to push the cart and followed Brooke to the singing and dancing bar in Dressrosa. Inside the palace of Dressrosa. During the dinner, everyone exchanged cups and laughed. Mr. Dover, you're really troubled. On behalf of all members of the Twilight Pirates, I'll give you a drink. At the banquet, Kyle raised his glass and smiled and gestured to Doflamingo, then he drank the juice in the glass in one gulp. Pfeffer. This is all right. After all, the benefits you have brought to Don Quixote during this period are far less than that. Everyone carries the flower sedan chair. Under Kyle's honorific title, Mr. Dover, Dovermine also had a rosy complexion, shook the bright red wine in the cup for several rounds, and then poured it into her stomach in one sip. To be honest, he was both satisfied and surprised by the attitude Kyle showed today. Originally, Doflamingo thought that after Kyle subdued 2-7 warriors, he would not take him seriously. He has always thought that Kyle called him Mr. Dover because he was just a habit. However, after a day of contact, he actually found that this was completely overthinking. Kyle. It seems that I really respect myself. This, although it is a good thing, why do you always feel strange? So much so that during the banquet, he kept secretly looking at Clockdale behind Kyle. He had asked Clockdale many times to cooperate, but he knew very well how proud and arrogant the sand crocodile was in front of him. However, today he actually followed Kyle and called him Mr. Dover. For a moment, Doflamingo even wondered if the end of the world was about to come or the outbreak of the resident evil, causing some people who have lived in the first half of the Great Root to become abnormal. But, although the other party's voice sounds nice, he has long passed the stage where he will be flattered and affect his heart. And with rich business experience, he also knows very well. Some people belong to the front and behind. In order to avoid the long nights and many dreams, some things need to be finalized. After having enough food and drink, the banquet is about to come to an end. Doflamingo also seized the opportunity and clashed with Kyle again, then asked directly. By the way, Kyle. About the Pirate Alliance I proposed with you before. Pirate Alliance. Before Doflamingo finished speaking, Kyle immediately reached out to interrupt him, showing a look of embarrassment. Wait a minute, Lord Dover. I think something is wrong with the Pirate Alliance. What? Doflamingo's hands trembled suddenly when he raised his glass. Inappropriate. Good boy. You have eaten and drunk, and I thought this was going to be done. You are inappropriate to tell me now, right? As you are playing tricks on me this day, right? Click. The glass in Doflamingo's hand instantly broke into 2 pieces from the root. But just when he wanted to get angry. But Kyle spoke again. Everyone knows that as early as a year ago, the Pirates of Twilight were already a member of the Don Quixote family. Now we are going to cooperate with Lord Dover as the Pirate Alliance. When this is spread, wouldn't it be said that I, Kyle, is a traitorous villain? Huh, Lord Dover, why did your cup break? Kyle suddenly felt surprised. Ah. Doflamingo's eyes trembled, and he quickly threw the cup in his hand into the distance. It's okay, it's okay. The quality of this cup is too poor. Come on, please change my cup. Besides, didn't you see that there is no juice in the cups of the important backbone of the Don Quixote family? What are you guys doing for? You don't have the eyesight at all. Come on, Kyle, let's have a chicken leg. This is made by the famous food kingdom carefully raised for 2.5 years. Doflamingo looked flattering. At this moment, his heart was even filled with tears. Look, look. What he is called a loyal and righteous man. This is a loyal and righteous man. If the time wasn't right and there were too many people, he would have wanted to give Kyle a try on the spot. No, no, Lord Dover, I have eaten enough today. Kyle quickly rejected Kun's leg handed over by Dover, and said. That's right, Lord Dover. I have already thought about defeating Whitebeard and becoming the 4 emperors in the war between the Navy and Whitebeard. There should be nothing wrong with this plan. After the plan is over, you and me will probably not be able to save their position in the 7 Warriors Sea. Since that's the case, I hope to join forces with Lord Dover to announce that the Dusk Pirates will be listed as the number 1 pirates under the Don Quixote family. Anyway, after the names of the 4 emperors are implemented, many pirates will definitely come to join the Don Quixote family. At that time, I can help you take charge of these pirates. You see, is that okay? So that's how you planned it. Doflamingo's movements suddenly stopped for a moment. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Even though Kyle looked humble and humble to him, he still had his own plans in his heart. The meaning of his words is already very clear. Kyle did not consider the position of the 4 emperors. But he needs to control part of the military power. Military power has always been an important means of stabilizing the position. But the request he made was very clever. Kyle did not ask him for the troops of the Don Quixote family, but wanted to join the troops of the Don Quixote family in the future. In an instant, Doflamingo was moved. Originally, he planned to form a pirate alliance with Kyle, and then do his own things. Unexpectedly, Kyle actually brought him such a big surprise. He was actually willing to be inferior to him in name. The only requirement is to exchange the illusory future for him to have a real present. What's more, Kyle didn't block him. What Kyle asked was only to join the control of the pirates under the Don Quixote family. But if someone wants to join the regular legion of the Don Quixote family directly, it still belongs to his personal forces. He has no reason to refuse this transaction. I seem to have no room for refutation. Doflamingo suddenly opened the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, everything else is no longer important to him. The most important thing is to be able to get that position. Kyle, who received Doflamingo's answer, suddenly smiled in his eyes. Then I thank you, Lord Dover. But after he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. But, in addition to that, I have another unhappy request. Doflamingo frowned slightly, but said happily, you said. At this time, let alone a heartless invitation. Even if there are 10 or hundreds, he will agree unconditionally. After all, he knew very well. Although this plan is dominated by the Don Quixote family, the real effort is still the powerful combat power of the Twilight Pirates. Fortunately, Kyle did not make any excessive demands. Mr. Dover, let's not hide it. I have a friend who likes BABY5 in family cadres very much. I wonder if Lord Dover can become a beauty and let Baby 5 join the pirates in the dusk. Oh. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Kyle's final request would be this. But. No problem. Doflamingo waved his hand and agreed instantly. If it were normal times, it would be impossible for him to hand over the Baby 5 family member to others. But at this time, it's just a baby -5. Not a powerful guy, it's harmless at all. Kyle immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha, Lord Dover is so happy. It seems that our next cooperation will definitely go very smoothly. Of course. Doflamingo also laughed. A new era is coming. Bump. The two glasses collided together, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Although the others at the banquet did not join the conversation between Doflamingo and Kyle, they were always paying attention to their movements. Hearing the brisk sound of cup clinking, everyone instantly understood. The cooperation between the Don Quixote family and the Dusk Pirates. Successfully achieved. Come on. It's a man, just drink this bucket of Coke and me. France, who was wearing only underwear, pulled Senial Peak in a baby bellyband and drank happily. Circled.operator oh circled.operator wow. So awesome. Chopper, with a surprised face and golden eyes, looked at Diamante turning the food into a flag-like fluid state, and then swallowed it in one bite like eating a cake, and immediately puffed up excitedly. The big eater pony kept eating, keeping the waiters around him busy. Brooke borrowed the piano from the palace to create a new song that combines the style of Dressrosa. A happy banquet, and the curtain came to an end. Night. The moonlight is hazy, shining on the sea, attaching a layer of silver-white gauze to the sea surface. Denied Doflamingo's proposal to stay in the palace. Kyle returned to the Tiga with his group at dusk. Now that Bailey has obtained 50 billion, the subsequent cooperation has also been clearly discussed with Doflamingo. In addition, something big is about to happen, and time is tight. Kyle plans to let the Tiga leave the port overnight and head towards the next destination. Compared with the Tiga, who had just arrived in Dressrosa. At this moment, there were two beautiful girls with outstanding appearances on the Tiga. One, of course, is the Baby 5 brought back directly from the banquet. Regarding this beautiful girl with a special personality, he just quietly said in Baby 5's ear. The pirates in dusk need you. Then she immediately joined the Twilight Pirates. And you can load character cards at any time. It is enough to see that she has joined the Twilight Pirates sincerely. The other beautiful girl looked at Kyle, who was stretching out his hand to him with a blank look on her face. Welcome to Tiga, Rebecca. Chapter 195. Don't close it when it is opened, I like to watch it. You hello Tilda. Rebecca, who had changed into a normal makeup bun, carefully reached out her hand and held it with Kyle. Then she immediately turned her head and showed her eyes, asking for help to Dasky beside her. Dasky smiled gently. Relax, Rebecca. This is Captain Kyle that I mentioned to you. If you really want to save this country, he may be the only one in this world who can help you. As a former Navy, Drake and Dashi and others knew what Doflamingo did in Dressrosa. Naturally it was impossible to do like Clockdale and Dodoji. Members of the Hote family were cheering and chatting happily. So in order to avoid causing conflicts, Kyle did not allow them to participate in contact with the Don Quixote family. In contrast, he asked Drake and his men to sneak out of the Tiga, heading to Dressrosa, to find Rebecca, the genius and beautiful swordsman. After explaining their purpose with the toy soldier who taught her, Cyrus, who was Cyrus, the forgotten Cyrus finally chose to believe in Darsky and asked Rebecca to join the Dusk Pirates. After all, at this time, he had no choice but to choose to believe. That's all. Rebecca, who was still training swordsmanship with toy soldiers during the day, boarded the giant ship Tiga in the evening in a confused manner. Captain Kyle. Despite Dashi's comfort, Rebecca still looked nervous. After all, she is not a fool like Luffy who is careless about the world. Rebecca knew very well. The person in front of me is a King Sha Chiwahai who can be compared with his great enemy Doflamingo. Even in the ranking of the forces of the Seven Warriors seized by many media magazines, the Twilight Pirates ranks among the top 3. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous, I won't eat you Tilda. Looking at Rebecca, who was slightly more immature than she remembered, Kyle immediately smiled gently. Anyway, I already know the matter between you and Doflamingo. Although you can't help you fight against his crimes in the name of the Twilight Pirates. But after joining the Twilight Pirates, I will give you the strength and potential to surpass Doflamingo. How to go next depends on your own. To understand, Captain Kyle Tilda. I will work hard. Rebecca's fair little hands clenched into fists, as if her whole body was exerting force, showing Kyle his determination. Ha 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 Tilda. Kyle smiled again. I believe in you Tilda. After saying that, he signaled Dashi a look and asked her to take Rebecca to get to know the facilities of the Tiga. After tasting the sweetness of talent reserves, he certainly would not let this young female warrior who had shown her strength at a young age. This is also the main reason why Kyle took the initiative to ask Doflamingo to come to the future Don Quixote family to take control of the pirates. You must know. Rebecca is only 15 years old now. But she has already mastered the domineering spirit and her strong sword skills. The 15-year-old protagonist Luffy doesn't even know what domineeringness is. The only troublesome thing. Maybe it is because she and Doflamingo have an indelible blood hatred. After all, he still has a lot of things to use Doflamingo now, so he can't let it go. Fortunately, there was more than Rebecca who had a grudge against Doflamingo on his ship. At that time, it will be up to you if this guy, Doflamingo. If he volunteers to join Kyle's command, he can give everyone a chance to compete fairly. If he doesn't understand the truth and still cannot recognize the reality, then Kyle can only let his friends take revenge and revenge. This can also be regarded as maximizing resource utilization. After a while, the week of Tiga a rapid hurricane suddenly blew up. The next moment, the entire sea surface of the port seemed to be dodging, and suddenly a large piece of it was slumped down, instantly allowing the huge hull of the Tiga to midair. The Tiga, which lost the support of seawater buoyancy, was suspended in midair. Tilda. The vast hurricane roared again. Under the shocked gaze of several Don Quixote family staff at the port, the Tiga quickly took off, then turned into a glimpse of the shadow and flew towards the distant sky. After a moment. In the royal bedroom of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, who learned that the pirates at dusk had left Dressrosa, put down the phone bug in his hand and looked out the distance outside the window. In his sight, he could still see the figure of the ship disappearing under the moonlight. That guy Kyle actually took away the princess of the Liku royal family. What the hell is he thinking? Under the moonlight, Doflamingo, who was lying on the bed but still did not take off his bright red sunglasses, muttered to himself. He is not a naive 5-year-old child. Although Kyle and his Twilight pirates brought enough kindness to meet him. But if he had no defense against Kyle, then he would have been in vain for so many years. In fact, everything Darcy and Drake did in Dressrosa did not escape the control of the Don Quixote family. It just made Doflamingo strange. In such a huge deal and serious cooperation, Kyle actually had to be extra distracted to bring Baby 5 and Rebecca to the Tiga. Although the strength of these two people is not weak, it is just that. He really didn't understand why Kyle fell in love with these two women. Unless, as Kyle an LSP, is he interested in the appearance of Baby 5 and Rebecca? A bizarre thought suddenly appeared in Doflamingo's mind. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the correct answer. Think about it carefully, none of the women on the Pirates' boat at dusk seem to be ugly. It can even be said that they are so beautiful tilde. So. Doflamingo's mouth slowly opened. At this moment, he seemed to have found a new continent, and his heart suddenly became excited. In order to maintain the cooperation, he can successfully become the 4 emperors after the war. He made a decision that went against his ancestors. Hey tilde. Doflamingo suddenly picked up a phone bug, and didn't care that it was already rest time, so he directly called the person in charge of the Shampoo Islands auction house. From now on, all the beautiful female slaves will be detained for me and don't sell them. And go to other slave shops to check it out. If you find the beautiful female slaves, you will buy them all for me. An order that completely ignored the market and industry was sent to the person in charge of the slave auction. Although such operations will greatly affect the auction house's business and will bring unknown risks to the slave market. But what if he doesn't matter? I'm going to become the 4 emperors. Be more willful, what's wrong? At that time, as long as these slaves can serve Kyle, they will tie the thigh of the Dusk Pirates firmly to the Don Quixote family. Then his name as the 4 emperors is worthy of his name. You. Money and beauty seem to be as mysterious as you cannot refuse these secular things tilde. Doflamingo under the night sky suddenly let out a burst of cunning laughter. I'm actually willing to expose such a big weakness to me tilde. Kel, you are such a good person tilde. Brother Doflaming is such a good person tilde. Inside the captain of the Tiga, looking at the 50 billion Bailey who was sent to the alien space in the safe by agent, Kyle's mouth smiled tilted. With these 50 billion Baileys, he can not only conduct a large-scale lottery draw, but also provide a brand new upgrade and strengthening of the Tiga. I have to say, Doflamingo will have at least 60% of the credit for the Pirates at Dusk as high as today. Just like the early interest rate in Genting, it seems inconspicuous, but it affects the key to the whole game. The Don Quixote family's help to Kyle in the early stage cannot be easily ignored. I really don't know how I will live without you tilde Lord Dover. Kyle smiled and sighed. If he knew that Doflamingo was preparing a beautiful slave for him at this time, he would not say that he would be willing to give him a favor on the spot. At least when Luo wants to kill Doflamingo, he has to shout, "Stay under the knife." But Kyle didn't have time to think about what would happen in the future. Because next, he will have a tense and exciting night. Finally, it's time to smoke the ball again. After seeing off Agent and Robin, who wanted to sleep, Kyle immediately entered the captain's bathroom with a luxurious bathtub, and cleaned himself up and down. It took him nearly an hour to walk out of the bathroom again. And at this moment, Kylive already changed into a decisive victory suit. A golden nightgown with good luck printed on the chest and European Emperor embroidered on the back. This is a battle suit specially customized by Kyle to draw the ball. Certainly. Before the lottery, I sent greetings to all kinds of gods, and Kyle did not forget it. After doing all this, it was already early in the morning. The moonlight outside the window exudes a bright atmosphere, illuminating the entire night sky with extra tranquility. After finishing preparations, Kyle sat on the captain's chair and patted the armrests excitedly. "Good luck. Eat chicken tonight. Go." The next second, he directly clicked on the gag system interface in his mind. According to the plan that had been customized long ago, Kyle instantly clicked 30 times in a row on the 10 draws button of the Legend gaming machine. Once, it is 1 billion Bailey ID consumption. 30 times, it is 30 billion Bailey. Wow 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 wow. A colorful pop-up window flashed quickly in front of Kyle. Kyle, whose eyesight is already able to keep up with the system, opened his mouth wide and waves of light flashed in his eyes. Because among the 300 messages that flashed, he actually saw a total of 5 prompt messages with the words S. Open black lens bracket congratulations. Obtain S-level prop character card, Flame Demon END Natsu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket congratulations. Obtain S-level prop character card, Flame Giant Turtle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket congratulations. Obtain the S-class weapon Twilight Sword. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket congratulations. Obtain the S-level character card, Indra's Reincarnation, Sasuke Uchiha. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket congratulations. Obtain the S-class card, Miracle M. Gerald Valkyrie. Close black lens bracket. There is no time to explain. After smoking the ball, Kyle directly clicked on the backpack interface and began to look for today's surprise. 4 character cards and a weapon prop were instantly arranged by him in the backpack interface. Good guy. Fairy Tail, Marvel, Naruto, Death. This is a hodgepodge. For 4 S-level character cards, Kyle instantly recognized their respective identities. First of all, Natsu and Sasuke naturally need not say much. One is the protagonist of the Demon Tale and the other is the protagonist of the Naruto. Both of them are the sons of fate in their respective worlds, and they are ultimately obsessed with each other. It is not surprising that Kyle will be evaluated as S-level. Because it is a male character, the picture given by the system is also very ordinary. One is Natsu in the semi-dragon state, and the other is pulling out half of the knife and opening his eyes to Sasuke. However, the system still gave S-level some face. Behind Naza's portrait, some flowing flame effects were added. Behind Sasuke, purple lightning continued to emerge from his body. As for the other flame giant, Turtle, there are a little more special effects on the portrait than the previous 2. Because all over his body was covered with flames. Turtle. Most people may not have any impression of this name when they suddenly see it. But fortunately, Kyle is also a little Marvel fan. After seeing the 2 keywords Flame Giant and Surtur, I immediately guessed the source of this character card. The Marvel world, the oldest existence in the 9 realms, one of the evil forces that the Asgardians fear the most, Odin and Thor's biggest mortal enemy. There are countless titles in him, just like the time he has existed. Whether in comics or movies, the flame giant Surtur is an existence that is stronger and more terrifying than Thor. Now, he is transforming into a character card, lying quietly in Kyle's backpack. Although we know that the system will make certain adjustments to the power of the character card, and will also clear the level of the character card, and start over with the fitter. But Kyle's heart was still excited and could not calm down for a long time. And another S-class weapon, Twilight Sword, happens to be Surtur's exclusive weapon. A giant sword wrapped around the never-ending fire. And the last character card is an amazing existence. Gerald Valkyrie, the heart of the Spirit King, who constitutes the entire world of death, possesses the mysterious power representing that miracle. If it weren't for the comics that Yhwach eventually fell ill and launched a holy separation, the power of Gerard alone would be enough to fight against the entire soul world. His power is somewhat similar to Yerke's fruit ability, he becomes stronger when injured. And at the same time, he has an immortal body. The overall strength is very terrifying. 4 S-level character cards, one is stronger and more powerful than the other, terrifying. My luck is definitely good today. Chapter 196 Art is the big star. After harvesting 4 S-level character cards at one time, Kyle's inner joy can no longer be expressed in words. But no matter how strong the character card is, it must have a suitable carrier to exert its true value. After sorting out the characteristics of these 4 character cards, Kyle immediately began to think about how to find partners who can play their roles for these 4 S-level character cards. Interestingly, the 4 characters, whether it is Natsu or Sertle, all have strong, fire, characteristics. Even Uchiha Sasuke, although his usual ability is thunder attribute ninjutsu and various eye techniques, the Susa condensed from him yes, but it can also release the powerful Amaterasu flame. It also has some flame characteristics. When it comes to the flames of the pirate world, the first one to appear in Kyle's mind is naturally Portkar's D-Ace, who is now locked in the deep-sea prison. Speaking of this, the character card originally prepared for Whitebeard, Yamamoto Kinrakusashi Shigeki, also has powerful flame characteristics. Not to mention Naz and Sertle, they definitely have a very high degree of fit with Ace. And in addition to Amaterasu's flame, Uchiha Sasuke also likes to use fire escape ninjutsu very much in the early stage. With the characteristics of Orphan and Brother, I think the degree of fit with Ace will not be too low. Without analysis, I don't know that this analysis really scared Kyle. Should you say that you are worthy of being an important person who is to become the protagonist if you are immortal? It's really surprising that it can fit so many S-level characters at the same time. It seems that the system is reminding me that you can't die in the war. Kyle grinned. Saving Ace and sucking him into the Twilight Pirates was already within Kyle's plan. The appearance of these character cards just adds icing on the cake to Kyle's plan. But no matter how versatile Ace is, there is only one person. In order for these S-level character cards to realize their terrifying potential as soon as possible, Kyle also needs to find the right fit for them as soon as possible. I've been busy recently. Kyle sighed softly. After sorting out the S-level rewards, he once again focused on this A-level reward. Under the huge base of 30 billion Bailey, the number of A and B prizes this time is 25 and 30 respectively. Among them, there were 6 character cards, 4 weapons, and 2 advanced props balls in the A-level reward, and the rest were all awakening stones. In the B level, there are also many Pokemon balls, character cards and various seeds. It's just that with the S-level pearl in front, ordinary B-level character cards are hard to reach Kyle's eyes. After roughly scanning, he found that there were no special type of character cards in level B, and he immediately focused all his attention on level A props. There is no need to say more about the 2 advanced balls, which are equivalent to 2 B-level character cards. And because Pokemon's power system is relatively large and perfect, this can be regarded as 2 powerful B-level character cards. I don't know if there are S-level elf ball props in the system. If there is, you can sneak into Wano country and see if you can kidnap Jin and Jack from Kaido. The 2 of them, one Lunalia tribe and the other Fishman tribe, are completely in line with the judgment mode of the Pokemon Ball . With those 2 guys' strength, it would be a bit of a pity if they only use advanced balls . Kyle showed a wicked smile on his face, and he even couldn't help but fantasize about it in his heart. If Kaido saw the 2 big prosecutors under his command and joined the Twilight Pirates for no reason, he would not know what expression would appear on his face. But if there are really S-class elf ball props, the first person I should be catching should be Kaido. Although the A-level Pokemon template is not worthy of Kaido's identity and power, there is nothing we can do. Under normal circumstances, Kyle is not sure that Kaido can take the initiative to join him. After passing the 2 elf ball props, his eyes looked at the next few A-level props again. First of all, the character card. The 6 A-level character cards obtained this time are People Card Malik, People Card Skylet Kiyomi, People Card Vampire Warcraft, People Card Dedala, People Ka Character Card Farao. Among them, there are 4 character cards, and Kyle doesn't even need to look at their portraits. You can guess their origin by just the name. First of all, Malik. In Kyle's impression, there are only one who can be systematically rated as A-level and named this name. That is the peacock dance that fits Desire, Yanyi Wang Malik from the world of, Oh God. Click on the portrait of this character card in the backpack, and a dark man with a very good card-playing hairstyle and a wicked smile appeared in front of Kyle instantly. Sure enough, it's the evil version of Malik. After all, the dual power that Malik has in his ordinary form will not be systematically rated as A-level. Looking at the golden eye emitting golden light on the character's forehead in the portrait, Kyle nodded immediately with some clarity. It just so happened that Desire used the water of life to convert so many powerful monster cards, but he could not use them at will. With this A-level Malik, those high-star monsters are finally useful. Although Desire has been joining the Twilight Pirates for a long time, due to the limitations of the C-level character card, the dual power in her body has never been rich. The dual power on her body can only allow her to maintain the summoning of a high-star monster. We cannot engage in too fierce battles. But now, with the addition of Malik, these high-star monster cards can finally come in handy. I just don't know if Malik's fitter is easy to find. Although there are many Yanyi people in the pirate world, they are Yanyi and Smallkuroko's candidate is not that rich. After reading Malik's character card, Kyle continued to look back. The second character card, Sunrai Kyoya. This is another character card that Kyle only knows all the information when he sees his name. Yunk Gongmi, from the world of tutors, is the 10th generation guardian of the cloud of the Pengali family, with strong strength and unique personality. Its combat style is usually a more direct frontal battle, and you can defeat the enemy with your strength and skills. After officially becoming the guardian of Penglian, he inherited the power of the Penglian family and became one of the top strongest people in the family tutoring world. But, looking at the handsome man in the black uniform of the Discipline Inspection Commission in the portrait, Kyle couldn't help but frown. It's another troublesome character. It seems that no one of the people I know can match this character card. After sighing in his heart, Kyle continued to look down. The third character card, Vampire Warcraft. There is nothing to introduce to this card. After all, as long as you know Digimon, it is impossible not to remember this childhood shadow. When I was a child, the plot of the Vampire Warcraft invading the real world made Kyle scared. And a vampire. It just so happened that I could find a fitter for the vampire monster in my next journey. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there is a character card that he can think of the fit person. And if the next plan goes well, he can easily absorb the person into the Twilight Pirates. Kyle still cherishes high-level character cards. He hopes to be fully utilized for every picture and not to bury the reputation of these characters in another world. The fourth character card, Deodala. This is another character that Kyle is very familiar with. Naruto World, Aoki in the Akatsuki organization. But Deodala's most famous thing is not his strength or identity. It's the famous saying that has been widely circulated by netizens. It can be said that maybe someone has not watched the anime Naruto, but you will definitely see someone sending such barrage or comments at a certain surfing moment. Art is Patrick. Of course, the original words of this sentence are, art is explosion. It was only because Deodala's body turned into a huge luminous five-pointed star when she shouted this sentence before her death that such a hot meme was circulated. Deodala attacked using clay bombs. Looking at the portrait of this character card, Kyle immediately started to think. Although from the perspective of explosion, the best choice is to make a bomb fruit-capable person fit with him. But that ability seems to be a bit too much. Inexplicably, a stream of light suddenly flashed through Kyle's mind. And the corner of his mouth suddenly rose up as if he had thought of something interesting. Speaking of this, there happened to be a player playing with white sticky objects on the Tiga. I don't know how well Mr. 3 fits with this character card. After all, Mr. 3's wax liquid is no different from clay from some perspective. The two people used white sticky materials to make various combat props before fighting. And wax figures are also a kind of art. The more Kyle thought, the brighter his eyes became. Bang! He suddenly patted the desktop lightly. It's not wrong. The compatibility between this character card and Mr. 3 must not be too low. After using character cards so many times, Kyle has long had a certain understanding of the fit determination system. First of all, the most important impact on fit should be the fit between the character card and the fitter's fighting style. The second is identity and personality. Finally, it is the appearance and dressing style. At the same time, due to the different levels of character cards, the requirements for fit are also different. For general D-level character cards, almost as long as they are in the right gender, the fit will reach more than 60%, which can be said to be without any requirements. For C-level character cards, even if the fighting style and identity do not match. But as long as you dress up and sort out the picture in the character card, it will be easy to meet the standards. As for Class B and Class A, the requirements will become more stringent. Although identity and personality still have a significant impact on fit, starting from level B, there will be certain requirements for the strength of the fitter. But as Kyle analyzed, there are at least some similarities in the fighting style between Deodala and Mr. 3. Based on this alone, Kyle believes that Mr. 3 will definitely meet Deodala's requirements. Even if it doesn't work, the difference will not be too big. At worst, he will dye Mr. 3 yellow hair. The first 4 character cards are all characters that Kyle is more familiar with. As for I and Farao behind, it began to make Kyle a little confused. However, when Kyle opened the portrait of I's character, he was stunned for a moment. I said, why does this name feel so familiar? After a long time of work, is I the only guy? Looking at the whole body in front of you, Kyle immediately smiled bitterly as the muscled black man. Only then did he remember. In the Naruto world, it seems that after becoming Thunder Shadow, no matter what name it was before, it would be renamed, I. Yes. This is another character card from the Naruto world. And he is also a character that Kyle is quite familiar with, 4th generation Reishadow I. And the reason why Kyle is familiar with him is not because he likes this character very much. It's just because he satisfies the 2 characteristics of black man and strong man at the same time. So Kyle can often see him in the Naruto fan section. With Hinata, Tsunade, and Sakura. It can be said that he is the strongest Tauren in Naruto history. Ahem. After dissipating the bad memories in my mind, Kyle turned his thoughts back on track again. Although the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow uses Thunder Attribute Chakra, his fighting style is more about close combat from fist to flesh. In the pirate world, this is a relatively common way of fighting, and there are many candidates who can match it. Kyle just simply thought about it in his mind, and he instantly decided to use the character card. Weber of the Sandia. They are both niggers in close combat. The degree of fit between him and this character card is definitely in line with the standards. Sure enough, the decision to absorb the Shandia people was right. 1 ranch, 1 Weber. In a short time, I helped me solve the ownership of 2 A-level character cards. It seems that after the war on the top end, we need to expand the plan to build the entire race of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. At this moment, Kyle praised his wise decision. Immediately, his eyes looked at the last A-level character card. Character card, Farao. Different from the previous I. Kyle has no impression of this name. He was sure that there had never been such a guy in his memory. However, the same thing as before is. When Kyle clicked on Farao's character portrait, he instantly guessed the source of this character card. Just because in the portrait of Farao's character, he was wearing a dark purple armor and holding a harp like a long bow, standing proudly in the darkness. Will this be? Are you a character in Saint Seiya? Because I saw Zoro's golden sacred garment, after seeing the strange armor with distinct characteristics, such an answer instantly emerged in Kyle's heart. Chapter 197 The Deal with Luffy. Although his memory of the Saint Seiya anime is very vague, Kyle believes that his guess is not wrong. And the Saint Seiya holding a harp, that is, it is very likely that this is a character who uses music or sound waves to fight. Kyle's eyes lit up suddenly. After all, there is a guy who also uses sound waves to fight on Tiga. Hyaming Apu. As a person who has been on the boat for a long time, but has never encountered a suitable character card. Now I finally wait for my own strength. And he is a Saint Seiya from the higher world. It seems that the last puzzle of the supernova is also completed. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Kyle's mouth. After putting away all the character cards, he looked at the 4A level weapons again. Perhaps the system has some hidden mechanism, and when drawing weapons, it is easier to draw the weapons corresponding to Kyle's character card. This time, the 4A level weapons are the Millennium Tin Staff corresponding to Malik, the Pengray Gear Cloud Bracelet Veer, X, the X antibody corresponding to Digimon Vampire Warcraft, and the last one perhaps it is the Silver Cloak that corresponds to Pharaoh. Kyle immediately looked at their detailed introduction one by one. First of all, the 1000-year-old Tin Staff. I don't know if it's the principle of supplementing the system, because the duel's combat power is average, so their corresponding weapons are extra powerful. Compared with other A-level weapons, the ability of the 1000-year Tin Staff not only increases the partner qualifications as the most basic effect, it can also bring a lot of increase in duel power to the equipment. And after the equipment consumes the power of duel, it can also activate the special abilities of the 1000 Years of Tin Staff to hypnotize the enemy, read and modify memory, and other wonderful abilities. In addition, after injecting the duel power into it, it will also be transformed into a golden duel plate, which is used to use various prop cards. Is it because the duel's own weak combat power? I feel that the effect of this 1000-year-old Tin Staff is a bit more than the limited level of props. Even Kyle couldn't help but look a little surprised after reading the introduction of the 1000 Years of Tin Staff. But reading and modifying memories, etc., happens to be the ability that their pirates lack. I didn't expect that before I obtained the memory fruit, I actually gained such ability in advance. It seems that we need to find the right fit for Malik's character card as soon as possible. Kyle thought for a moment, then looked at the three weapons next. Compared with this 1000-year-old Tin Staff with special abilities, the other three A-level props have no special miraculous effects. Special it is the X antibody and Silver Cloak that Kyle has seen. One is to enhance the potential of Pokémon, and the other is to help wearers better master the small universe. Apart from these, there are no other special abilities. However, the Veer, X, the Pengali Gears, Cloud Bracelet, which is paired with Kiyomi Yasumi, reads in the introduction. After injecting huge power of enlightenment, it will become a complete set of combat equipment including windbreakers, duckweed crutches, cloud needle rats, handcuffs and other combat equipment. Armors, weapons, combat pets, auxiliary props, etc. are all available. It can be said to be a weapon born entirely for combat. Just like its adapter, Kazuki Koya. And here it comes. Kyle has finished all the gains obtained by Bailey of 30 billion. Some of the B and C character cards, weapons and props are not very novel because there is nothing new about them. Just place them in different locations on the backpack interface in different categories, and you can use them at any time when you need them. This money is really not spent. Kyle, who ended the lottery, looked at his gains today and showed a cheap and obedient smile on his face. No words all night. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. And the Tiga finally returned to the starting point of the new world again. Under the rock wall of the red clay continent. But because Kyle did not plan to go to Fishman Island this time, they no longer need to coat the Tiga and go to the underwater world. Instead, it floated directly from the high altitude of the red Earth continent. Certainly. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Kyle also asked the Tiga to choose a section far away from Marichoa across the red clay continent. And it was this day. It should have been an ordinary day, but because of a piece of news, the whole world became silent. Navy, are you finally going to take action? On the Tiga, located above the red clay continent, Kyle, who lowered the newspaper, grinned and his eyes flashed. After waiting for so long, this day finally arrived. Many of his plans can be implemented. Bang! Thoughts flashed, Kyle suddenly snapped his fingers, and little Tiga's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Little Tiga, how long will it take for us to reach the Shambodian Islands? Kyle asked his own ship elf. Tilde. Little Tiga, who appeared, thought for a moment and replied. At our current speed, we will be able to reach the Shambodian Islands in about 3 hours. 3 hours. Kyle nodded and chuckled. This time is enough. While speaking, he suddenly picked up the phone bug on the table, then entered a relatively unfamiliar number, and dialed the phone. After waiting for about a minute, the phone bug in front of Kyle suddenly opened her eyes and then showed a curious look. Hey, is it Kyle? A young voice immediately came from the other end of the phone bug. Why did you suddenly call me? As he said that, the phone worm grinned and showed a standard deep smile. Luffy. Kyle raised his lips gently, and there was a strange feeling in his smile. Without too much breeding, he said straight to the point. This guy, Portkas d'Acu should be very familiar with it, right? Huh, Ace. After hearing Kyle's words, Luffy was obviously stunned. At this time, several other crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates also came over curiously. Sanji, Yerida and others looked at the phone bug in Luffy's hand in amazement. Compared to them who had just entered the Great Route a few months ago, Luffy and his friends have become more and more mature at this time. Moreover, after gradually understanding the Great Route, they became more and more aware of. As the king of the 7 warriors, how terrifying is Kyle? Originally, they thought the Straw Hat Pirates would find it difficult to have any contact with big names like Kyle in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, he actually called him today. Ace is my brother. Luffy, who didn't know what was going on, still had a natural and cheerful look. What's wrong? Have you met Ace? That's not. Kyle chuckled. However, judging from your current appearance, you probably haven't seen the news today yet, right? News. Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then he raised his head and looked at his friends. What's wrong with today's news? He asked curiously, but was shocked to find that the faces of his partners became extremely ugly in an instant. Wait a minute, Luffy, what did you say? Portkas d'Ace is your brother. Is the second team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy scratched his head, I don't know what the Whitebeard Pirates. But if it's not the duplicate name, then he should be my brother. Bad. After receiving Luffy's affirmative answer, Sanji and others' expressions suddenly became even darker. At this time, K, a voyager of the Straw Hat Pirates, took a deep breath, then hesitated to pull out today's newspaper from his waist and handed it to Luffy. Her tone was hesitant said. Luffy, this is today's newspaper. Let's take a look first. What's wrong? Realizing that something was wrong with his partners, Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then took the newspaper handed over by K. Open the newspaper. A huge title instantly caught Luffy's eyes. Open black lens bracket shocked. The Navy publicly announced that it will be sentenced to Ace, the captain of the second tier of the Whitebeard Pirates at Marinfando, a week later. Close black lens bracket. Below are the analysis and details of the incident conducted by the dense news writers. However, at this time, Luffy was completely unable to focus his eyes. How could it be? How is Ace possible? Luffy's hands holding the newspaper suddenly trembled, and his eyes also showed a helpless look. Luffy. At this time, Sanji, holding a cigarette in his mouth, suddenly took a step forward, with complicated eyes trying to comfort Luffy, but he didn't know what to say. And at this moment, Kyle's voice sounded again from the phone bug that had not been hung up. How, Luffy? You have seen all the news about Ace. Look, I saw. Luffy murmured in disbelief. When Kyle heard this, he chuckled again and then said to the phone worm. Maybe you are not very clear about the power division in the sea. Your brother, Ace, is an important member of the Whitebeard Pirates. And the Whitebeard is one of the few powerful pirates in the world that can make the world government feel afraid. This time, the Navy chose to declare the execution of Ace so vigorously, in order to push the Whitebeard Pirates to the forefront of public opinion. Force the Whitebeard Pirates to go to war with the Navy. Whitebeast Pirates. Luffy made a puzzled voice. This is the first time he has heard of the name of this pirate group. But he also heard that the Whitebeard Pirates belong to Ace. What you mean is that this Whitebeard pirates will rescue Ace from the Navy. At a critical moment, Luffy, who had a rare brain light, immediately asked Kyle. However, the phone worm, which represents Kyle's expression, nodded first, and then shook her head. Kyle said, "It is inevitable that the Whitebeard pirates will go to war with the Navy because of Ace. It's just as the largest warlord at the sea, the Navy will not be so simple that the Whitebeard pirates broke through the defense. What's more, this time the Navy took the initiative to provoke the battle, and I guess he was fully prepared. In my opinion, if there is no external interference, the probability of Ace's death is more than 90%. Pong. The excited Luffy suddenly punched the table in front of him. The phone bug also fell to the ground with the desktop. Impossible. This is impossible. Ace will not die. Two have to save Ace. In just a few seconds, Luffy's expression changed wildly, from the initial shock to doubt, and then became extremely firm. Immediately afterwards, he immediately said to Kyle. "Kyle, thank you very much for telling me this news. I will definitely repay you after I rescue Ace. Kai, do you know how to go about this Marinfando?" Luffy does his own way. After making the decision, he immediately started to take action with his straw hats. But at this moment, Kyle interrupted him again. "Wait a minute, Luffy. You don't want to take your pirates to Marinfando to save Ace, right?" "It's not me who said. If you don't want to watch your partner die in front of you, it's better not to do that. Your power is still too small for this world. In comparison, if you really want to save Ace, I have an idea here." Luffy, who was anxious to seek medical treatment, lit his eyes, as if he had caught the tail of hope. He excitedly grabbed the microphone with both hands. "Tell me quickly, Kyle. Tell me how to save Ace. It's very simple." Kyle, who was able to see the picture, smiled gently. "If you are willing to give me your fruit power, I can find a way to send you to the deep-sea prison where Ace is imprisoned. When the time comes, whether you can save Ace depends on whether you have the strength." Transfer the ability to fruit. Luffy was stunned for a moment. Sanji, who was beside him, also frowned. For some reason, he always felt that the Seven Warriors Sea, which took the initiative to contact them, had bad intentions towards them from the beginning. Especially after Luffy received this call today. All of this is full of conspiracy. It's a pity that Ace is Luffy's brother after all. At this time, they were unable to help Luffy, so they could only let Kyle mercy. "That's right." Kyle Antiga nodded and said without any concealment. "I have a method that can deprive the ability of the abilities of those who have the ability without injury, but this method requires the cooperation of the powerful. Quote, if Luffy, you are willing to transfer your rubber fruit to me, I can provide you with a way to save Ace. I can assure you that Ace will never die in Marinfando." Joke. Ace is Kyle's reserve partner, and he wouldn't have let Ace fall here like this. However, he was able to take advantage of the opportunity of the Navy to execute Ace and let Luffy hand over the Nika fruit obediently. This is naturally beneficial to Kyle without any harm. After all, in Kyle's notes, Nika fruit is a few that may threaten his abilities. The potential of funny anime is endless. Kyle must not let such a terrifying fruit ability be revealed. After hearing Kyle's deal, the other people in the Straw Hat Pirates also instantly realized. Kyle is not as amiable as he acts. From the moment he left Luffy with a phone bug and a life card, he was coveting Luffy's fruit ability. But although Sanji and others wanted to persuade Luffy to think twice. But Luffy, who was eager to save his brother, did not hesitate at all, and agreed directly to the phone worm. "Good. If you can really help me rescue Ace, I can cooperate with you to give you the ability of the rubber fruit." At this moment, Luffy didn't even ask Kyle for more details, such as whether he would be afraid of sea water after depriving his fruit ability, and whether it would have any impact on his lifespan. For Luffy, as long as he can rescue Ace, the only remaining brother, he can give everything. "Very good. You did not disappoint me, Luffy." Hearing Luffy's answer, Kyle's eyes lit up excitedly. "Where are you now? Report the location to me and I'll go find you." Kai. Luffy, who was completely unfamiliar with sailing, looked at his navigator. Kay, who knew that he could not control Luffy's thoughts, sighed and said to the phone worm. We are heading towards the Shampoo Islands. About tomorrow, we will be able to arrive at the Shambodian Islands. Shambodian Islands. Kyle nodded and smiled. I get it. Then meet in the Shambodian Islands. We will talk about the specific details when we meet. Do tilde. Before Luffy could respond, Kyle suddenly hung up the phone. The next second, he turned around the phone worm's number disk again and made the next call. Hey tilde Mr. Rayleigh. Chapter 198 Going to Propulsion City. One day later. The Shampoo Islands, a bar. Rayleigh, sitting opposite Kyle, stared at the bubbles in the glass of wine in front of her, her face heavy and she couldn't let go for a long time. It was not until a while later that he raised his head again and looked at Kyle and asked. You really can make sure that what you said is true, Kyle? Certainly. Kyle smiled and picked up the wine glass in front of him and sipped it lightly. After all, I don't need to deceive you. And relatively speaking, the Navy has already mastered this information. I think they executed Ace with great fanfare to prove to the world. The sinful blood of the pirates Goer D. Roger has been cleared out. Looking at the light smile on Kyle's face, Rayleigh's eyes trembled heavily again. But after a moment, he suddenly sneered again. Rayleigh picked up the wine glass and raised the corners of her mouth. This guy Roger is so dead. He wants to cause trouble for me, the old guy tilde. After a gentle murmur, he drank the wine completely and then hit the wine glass heavily onto the table. Tell me, little dear. You should have known that the Navy was going to execute Ace long ago, right? Why tell me at this time? Kyle raised his lips gently and smiled slightly, has he discovered? As he said that, he no longer hid, but told Rayleigh directly. There is no way. Who told me that I am still under the name of the Seven Warriors Sea? The Navy has sent me a command to arrive in Marinfando in advance before the war to resist the Whitebeard pirates. This time, it was Rayleigh's turn to frown and glance at Kyle with a puzzled look. What does it mean? Do you want to stop Whitebeard from saving Ace? Because he knew the terror of Kyle's strength, Rayle was sure. If Kyle was determined to help the Navy, then Whitebeard would not have a chance to rescue Ace. Fortunately, Kyle quickly gave a negative answer. No. There was a playful smile on his face. I want to. With this top war, we will bring the entire Whitebeard pirates under our command. What? Pung. Hearing this answer, Rayleigh suddenly widened his eyes and stood up. This violent sound immediately made Sha-Chi, who was wiping the cup in the bar, startled. But Rayleigh, who stood up, was so excited that he didn't know what to say, but just looked at Kyle in a daze. After drinking all the wine in the glass, Kyle raised the empty cup and watched his body keep going through the light, twisted Rayleigh. Don't be so excited, Mr. Rayleigh. You are the deputy captain of One Piece. Don't always make me feel that you have never seen the world, okay? You. Under Kyle's soft words, Rayleigh was speechless again. But at the same time, he calmed down his mood. Tilde. He sighed a long sigh, then couldn't help but shake his head, as if he was sighing at the years. The young people today are becoming more and more incomprehensible. Tilde, Kyle laughed, isn't this a good thing? If everything in the world has to operate according to the established process, then what else is there to exist in such a world? You are right. Rayleigh smiled bitterly, nodded and responded to Kyle. Okay, Mr. Riley, the matter is not as serious as you think. All you have to do is go to Marinfando and muddle the water. I have made a lot of preparations to make this performance as perfect as possible. I believe that by then, it will definitely surprise you. Good better. Riley poured himself a glass of wine again, and then added another glass to Kyle. My old bones really can't withstand the storms. For me, it's better to have a more stable world. Is that true? Kyle raised his brow and whispered, maybe it won't take long before your wish will come true tilde. In the timeline of the original work, Rayleigh did not know all of this until the Warring States period promoted this to the whole world through live broadcast. But by then, it was too late. Now, Kyle has given the opportunity to save the captain's orphan again to Riley. As for how he will choose, it depends on himself. Okay, that's all I want to tell you. Kyle suddenly raised his hand and waved to Sha-Chi in the bar. Sorry, Ms. Sha-Chi, I will need to receive a group of guests later. Can you continue to occupy your tavern? Of course Tilda, Sha-Chi smiled charmingly, the famous little brother Kyle wants to talk about things here. Maybe after the war is over, I will become the most popular tavern in the Shambodian Islands. Obviously, she also listened to everything Kyle said to Rayleigh before. But even so, being able to keep his face unchanged can only be said to be the king of the past and the old pirate. The spirit is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Thank you. Kyle grinned. When it comes to Cao Cao, Cao Cao will arrive. His voice had just fallen for a few seconds. The door of the bar was violently pushed open by someone. Kyle. I saw a boy wearing a straw hat, holding a life card, hurried into the bar, and his eyes were also focused on Kyle at the first time. Finished. Luffy's eyes flashed, and he immediately jumped and went directly to Riley's side and opposite Kyle. He took the life card on the desktop and said urgently. I'm here, Kyle. You have a way to take me to meet Ace, right? As long as you can help me see Ace, no matter my fruit ability or something. You'll take it all. Luffy was eager to save his brother, his mouth was like a rocket launcher, and after seeing Kyle, he got straight to the point. Rayleigh, who was originally curious about who was going to talk to Kyle, saw the straw hat above Luffy's head, his eyes suddenly froze. That's the straw hat Roger passed on to Shanks. He was originally trying to say something and became silent again in an instant and quietly became a qualified audience. Calm down, Luffy. Kyle waved his hand and signaled him to sit down first. Immediately he looked straight into Luffy's eyes and said seriously. I know Ace is important to you. But I don't want to deceive you either. Your fruit ability actually hides a very powerful force. You who have lost this power may even never become One Piece. Even so, do you have to use your fruit ability to meet Ace's chance? What are you kidding? Faced with Kyle's repeated inquiries, Luffy frowned instantly, but without a trace of hesitation. I saw him with a firm look. Even if I don't have the ability to fruit, I will definitely become One Piece. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take away my fruit ability and take me to meet Ace. Very good. It's worthy of being you, Luffy. Kyle smiled satisfied. At this moment, even Kyle himself didn't know whether he was happy because he was about to get the Nika fruit, or because he was relieved to see Luffy who could get rid of the theory of bloodline. Then the transaction begins. With a puff. Under the curious eyes of everyone in the house, Kyle suddenly changed into a book with a strange appearance. A strange light flashed in Kyle's eyes. He smiled and said, next, follow my command. Ellipsis. Luffy. Step by step. A few minutes later, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from far to near, and the bar was robbed. The next second, other members of the Straw Hat Pirates led by Sanji ran into the coral bar one after another. After seeing Luffy, their faces suddenly relaxed and they breathed a sigh of relief. Sanji took a step forward. Why are you so anxious to run? We still. Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly. Because he had already discovered Kyle sitting next to Luffy. At this time, Luffy was twisting his body with a novel face, stretching and twisting. However, the characteristics that were supposed to appear on Luffy's body as rubber disappeared completely at this moment. Or, are you late? Sanji, who originally wanted to persuade Luffy to consider it again, immediately closed her mouth. Since things have happened, no matter what he says, it is useless nonsense. What's more, he had no right to persuade Luffy not to save his brother. On the contrary, Luffy, after seeing his partner, did not feel lost at all the loss of losing his ability to fruit. Ah, are you here? He raised his head and smiled in surprise. Immediately afterwards, Luffy suddenly opened his mouth and greeted his friends. Come on, come and see. This is amazing. My fruit ability has actually disappeared. And Kyle said that after losing the rubber fruit, I will no longer be afraid of sea water, and I can continue to eat other devil fruits. So interesting. Sanji muttered in a low voice, you heartless guy. In fact, after Kyle proposed a deal with Luffy, he had already noticed it. From the time of meeting at the port of Twin Cape, Kyle seemed to be intentionally planning Luffy's ability to fruit. The power that can make a 7 warriors see so concerned must have its own uniqueness. Sanji's eyes turned and he suddenly saw Kyle sitting in his seat. He was holding a book in one hand and constantly testing something. His arms continued to extend, revealing the rosy texture of steam, and then becoming very huge. Sanji and others are naturally extremely familiar with this scene. Because this is the second and third gear forms achieved by Luffy's rubber fruit. Although there was no route to the former Alabaston, the Great Route was full of dangers. After taking risks again and again, the strength of the Straw Hats group has been greatly improved. But then, everything Kyle did was made them unable to understand. He stood up first, and then his body suddenly expanded and became extremely strong. Immediately afterwards, black lines that looked like flowing clouds and flames were given from Kyle's skin, like some mysterious inscription, engraved on his body. Strangeness. Kyle frowned when he entered the 4th gear. You can enter at any time in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th gears. But I can't find any way to awaken Nika's form. In theory, with my current physical fitness, it is impossible to have the ability to fruit and cannot awaken. Kyle instantly put away the rubber fruit's ability, and then he put away the thief's extreme intention. So, is it Nika's will that didn't choose me? He sighed in disappointment. I originally wanted to experience the feeling of a cat and a mouse, but now it seems unlikely. After testing the Nika fruit, Kyle raised his head and looked at Luffy who was still testing novelty over there. Okay, Luffy, it's time to do the serious business. He suddenly called Luffy, and then, under everyone's surprised gaze, he took out a special telephone bug from his arms and called directly. Over there, the phone bug was quickly picked up, and then a slightly tired and majestic voice came. Hey, Kyle. It's me, the Marshal of the Warring States period. The Marshal of the Warring States period. Hearing Kyle's claim, everyone except Luffy, who had instantly widened their eyes and showed an incredible look. Even the knowledgeable Rayleigh and Shachi are no exception. Instantly. Rayleigh's hand raising his glass was hanging in the air, and Shachi kept wiping a shiny wine glass. Just when Luffy scratched his head and curiously wanted to ask everyone why they suddenly stopped talking. But Sanji carried him over, and then the Straw Hat Pirates joined forces to cover Luffy's mouth. At this moment, everyone didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing this, Kyle chuckled, then smiled indifferently, and continued to say to the phone worm. Marson of the Warring States period, I have almost prepared for what you said before. You can go to Marinfando to prepare for the war at any time. The battle fruits far away in Marinfando pondered and rubbed their temples with relief. Among all the 7 warlords' seas, only Kyle reassured him the most. No matter what Kyle is going to do in the future, how to do it. At least, he still belongs to the Navy now. The Warring States period nodded and said, it's very good. I have sent someone to summon other 7 warlords' seas to Marinfando. About 3 days later, you will arrive directly, just Marinfando. Quote. At that time, there will be special personnel to connect with you, the 7 warlords see. I understand, Marshal of the Warring States period. But. Kyle's tone paused suddenly. Seeing the look of doubt in the phone worm's eyes, he immediately smiled. Before I go to Marinfando, I want to go to the city to advance. You know. Moria on my ship can create powerful zombie soldiers through the shadow of the strong. At that time, sending these zombie soldiers to the battlefield can not only be regarded as a viable force, but also reduce the mortality rate of naval soldiers. What do you think? The Warring States period pondered again. Although during the war preparation period, people should not be released to the propulsion city where Ace is imprisoned. But considering Kyle's particularity, the Warring States nodded quickly. I'll contact the other side of the promotion city and let them cooperate with you. But you have to be a little soon. Don't delay Marinfando's preparations. Don't worry, Marshal of the Warring States period. Kyle smiled confidently and immediately hung up the phone. Hissed Tilda. And at this moment, as if a switch was turned on, everyone in the bar took a breath of air conditioning. Rayleigh was completely confused. Kyle, you. As an old fried dough stick, he immediately realized that the atmosphere of communication between Kyle and the Warring States period was not like a navy or a pirate at all. But before he could send it, Kyle shook the phone bug in his hand that could almost represent his identity and smiled. Ha ha ha, Tilda, who doesn't have any secrets. As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his eyes directly on Luffy. Have you heard the conversation just now, Luffy? The war is about to begin. To ensure you can see Ace in the war, let's set off immediately. Kyle. Luffy struggled out of Sanji's covering his mouth, tears filling his eyes. You are such a good person. Thank you this time. I will definitely come again when I rescue Ace, thank you very much. Is that true? Kyle smiled playfully, then I'm waiting for your good news, Tilda. Chapter 199, Coming here is like getting home. Gudong Tilda. His Excellency Kyle. A few days later, there was no wind belt. The city gateway, one of the three major institutions under the world government. A group of prison guards with strict barriers stood here. The cold sea breeze blew through their faces like a knife, but it could not shake their figure at all. However, even though they were used to seeing all kinds of rampant reward criminals on the sea, they even tortured many imprisoned prisoners with their own hands, watching them dying in the painful wailing. But at this moment, they were still timid. Because at this time, what stood in front of them was a pirate who could conquer two world-class pirates and whose comprehensive strength was second only to the four emperors level, Dusk Pirates White Dragon Kyle. The only thing that could make these prison guards breathe a little relieved was the big pirate in front of them, who was standing on their side. His Excellency Kyle. The jailer captain led the way forward and said nervously and respectfully to Kyle and others. We have received a notice from the Navy headquarters, please follow us into the propulsion city. I just hope that after entering later, I can cooperate with our work and not act at will. Haha, Tilda, don't worry, boy. Kyle chuckled and patted his shoulder. We strictly follow the procedures of the world government. The world government only asked me to bring 2 people here, but I didn't bring more than 1 person. While speaking, Kyle smiled and signaled to Molia and Ajin behind him twice. When the prison captain heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he raised his spirit again and showed the momentum that the city staff should have. That's the best, so we can all be more relaxed. Galagalagalagalagalagala. As a sound of metal chains shaking sounded, the stone gate of Halu, which was closely connected to the city, slowly opened to Kyle. Instantly. A scent of coldness and death hits my face. The first floor of the city is the area where the jailers and staff stay, so it is normal to go to the hell below. But despite this, the wailings of prisoners will still be heard from the depths of the city. After walking a few steps in, you can immediately see a group of prisoners who have just been in prison undergoing various harsh physical examinations. It's really a scene of hell. Kyle grinned and followed the prison guards into the elevator heading towards the inside of hell. The alloy elevator door slowly opened. What the Warring States period applied for to Kyle was to promote the right to free movement on the 1 to 3 floors of the city, so that he could take Molia to arbitrarily deprive the pirates there. As for the number of layers below, even the Marshal of the Warring States period could not apply for him in a short period of time without revealing his identity. Kyle naturally had no remarks on this. After all, it doesn't matter to him whether he has permission from the world government. A mere city can't stop the current yellow the pirates. In the narrow elevator, Kyle waited silently with Moria with a smirk and Ajin with a gloomy face. The confined space gives people an insecure feeling. Besides the aura that the 3 of them involuntarily exuded, the team leader who led them was a little breathless. It was still there, and the elevator box door slowly opened. A man who seemed to be a combination of evil ghosts and pharaoh suddenly appeared in front of Kyle. Seeing this person, the prisonman breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately saluted the pharaoh. "Deputy Warden Hannibal, the king of 7 warriors, Kyle has brought it here, and I'll leave it to you next." "Well, you're back." Hannibal nodded, his face slightly darker than agent. He has never tolerated criminals, so he naturally will not have any good face toward pirates like Kyle. After Kyle and others walked out of the elevator, he immediately reached out and made a stop to Kyle. "Kair is the king of 7 warriors. Let's stay for now." Hannibal held a naginata in his hand and blocked the elevator door, looking serious. Just the next second, he personally broke the majestic atmosphere he created. "I am the warden of this prison." "Ah, no." Hannibal's face changed and he suddenly turned his body, as if he was talking to himself, but in fact his voice was extremely loud. "I accidentally said what I thought. Although the warden's position is mine sooner or later." After the whispers ended, Hannibal turned his head again and said seriously, "I am the deputy warden Hannibal here. I will accompany you in your next action to help you complete your next work." It was said that it was accompanying, but Hannibal's meaning was no longer explicit. Obviously. He was the one who promoted the city and sent to monitor Kyle and others. Although Kyle came to promote the city to gather strength in the name of a naval helper. After all, the city and the navy are affiliated with 2 departments, and have their own set of rules. What's more, Kyle is not a small character. If such a guy is pushing the city and causing trouble, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, facing Hannibal who was monitoring him and others, Kyle did not show any resistance. On the contrary, he even took the initiative to show his goodwill and stretched out his hand to Hannibal. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Next, Warden Hannibal." Warden Hannibal. Are you talking about me?" Hannibal was stunned, his eyes suddenly shone golden light, and the corners of his mouth were involuntarily raised. "Young man, you have a lot of vision." His face changed suddenly, and a hearty smile appeared on his face, as he was extremely harsh and disgusted with the pirate. "Ha ha ha tilde it's not hard, it's not hard. It's all for the world government. Then Mr. Kyle, time is tight. Let's go to prison and start working." While speaking, Hannibal turned sideways, like a welcomer in a hotel, signaling Kyle's invitation. "It's like 2 people before." "Okay, Warden Hannibal." Kyle also smiled slightly. But what Hannibal didn't see was, at this time, a playful and inexplicable smile had already appeared on his face. When Hannibal raised his head and looked at Kyle again, what was waiting for him was a scarlet blood. Skills, monthly reading, activate. Under the influence of skills, the vast and terrifying mental power instantly formed a magical force, flowing into Hannibal's mind, controlling his senses and affecting his consciousness. Although it is not enough to complete the complete control of Hannibal, he is now like a puppet to Kyle, at the mercy of others. "How about it, Captain Kyle?" Molia, who felt Hannibal's change in momentum, couldn't wait and bent down to ask Kyle. "It's even smoother than I imagined tilde." Kyle chuckled and replied with an, "Okay," gesture to Molia. "Hey hee hee." Molia let out a strange smile in an instant. "I really didn't expect that one day, I would enter here in such a state." Sure enough, after following Captain Kyle, I was really eye-opening. "You actually learned to flatter. This is not like your style." Kyle teased Moria with a smile, and then he immediately turned his attention to Hannibal, who had been hypnotized by Udo. "Warner Hannibal, you know that we may use some secret moves that we don't want others to see, so can you please turn off the prison surveillance on each floor so that we can play freely?" "Certainly. His Excellency Kyle is the king of the 7 warriors under the world government and is also our colleague. Protecting the privacy of colleagues is what we should do." Hannibal, whose eyes were lost, replied in a daze. Immediately afterwards, he took out his phone bug and called the Red Lotus Hell on the deep sea. "I am Deputy Warden Hannibal. Notify the monitoring team of Red Lotus Hell, turn off all monitoring for the time being, restore time, and listen to my instructions." "Otis Deputy Warden Hannibal, does this not meet the regulations?" The voice of a jailer soon came from the phone bug. Just listening to his tone, it is not difficult to see suddenly he was a little confused when he received the order. Hannibal, who who was hypnotized, would not give him time to react. He was holding the phone bug and was instantly angry. His already ferocious face suddenly became more like an evil ghost, and passed it to the jailer who answered the phone through the phone bug. I am the deputy warden, you are the deputy warden. Can I ask the warden to report the situation to you personally? No, I don't mean that. The jailer in charge of answering the phone immediately shouted 3 times in fear. He and Hannibal, who were just pushing to the bottom of the city, were separated by countless levels. Seeing that he seemed to have angered the adult, he became panicked in an instant. I understand. Deputy Warden Hannibal, I will notify the prison team now. The next second, the phone bug in Hannibal's hand became weaker. Not long after, all the surveillance telephone bugs located in Red Lotus Hell also entered the same state. Hey hee, it's really like I've entered my own house. Seeing Kyle easily play the largest prison institution under the world government in his hands, Moria laughed again. And his laughter naturally attracted the attention of the criminals in the Red Lotus Hell. What's the movement? Mad wolf, mad wolf, mad wolf, mad wolf, mad wolf, mad. A loud chain sounded, and Hellman walked to the fence one by one, wanting to see what was lively there. And at the same time, located in a prison deep in the Red Lotus Hell, 2 pairs of closed eyes suddenly opened. One of them is like a pair of old men, and the other is like a rebellious warrior. He's here. His hair had completely fallen out, and Click, who was like a sitting monk, suddenly spoke. The clown Bucky, who was beside him, also showed an indignant look on his face and gritted his teeth. Yes, he is here. Crazy Tilda. Click, with chains, stood up. And with it are several criminals behind him. But each of their eyes was extremely enthusiastic, like a crazy believer who was trapped in the abyss. Let's go. If we go late, that adult would be unhappy. Damn it. You were obviously caused by that guy to fall into this field. Why don't you hate him? Don't stop me later. I'll slap him a little. Then say something else. The clown Bucky stood up with a look of regret. Behind him, a group of criminals who seemed to have lost themselves and were crazy. But facing Bucky's doubts, Click, who had forgotten about his thoughts, was very calm and replied calmly. Why don't you hate him? It's very simple. Because we can't beat him. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp blade of air suddenly appeared out of thin air, directly blocking the shackles that imprisoned the prisoners. Because this is just the first floor of the Red Lotus Hell, the prisoners who are imprisoned here are just a group of small criminals who are not valued, so the tools for detaining them are all ordinary metals, not solid sea tower stones. The believers of these Storm Witch Church only need to use Nami's little power to easily break free from their own constraints. The actions of Clicker and others instantly attracted the prison guards of the Red Lotus Hell. A jailer who was on inspection saw that Click actually cut off the prison door with a wave of his hand, and his eyes widened instantly, showing an incredible look. But just when he wanted to pick up the communication device and report the matter to the command center, a terrifying momentum instantly passed through the entire Red Lotus Hell. In an instant, the jailers who were originally doing their own work suddenly stopped, and then their eyes rolled and they fell into a coma. Long time no see Click. It seems you're doing well here. At this time, a frivolous voice came from a distance. Click raised his head and saw Kyle and Molia and the other 2 walking towards them slowly. Instantly, Click's eyes suddenly froze. Since being tortured by Kyle, he hasn't encountered anything that makes him feel palpitations for a long time. But at this moment, after seeing Agent and Molia behind Kyle, he did it. The next second, Click smiled bitterly. Although I know that the hidden dragon swims, the wind and clouds change. But in less than 2 years, is the change in this world a little too fast? Because they were imprisoned in prison and knew very little about the outside world, Cliff and Bucky did not know what was happening outside, and the current identity of the Twilight Pirates. They just received a message from the person they believed in, telling them that Kyle would come to them today. Suddenly, Click suddenly looked at Bucky beside him as if he was remembering something. He showed a rare look of teasing. Joker Bucky, do you still hate Lord Kyle now? Huh, what are you talking about? Bucky's head flew up and turned his head to make a surprised expression at Clyke. Mr. Kyle is the captain of the Storm Witch of our faith. I have always treated him as a god. I warn you not to talk nonsense, Tilda. Click was silent for a moment. It's worthy of being you. If I hadn't heard you talk about, kill Kyle, for nearly 2 years, I would have believed in your evil spirit. But that large onion head is Moria, the king's 7 warriors, see, right? That stupid guy, isn't Hannibal, the deputy warden who has been in charge of the senior prisons. Agent, forgot it. Why did they both follow Kyle respectfully like subordinates? Chapter 200 The Straw Hats Group propelling the city. Just as Click and Bucky were shocked, Kyle clapped his hands and got straight to the point. Okay, time doesn't wait for anyone, and someone will soon discover the abnormality here. Let's not stand stupidly here. Hannibal, go and get me the keys on this floor. Okay, Mr. Kyle. The hypnotized Hannibal did not hesitate at all. Under the surprised gaze of the prisoners, he obediently ran to the security room to prepare the keys for Kyle. And Kyle continued to command. Click, Bucky, wait for Hannibal to get the keys back, go and let your people come out first, bring them together, and act together later. Remember, speak quietly when you act and don't attract the attention of other floors. Yes, Lord Kyle. Although he was unfamiliar and curious about Kyle's current identity and strength, these 2 guys who were sent to advance the city in advance still responded quickly. In the past 2 years, Click and Bucky have not been idle either. The 2 of them, with their temperament as a monk, preached the teachings of the Storm Witch in the Red Lotus Hell, attracting the followers of a group of people who realize their crimes and want to abandon evil and do good. With his own personal charm, and the power he took from Nami, he conquered many restless people who were unwilling to waste the rest of his life in this hell. In the past, the 2 of them gathered up thousands of criminals in total. After truly feeling the power of the wind, all the thousands of criminals became believers of the Storm Witch. The few people who have been following Click and Bucky have reached the level of a crazy believer. Soon, Click and Bucky, who had obtained the key, released all their younger brothers. Thousands of criminals with a minimum bounty of 1 million Bailey gathered together and stood in front of Kyle. However, even though these thousands of criminals were once powerful people who were in trouble, they didn't even dare to breathe in front of Kyle. Hey, a unit was assembled so quickly. Captain Kyle's methods are really amazing. Moria continued to flatter Kyle. But Kyle just smiled indifferently. Okay, I have prepared all the staff for you, and the rest of the work will be up to you. Don't worry, leave it to me, Captain Kyle. Hey. Moria, who had pulled out a pair of big scissors from somewhere, smiled evilly, and then he directly commanded the criminals in front of him and began to act one by one. In the cell, the criminals who were originally flew by Kyle's domineering aura and were so scared that they dared not move. At this time, they saw a group of people wearing prison uniforms like themselves, taking a demon waving big scissors into their cell. I became frightened in an instant. Hey, who are you? What are you going to do? Wait, I know you. You are Moonlight Molia, the 7 warriors. Why did you appear here? Brothers, wait a minute, I want to join you, let me be with you. Prisoner, where are the jailer? Come quickly. All kinds of ghost-crying wolf howlings kept ringing. Hey, what happened? Shadow has shadow. Shadow. What shadow? Ah. A shrill scream instantly cut off the source of the conversation. Soon, the scream was transferred from the first cell to the second, the third. As the sound of restlessness came from one cell after another, the entire Red Lotus Hell instantly turned into a real hell on Earth. It was not until 3 hours later that the scream gradually subsided. Not long after, a huge Molia, who was extremely bloated, walked slowly over with heavy steps. Every step he took would step into a deep pit on the hard ground of the city. And his head was pressed against the ceiling of this floor, and it was so hard that it was. At this moment, he was even more than twice as huge as the shadows gathered to eat 1,000 shadows. Because just now, the shadows he used the magic of Shadow Dragon destroying and the Shadow Fruit ability to swallow had exceeded 3,000. Boom, boom, boom. Every step Molia, who seemed to collapse in the mountains, came to Kyle, and the thick and sharp laughter seemed to come from the sky. Hey hee hee. Captain Kyle, I'm really a little can't eat it. If you eat it any more, it will affect your next action. I have asked Agent to help me store the extra shadow. We can take the next step. Moria patted her round belly skin, she showed admiring eyes to Kyle. Although Kyle had promised him that he would eat the shadow of elites until he was full. But come to promote the city to have a buffet. This is definitely something he dared not even think about. Oh, is it over? Kyle, who had been waiting for a long time, looked up at Moria, who was taller than the ridge, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Well, since that's the case, let's keep moving forward. The pirates imprisoned in the Red Lotus Hell are still too weak after all. These pirates are not the main targets of Kyle and the others in this trip. But weakness also has the benefits of weakness. That's it for dog food, and you won't feel distressed at all. Moria, who had already swallowed up many shadows of ferocious beasts and sea beasts, will have a complete outlook after eating the shadows of these 3,000 criminals. As long as he can quickly digest the power of these 3,000 shadows and transform them into his own things. Then his strength will reach the Navy general. Even top generals that can be compared with Aokiji and Akainu. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyle suddenly stretched out his hand. A puff. The thief's extreme intention instantly appeared in his palm. The next second, Kyle's body actually expanded rapidly. In an instant, his size actually surpassed Moria and turned into a huge castle with the ceiling of the Red Lotus Hell above his head. Along the way, many prisons were even crushed into powder by him. And this is the castle fruit ability that Kyle specifically wanted from Capone Becky before coming to advance the city. Anyway, he now has XANXUS character templates, and this castle fruit is useless in his hands. This time, a large number of criminals and shadows were needed to be transported, so Kyle took the fruit directly and promised to find him a better fruit ability in the future. Ajin, put the shadow you absorbed into the castle first. Click, Bucky, take your people into the castle first. I'll take you out of here. Swish. The thick metal door slowly opened. Kyle, who became a castle man, directed with a strong voice. Yes, Captain Kyle. Good, Lord Kyle. Agent's clean and neat answer formed a sharp contrast with the tone of Click and Bucky, who were shocked and stuttered. At this moment, Click and Bucky only felt that their brains were completely unbalanced. The various means and strength that Kyle showed to them were completely beyond their perception. Under the influence of physical inertia, the two of them walked into the castle with their own younger brothers in a confused look on their faces. These guys are all big pirates with a bounty of more than 1 million yuan, and they are simply the most perfect labor force in the world. To be honest, Kyle simply doesn't understand why the world government wants to imprison them instead of sending them to the bridge country to act as cheap labor. But it doesn't matter. With these thousands of pirates, the fishmen and mermaids sent from Fishman Island, and the powerful zombies that are about to appear in the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. It won't take long to open the undersea tunnel from Magdu Island to Alabaston. Soon. The whole Red Lotus Hell became quiet again. Kyle removed his fruit ability and changed back to normal size again. Hannibal, notify the second level and remove the surveillance. Okay, Mr. Kyle. Under Kyle's hypnosis, Hannibal took out his exclusive phone bug and called the monitoring room. With the operation just now, this time the monitoring room did not ask too much, and directly turned off the monitoring on the second floor. And the next second, he took Hannibal, Agent and the huge Molia directly and instantly moved to the second floor of the sea hell of the beasts. Still a familiar operation. The extremely powerful domineering aura was directly dispatched. This time, because there is no need to worry about fainting the believers who were brainwashed by Bucky and Klish, Kyle directly turned on his horse, causing all the breathing creatures in the second layer to fall into a coma. Then, while Kyle asked Hannibal to get the key to the prison, he transformed into the castle again, asking Bucky and Klish to send some people to help Moria harvest the shadow. By the way, he also asked Agent to pick up all kinds of beasts living here, keep them and take them back to the Tiga for breeding and training. The second level of Beast Hell is all prisoners with a bounty of about 3,000 yuan. The reward prisoners at this level, whether they are in their strength or other levels, or too much beyond the first level. Among them, there are many fruit abilities. With a serious and responsible attitude, Kyle even asked Hannibal to find the second floor personnel information list, packaged all the fruit abilities directly and sent them into the castle in his body. Although the second floor has a lot of tasks, because most prisoners have become food for beasts, there are not many. So 3 hours later, Kyle and others also completed some series of operations. He even collected a lot of fruit abilities in one breath. Although there are not many powerful abilities in it, most of them are just ordinary animal-type abilities. But this is just the second level after all. This is a great harvest. Quote. Excited Kyle couldn't help licking his lips. After completing a series of operations, he led people again and directly descended to the third level, and then did the same. After reaching the third floor, the number of prisoners has begun to decrease significantly. Originally, there could be a small number of people on the first floor, and there could be 7,000 or 8,000 on the second floor. But when Kyle swept through it with his domineering aura, there were only about 2,000 people in the prison that was comparable to the size of an island. It can be said that it is truly vast and sparsely populated. And affected by the fourth layer of scorching hell, the entire hungry hell is like a big oven. The prisoners' labor force brought from the first floor can only use Nami's power to form a wind barrier to resist the heat while cooperating with Moria to collect shadows. The time of action was greatly delayed. Half a day passed, but Molia only collected the shadows of more than 1,000 prisoners. Although these prisoners are all big pirates with a bounty of more than 5,000, the speed is really too slow. This is not okay. The war on the top is about to begin. Kyle looked at the time and progress and couldn't help but frown. But after half a day, he could only sigh. It seems that the area below can only be explored later. I hope Blackbeard can give you some strength, so that you don't let Magellan kill him like the original work. As he said that, Kyle turned his gaze to Ajan and nodded to him. It's almost done, let Luffy and the others out. Okay, Captain. Ajan nodded and responded. The next moment, his abdomen suddenly turned into a muddy swamp. Immediately afterwards, the members of the Straw Hats gang came out of Ajan's belly one by one. Because this time, Sanji and others already knew what Luffy was going to do, so they did not allow Luffy to act alone by himself no matter what. Even Yarlita, who was originally a villain, was influenced by Luffy at the time and completely integrated into this team. In the end, Kyle was also very compassionate and asked Ajan to bring all the Straw Hats and all the gang here. Crash! A basin of cold water suddenly poured on Luffy's head, awakening him instantly. Wow! So cold and cold. Wow! So hot. The cool water and hot environment directly made Luffy, who had just woken up and became mentally ill. After a while, he realized. Kylie, and your name is Ajan, right? Where is this place? Can you say? After entering the swamp space, Luffy, who had been in a coma, quickly turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment. That's right, Luffy. This is the place to advance the city. Your brother is imprisoned. Kyle grinned and answered first. I have brought you guys, and the transaction between us is over. Friendly remind you that there are 12 hours left before your brother's execution. And here is the third floor under the sea, and your brother is detained on the 6th floor. If you want to rescue him, your mission is not easy. Yeah, I get it. Luffy nodded vigorously, then put on his straw hat, and smiled at Kyle. Anyway, thank you for bringing me here. When I rescue Ace, I will take him to thank you. Ha ha ha, that's not necessary. Kyle smiled and waved his hand. Time is tight, you'd better wake up your friends and get ready to go. There is the entrance from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. I also need to go back to the top and hand over to the prison guards. Kyle briefly reminded him a few words, then left a few buckets of water and some food, and then took Molia and the other two to move to the entrance of the 1st floor in an instant. Under Hannibal's leadership, they successfully returned to the Navy's warship and rushed towards Marinfando. Looking at the smaller and smaller advance into the city, Kyle's mouth was inexplicably smiling. Although there is no help from Bucky and Mr. 2, Luffy this time also has the support of his partners. I wonder if he can continue the miracle of the original timeline and will push the city to the end.